Bom. Bum bum bum. Bom. Bum bum bum. Bom.
Hello.
Bum bum bum. Bom.
Hello.
Bum bum bum. Bom.
Hello. That's working.
Hello everyone. So we have now theoretically the bot is live. Theoretically it's live. And theoretically it's working. So the questions should go through. The questions should work. Theoretically. He says. Theoretically, things will now work. Thank you for the test, Montana67. Thank you, Lions, for testing. Bot is working on both YouTube and on the system. Hello everyone! Oh, how are we doing today? So, day 5. Space Marine 2 is the game scheduled for today, but there will be a bit of Timberwolf in the background while I'm just answering questions. There's also a potentiality that tomorrow, in the 36-hour video, I might add in Halo. It's going to depend on how Space Marine 2 goes this evening, because I haven't played Halo since I was in a while, and all the times I've played it has been on Xbox, so playing on PC could be interesting. See how Space Marine 2 goes. If that goes okay, then we might do it. We might do it. We might do it. So let's see, we have a bit of an interesting question here. I'm building Hawkins in Minecraft on a 7.5-inch gun. Thank you. Got these questions coming through. So for the 7.5-inch gun, that's quite. I'll do them sort of in reverse order because one's going to be a quick one, one's going to be not. So don't take this the wrong way, but I'm reversing the order of the questions. Now the 7.5-inch guns were 8.6 meters. That's 337.5 inches long. I.e., they were 45 cals. Okay. Boomer Boy, what happens if in Britain in 1900 is given absolute foreknowledge of the year each colony will become independent? How do they accelerate the Commonwealth and maintain good relations? If they choose to go down that route, they probably start going, right then, so this is the group that's going to be going independent then. We need to make sure by the time they're independent they have a good tradition of jury selection and jury honesty. They have a good tradition of local politics and election and the strong, vibrant elections for various positions. We also have to have had quite a large effort into making sure the locals are able to generate their own civil servants, their own bureaucrats, their own teachers, their own things like that. And also working out how best to tie that country, whilst doing all that, into the British system. So probably tying it in again that, you know, the very best go to university in the UK, and the army officers and the police officers still attend British training academies, etc., for higher ranks and all those stuff. Get a prestige thing going. so that it's prestigious to have gone to the British Academy. Excuse me, I'm going to go blow my nose. It's the trouble with spending time in the attic before I come in. Being in the attic, I think I've got all stuff up my nose, but then more stuff comes out because it's just so much dust up there. And also, right then, what do I need? That I've got that. I need painkillers, which means go over here, grab a box. Comes to something when you have sitting on your shelf about 400 plus paracetamol tablets. Now, why do I have so many paracetamol? Because pretty much you can buy them in 100. You can buy them in 100 tablet packs, and you can buy them in bulk. And if you know, like me, you have a habit of doing stupid things which hurt yourself, it's probably better to have a low-grade painkiller to be able to take, rather than again letting things get bad enough that you end up needing a high-grade painkiller in an operation because you overstrain yourself and are stupid. I, of course, have not learned this through practical experience. We did say, yes, Lion got to level 47, I got to level 29, and I am one off level 30. So I will probably do that during the 36 hours. I've saved a lot of things for 36 hours, and I sort of took on a mission, which got me closer to level 30. I had to go to Ponapita, this is for Pirates of the Burning Sea. But then decided I wasn't going to push it on beyond to level 30 because I wanted to save that for the 36 hours. Probably won't get a new ship when I get to level 30. I quite like the ship I'm in. I don't know what next, but realistically, I probably want to save something for till I'm about 35 and then get a ship which will take me all the way up to 50. One of the things, you've lost your Discord account? I don't. Yeah. Today we're raising money for, you'll see the link in the chat, it's for the Royal Navy Benevolent Trust. I've had some dealings with them over the years. They do a lot of very good work, and they are really nice people. And they are a big overarching charity, I do realise this, but they are a big overarching charity that is very, very much built around looking after the service and service industry. The big trouble they have, and a lot of the big service charities have this trouble, is that after service it's very easy for them to lose contact with people. And I've suggested they need to probably more social media and outreach, but it's easier said than done, because it's a case of, well, you've still got to have rules of verification so you don't get taken account of. That's what taken advantage of. That's one of the really annoying things in modern society, and it's truthful though. We've discussed it already this week. In fact, you have to design a system around around hoping that people do not take advantage of things, rather than design a system based around people will be good. Ooh. We can have a lot more chestnut trees down here. That is useful. Chestnut trees are useful. Why are chestnut trees useful? Because it can give us both wood and grilled chestnuts. And this is something which, frankly, is my beavers do enjoy. They like a nice grilled chestnut. And let's be honest, we all do too. How many people here at Christmas have grilled chestnuts? They are lovely. I'll eventually do this whole area as well. Probably have a path running along here. Probably have a couple of these positioned about here and here, so to make sure that I don't forget them. If they do that, they'll do that. They'll be okay. They'll be all good. Okay. Level 35 is the Mirrodon. Probably would be a stretch to get it up to level 50. Let's see. We'll see. Yeah. And yeah, paradise. I had a massive population die off recently, and I think that was due to lack of water. So current priority is realistically building up these water positions and building up this water area. So they're all heavy duty, large water pumps. And then after I've built them and I've got iron production going over here to sustain it, the idea is to build a massive reservoir. Let's see if any questions are going. Answered the sinker a lot after you left. Seneca, what is your favourite Navy in fantasy and sci-fi? Glenn Stewart is cheating for each of the naval eras. Age of Discovery, Classic, Age of Sail, Ironclad. I will just I could just cheat and go Glenn Stewart. Ooh. Look, I'm going to cheat to an extent in that I'm going to look up the author of the book series. Because, yeah. I have to say, one of the best ones for all that is the Empire Rising series. Now, the Empire Rising series is by DJ Holmes, and the Empire Rising series is all about how basically they transition as their navy grows and technology time and how things grow up. It's a really good series. There is also, for science fiction, Forgotten Empire by Raymond Lee White. by Raymond L. Vale, but you have to remember Raymond actually died in the middle of writing that series. So it kind of goes terrible after a certain point. His family do try, they pick it up, and they do their best. They really do. They try their best to pick it up and finish off the book series, but it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not. And it's not. There's no fault of this. There's no fault at all. It's not the same. I have quite a lot of sci-fi books in my collection. So yeah, that's always a fun one. But yeah, if you're basically Empire Rising by D.J. Holmes, Glyn Stewart's books are always a fairly good start as well for science fiction. But favourite Navy and sci-fi, fantasy and sci-fi for each of the naval eras. Yeah. I read a lot. Okay, this is one of the things. I found being a functioning insomniac can sound really great until you realise there is about still going to be 6 to 8 hours most days when your brain is not going to feel like functioning in a heavy duty way, and you're not going to be asleep, so you've got to fill it in other ways, and I've usually filled it with reading. And I read history books, I read science fiction books, I read all sorts of things. That's how I've filled it, how I've kept it going. So there's quite a lot out there, but yeah, Glyn's very good. I'd also say the Black Library, the Warhammer 40k Black Library, is an unsung resource of that era and that genre of the Grimdark, and the authors in it are really good. Okay. Eddie Rudolph, could the use of the 16.5-inch gun, 6.5-inch gun for G3 battlecruisers and an 8-inch gun to near 3 battleships being a safeguard in case the rate of fire was too slow? Yes and no. The 18-inch gun battleships, basically, you have to remember what the difference in roles of the two is. And one of the reasons why the British are going for 16.5-inch guns for the battle cruisers is because they expect them to be involved in fast-moving recon fights and fights against ships like cruisers, etc. In which case you want a higher rate of fire to be able to engage more quickly. There is a really interesting study done towards the end of the war, which is basically at what point does a rate of fire start to mitigate against targets. And it's worked out that you can sort of engage destroyers with 12-inch guns. But once you're getting up to 15-inch guns, their rate of fire versus the 12-inch is going to be such that it's going to make it very difficult. And once you go higher than 15-inch, your rate of fire is going to drop enough that you are probably not going to be able to engage destroyers. Probably going to have trouble with the speed of light cruisers as well. So basically, once you go above 16.5-inch, you start to get to the level where you start to get diminishing returns versus a battlecruiser's likely targets. Not what they need to be able to they might need to fight, but their likely engagement target, what they're likely to end up fighting. Whereas for a battleship, which is built to fight another battleship, well, they are not as fast or as nimble. They're just not. And you also need to have a far heavier shell to penetrate and bash them up. So an 18-inch starts to make sense in that regard. As I've said before, 16.5-inch is a very good gun for doing a lot of things at that level. It's where the rate of fire, it's where you get the heaviest rate of fire, heaviest weight of gun, but still getting a rate of fire, which allows you to pretty much engage all targets. The moment you start going above 16.5, it becomes really difficult to engage those lower targets with that primary gun. So what you want to do is you start thinking, okay, let's go for small. That's also when you start having slightly bigger secondaries. That's when you start sort of thinking for issues for, you want a second. It's one of the reasons why the secondary being developed for the G3s and the N3s and eventually it's put on Nelrods is a 6-inch gun. Okay? What's a 6-inch gun? Why is it not a destroyer range armament? Why is it gone up to a 6-inch, the largest one you can manually load? Because if you think about it, a 6-inch gun can pretty much deal with everything that a light cruiser and below. 6-inch gun can literally smash all those things. So that's the reality you're dealing with. That's what you're starting to think through. The 6-inch gun is about... Okay, right then. We have now reached the point we've got the primary guns. And this is where the secondary guns come in. If you think about it, the big growth in secondary start after you leave the 12-inch guns behind. In the dreadnoughts. The moment you're leaving the 12-inch guns behind, you start going, okay, we need a secondary. Because smaller targets are no longer viable, really, for the, if you got 12-inch guns, then 3-inch secondaries are fine, because the point at which you can't really engage is when they're torpedo boats, and a 3-inch gun will destroy a torpedo boat quite happily, and most destroyers will get chastised by a 3-inch gun, and could be at range chastised by a 12-inch gun. Once you start going 13.5-inch, 15-inch, you've started going to the point where the smallest vessel which this gun can really be used to accurately engage has now grown to a size which we need other guns to engage it. And that's what you're dealing with when you're sort of looking at that. That's the sort of the battle cruisers have the 16.5-inch gun because of that scenario. Least favorite. Seneca, there's a long-running standing policy I have on this channel of I will happily endorse books when I like them. When I don't like them, I don't say anything about them, because I have a platform. Anyone on this has a platform, and it is... I will not abuse it in that way. I have occasionally, when it has been a large discussion, have talked about books and gone, yeah, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. And that's sort of, I'm happy to do. But as an individual sitting here going, no, that book is a bad Navy or a bad this, no. Not what I'm going to do. Bone Boy, had the Dogger Bank incident led to war with Russia, how much trouble would have been caused by the Bengal partition and the Sharia incident in the Empire if they still occurred? Let's put it this way. If you're fighting a war with Russia, things are going to be sufficiently different that those incidents are going to be different. Because if you're fighting a war with Russia, then the army in India could well be advancing through Afghanistan towards southern Russia. Or they could be seeing lots of troops and lots of people. So the people are going to change who are going to be there. That's the thing. The people who would change are going to be there. Okay. Norton, stop being an annoying thing. Why is it Norton is always going, you can add this on, and add this on, and add this on? You can never just... You sit there go, I bought the system. I have Norton running because it's accepted by everyone in the family, and that's fine. I hate Norton sometimes. I really do. For some reason, the link you sent isn't working. Let's see. That's the gallant. Let's have a look at the gallant quickly. Oh. Yeah, gallant looks like a good option for me to go to. Good ship. Very nice ship. Yeah. Ba-da-da-da. Yeah-da-da-da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee. Hi, Tommy. Calyx 8, Q1. Calyx 8, Q1. You're going to make me go a long one today. Actually, we're doing a book review later, but yeah. I'll start off with them. But I'm going to do questions first. So, Boy, how the Dogger Bank incident led to war with Russia? How much trouble would have been caused by the Bengal petition? Well, I said they'd be in different places, so things would be very different. Montana, how organised is your book collection? It started out very organised, but I've been opening more boxes, and I've still got boxes to go, so I need more calyxes. It looks like I'm ordering another 4. And there's probably more going to be after that. We'll see. It'll probably get back to more organised, and then more books will arrive. And basically, it's a never-ending cycle of organised to too many books, to new shelves, to organised, to too many books, to new shelves. It's a cycle. Mine is fairly organised. Still then, that I'd say it's fairly organised in that I can find pretty much most things quite quickly if they're out of the boxes. Joe Fredericks, let's say Germany is given a sink that ship button. How many times must I press it recently win at Jutland without the use of the button? The trouble for Germany is the Royal Navy's built a balanced fleet, okay? The Royal Navy had the spare yard capacity, the funding to build a balanced fleet. This is why when I did the video about Jutland and building the ships of fleets of Jutland video, one of the things I concentrated on was, yes, the Germans do rank in with their battleships, they do have a goodly number, and it does look impressive up there. You know, the British have more, but the Germans are impressive. Once you start going, how about cruisers at the Battle of Jutland? Destroyers at the Battle of Jutland? The British have more and they're bigger for the destroyers. The British have more and they're bigger for the cruisers. The British have more and they're bigger for pretty much everything. And when I say more, I don't mean more by a small number. I mean more by a factor of 2. They are far, far more numerous. And this is really the problem. Because for you to be able to win the Battle of Jutland, you need to not just be able to deal with the upper level units, you also need to deal with the fact that the destroyers and all the other force structure that can be there. And for the Germans to build the fleet they had basically had to build a lopsided fleet. It's kind of like what the Americans were building at the same time as well, because what the Americans were building up until the second Two Oceans Navy Act. Because pretty much their governments had kept going, oh, we want to concentrate on the capital units, because they're how we show our power on the world. Yes, great. What about the status units? What about the escort units? Who cares about those? Those are expensive. Those are extra money. We don't want to spend that. And that's the problem. That's what you're dealing with. So yeah, for them to press it and reasonably win at Jutland without use of button, they have to press it a lot. They basically have to take out a goodly chunk of the battleship arm, so that their battleship arm cannot just focus on the Royal Navy's battleships, but it can also start focusing enough on their smaller ships to try and offset the huge preponderance advantage the British have in those. It's an interesting story, the Mountjoy breaking the boom at the Siege of Derry in 1869. It's backed up a lot by HMS Swallow, HMS Dartmouth, and the Phoenix. It's the Mountjoy and the Phoenix, which I'll also get through first. Basically, Mountjoy's first attempt to break the boom leads to her being rebounded and damaged, and actually losing her captain. And then she manages to, by various means, including apparently firing her cannon, refloat herself after she's grounded, and force her way through the boom. It's also the reason why if you're trying to besiege a city which has access to the sea, you have to make sure you control that access to the sea, because if you fail to keep control of access to the sea, that city can be rapidly reinforced. So one of the reasons why the siege of Berlin, the blockade of Berlin, was quite so effective was because it's a major city which cannot be easily supplied by sea. Because of the fact that the rivers to run to it, if you have a look at Berlin on a map, okay? And you have a look at the river in it. And there is a river in it, because it's a city, it's a major city. And pretty much all major cities are built on rivers. You'll notice very quickly, it is a river which is called the Spree. Now, the Spree goes and joins up with, I think it's... What is it? It goes and joins up. Eventually, it does start flowing out through various lakes and things, and it does join into the wider river network of the area. But pretty much, and I say this in the nicest way, its main liquid focus and flow is straight into the Baltic, and that's actually not a good direction for the Allies to try and resupply from. So it flows through Russian territory the whole way. It's just not an option to get in there. Hello. Yes.
You want one for lunch?
Yes, please.
I'll put one in the fridge for you tomorrow.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. It's very kind of you.
Just a roll.
Lovely. Pizzas have arrived. From Tesco's. Nice. Yes, I know. Calyx 8, Cube 1. I do realise. Team, you need to move around. Nice way. This is what I find funny. You guys see me on here and go, you need to move around. And I go, I just spent the morning crawling around for about 4 AM onwards in a blooming attic, putting in boards, and now you want me to move around more? I was happily sitting for a second. You just crawl. You have a problem. Timu. You said white calyx. White calyxes are odd numbers. Black calyxes are even numbers, because it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm going to translate yours into cube 7, number 1. While I'm up, I'm going to grab my bottle of iron brew. Technically, he says, because now there are going to be 4 videos over the weekend, because I divide them into 9-hour chunks, I can go through 4 bottles of iron brew over the weekend. I like this. Aren't you supposed to be AI tracking me? Yes, thank you. That would be helpful. So yeah. This is going to be good. Very good. Oh! Hello. So, book. Afghanistan, the Russians in Afghanistan, 1979 to 1989 by Roderick Braithwaite. It's a fairly decent read. It's what I call a good solid book. Do I agree with everything in it? No. However, I find it a useful outline and things to go, and a good starting point. Yes. After the invasion had taken place, both British and American analysts tended to agree that the Soviets had undertaken it with reluctance, in order to prevent the crumbling of their position in a country which was within their legitimate sphere of influence. Both before and after the invasion, British analysts specifically rejected the idea, popular in press at the time, that the Russians were after a warm water port in the ocean. And indeed, no serious evidence has emerged, beyond a couple of remarks reported in one Soviet military memoir, that the Soviet invention was intended as a first step towards securing a warm water port, or another theme of Western propaganda towards incorporating Afghanistan into the Soviet Union. Now, in the nicest way, no. There are other places where the Soviet Union and Russia go for a warm water port. If you think about it, if you go to Afghanistan, where's your next point to get a warm water port? Is it to go through Pakistan? India? No. But it is interesting in context of the Indian Ocean Fleet, because if you can secure Afghanistan and you can secure a railway running south, and you can get it to link up with India, which at the time was considered neutral, and the Soviets sometimes felt they might be again an ally with, you could theoretically provide a route of resupply of spare parts and components to the Soviet squadrons operating in the Indian Ocean. There is a potential option there. Not necessarily warm water ports, therefore, but access to logistics. And that is worthwhile thinking about sometimes. It is worthwhile. It's a good book, though. It's full of interesting stuff in there like that, which you can take one way, but if you're like me, you sit there and go, it's not about securing warm water port. But let's not think about it in securing warm water port in terms of control. Think about it as access. And that something makes a lot of sense, and that makes a lot of sense of some of Russia's Afghanistan policy, especially their policy towards Afghan railways. And what they tried to build them, because they were very much trying to build a north-south line. However, if you know anything about Afghan railways, you will know that Afghanistan's railways are interesting. They have about 400 kilometers of unelectrified track in Afghanistan. Most of it is 4'11" and in Russian gauge. The most recent railway project was completed between Afghanistan and Iran. Completed in 2020, was built to standard gauge. That's 4'8.5". And it runs over 130 kilometers, 60 kilometers in Afghanistan, and yeah, the remaining 70 is in Iran. And it helps allow sort of Afghanistan to link itself with various places around the world. But realistically, they do not have much in the way of railways, because Afghan governments have tended to not be happy with railways being built, because those railways tend to result, in their opinion, in invasion avenues. I'm not sure where they get that idea from. Looking south at Britain and looking north at Russia and the Russian Empire, British India, and yeah, railways as avenues for empire. Who'd have thunk that? The bot is working. The bot is working. It does make life a little bit easier when the bot is working. At what point in Warspite's life should it have sunk with the amount of damage it had taken during both World Wars? If it was cumulatively not repaired along the way, probably somewhere in the way of World War One, but we'll lead on to one side. It does also get to some fairly hefty damage in World War Two, though, so both times it would have options. I'll probably open up the stage in a bit. Joel Fredericks. The Qing win the first Sino-Japanese war, and Emperor Gaozan successfully modernizes the imperial system. Does the Qing still collapse? Probably does, because, let's be honest, it's going to depend on how far do the modernizations go, and do they go far enough, and does he manage to get the country on the stability? Because if he's trying to, he could well find himself in a civil war, and that's the problem. And if he does successfully modernize it, it's going to last them for a while, but then that's going to create other issues. So the Qing, they might not collapse, but also might end up becoming a constitutional monarchy. It might end up becoming all sorts of other things, but it's, yeah. Joel Fredericks. During the Sino-French War of the 1880s, the Qing managed to somehow win completely out land, but does as poorly as it did historically at sea. Does this change the outcome? It means that possibly they win the time to repair their navy, but it also means that potentially, depending on how the results of those land battles go, they could find themselves in trouble elsewhere. It's one of those situations where, yes, if you can win on land, if you win on land by annihilating your enemy force, then they lose the capacity to come back again, then the war will probably be over. If they win on land, but it's kind of a points victory, where the enemy is forced to withdraw but retains much of their strength, the war probably still keeps going on and on and on. Thank you, SKF. What happens if Japan destroys the German East Asia Squadron before it sails from Tsingtao? Does this change anything from World War I? It makes the Japanese even higher status in World War One. If they do the destruction of the German High Seas Squadron, A, you don't have the Battle of Coronel and all those things, but B, which means there's conversely probably even more ships for the Royal Navy at Jutland, but it also means that the Royal Navy is probably even more invested in working with the Japanese Navy, and potentially there's more of a possibility of Japanese ships ending up coming to the Grand Fleet afterwards, because they've now fought the Germans, they have done that, they've got that status. If they have done this all, then it becomes more of a thing of, shall we ask them to come join the other forces in the Grand Fleet? It becomes more a thing of, oh, we've done this, we have fought the East Asia Squadron, we should be part of this completing this war, and you could end up with a couple of flotillas of Japanese destroyers and maybe a couple of some of their battleships joining the Grand Fleet, or possibly the Congos. Would a video about a naval component of the Siege of Lisbon and its resupply a large enough topic for patron suggestion? Yes, it would be. Ramol, why didn't you have any charity event from the US Navy or US based? Literally, it's because this time around I went with charities I've actually known and worked with myself. And because of it, as you can guess from this accent, I'm mainly British based. There was Haida, which is Canada based. And it's something which I would like to do more, have some American charities and more, do a sort of more international naval theme in terms of the charities, but it's more a case of this time I was going with the ones I already know well, and the ones I knew wouldn't mind so much if I sent them £5 or if I sent them £50 sort of thing. I didn't want to make a big fuss for a charity that would go, oh, but you set this all up and then you only sent us like 25 quid, because I didn't know how it would go. Whereas the charities I work with this time are all a case of, yeah, if you make any money, that's very kind of you. If you do if it's anything, it's helpful. I didn't want to make a scene, basically, if it didn't work out. Does that make sense, Ramal? What would happen if the equivalent power to an Age of Sail 32-pounder a cannon in the World War I period? Okay, so here's the thing. Now, the 32-pounder. Anyone want to guess what it is, what the 32-pounder is in history, roughly? Anyone want to guess? Just watching the chat now. Just watching. No, a 32-pounder is roughly a 6-inch gun. Slightly bigger, but when you consider that the shell and the weight of the cannonball, etc., and the shell is, of course, longer and has weight, you suddenly realise that the 6.3-inch to 6.4-inch gun cannon becomes roughly the 6-inch gun. So when you ask me what's the equivalent of the 32-pounder in World War I period, or any period, it's roughly the 6-inch gun. So there is some consistency through history. It's like it's worthwhile. I think the 24-pounder works out at the 130mm gun, and that's 100. That's where the French gun that they fit on the destroyers comes from. I think I did mention that in the video about the Mongols, etc. About their guns. That basically comes from their cannon sizes. So, yeah. We do have 32-pounders in Model 1. They're called 6-inch guns. Well, what if Nimitz had rejected Mac's idea of invading Pellew and the Palace and chose to invade Iwo with the 1st Marine Division of Marine in September 44? If they can sustain it and support it, then you can you have the bomber forces can get that much closer to Japan that much more quickly, which can probably lend into the whole war. But also there's the fact that you still have the Philippines behind you, which is going to be a sort of an issue. So probably in the end, whilst yes you could in theory, in practice you wouldn't do that because that's a risk you don't need to take. It's basically that. It's a risk you don't need to take. The risk you do need to take, there are risks you don't need to take. That's one you don't need to take. Why didn't the IJN officially use the prefix HIJMS like the Royal Navy HMS or US with the USS prefix? Yes and no. Also, you think about it. If Japan had chosen the prefix HMS, the prefix of their ships, they would have been HMS, His Majesty's ship. They might have been His Imperial Majesty's ship because they called themselves an emperor, but it would have been His Majesty's ship. It would just been HMS. Usually when you see other things added in, it's because the Navy has basically gone, well, yeah, so we're going to have to differentiate ourselves from the Royal Navy. One of the reasons why it's quite so common is because the amount of Commonwealth and nations which still have the British monarch as their head of state, and they use the HMAS because they are illustrating that they are one of the monarch's ships, but not his personal ships, his Australian ships or his Canadian ships. It's not normal for nations to go, oh, I will differentiate myself from the British because they are allowed HMS and no one else is. But that's also one of the reasons why they don't do it, because they go, we can't. That's so associated with the Royal Navy, we can't use it because they're already using it, and we won't give ourselves that. Let's say, in the current Fredericks, let's say the Kriegsmarine suddenly gain a fleet equivalent to the pre-war Italian and French Navy. Can they redo Jutland now? They're going to certainly force a battle like that, but it's going to be a logistical nightmare and it's going to be fun. Remember, why did the UK use their designation pounder for their guns while the US uses the equivalent or barrel length in relation? Basically, it's because the British evolve out of the cannon era and they slowly evolve, and so a certain amount of time you still have certain types talked about in terms of the pounder, their pound reference. So 2 pound 40mm, 3 pound 76mm, all these things, and it's nomenclature and it's the changing of it, and it's basically, okay, at a certain point we do change to a standardized nomenclature, but at other points we're just going, well, everyone knows what this is, so it doesn't need to be changed, does it? YouTube Minecraft watcher, stop robbing that in. Although, if you've gone to a steakhouse, why are you having chicken parmesan rather than steak? I am not sure. Can someone help Riffids in YouTube to... Yeah, there you go, you spotted it. Just so it comes up on the system. Gentlemen, how many 32-pound round shot could you double shot in a World War I and World War II 6-inch naval gun? They're going to be slightly tight, so probably couldn't use them. But potentially, if you are able to load shot into them, so you've got shot, and remember it's not always exactly right, and exactly the right shape, you could probably double shot. But it's going to damage your rifling and your barreling. That's why you don't do it. That's why you have shells. The IGN, the day before Pearl Harbor, has every carrier they built and will build appear in Tokyo Bay suddenly. How long does this prolong the war? Carrying carriers is great. You need to have the pilots to fly from them. So, the problem for the Japanese, as we talked about before, especially when I talked about their light fleet carrier program and various other things that come out, and the reason they're light fleet carriers I'll explain in a comment response video probably, is that their trouble is they don't have the air groups for them. They need the air groups. And that's their issue. Their air groups are lacking. They're not generating enough pilots, enough air group personnel, and that's where they're having their issues. Yeah, they're not generating enough of the personnel they need for their operations. Fudgetical. There you go. So having all the ships, great. Having the air groups would be even better. What do you like and don't like? Riffids. What do you like and don't like about the Imaging War? Chosen Territory? They do like them. There's a lot of interesting stuff to learn in the Chosen War because, honestly, the stuff I don't so much like about it are the fact that to be honest, there is part of me which wishes that Admiral Yi had basically gone, I'm fed up with this Korean government. Whilst I'm very loyal to the Korean people, I don't like the Korean government. And I turned around to the Japanese and gone, so I'll be happy to let you go through and fight the Chinese. Or gone around to the Chinese and go, I'll be happy to let you go through and fight the Japanese. Just make me emperor and let me fix all this mess, because I'll do a better job than the current ones. But no, Ethan, he was never going to do that. He's far too loyal and far too kind of soul in some regards for that kind of thing. Also, I think the bureaucracy would have done his head in. Why did the US use more turboelectric? Why did the US use more turboelectric drive for their World War II era built ships? Because it makes sense. Let's put it this way. The Americans have options. So, with the Essex class specifically, they're looking at their engines, they're looking at their structures, they're looking at their capabilities. It makes life... They go with... I think for the Essex it was direct drive for their engines. I think it was direct drive. But for ships before it, they looked at electric drive, because if you go with electric drive, you can start breaking things up and have better damage control. So direct drive links a specific gearbox, specific shaft, to a specific turbine, or turbine sets through gearboxes. If you've got electric drive, your steam from any boilers can be driving any turbines. You can set up the piping, which can then power any of your shafts. So if your number 3 shaft is damaged, if your number 3 and number 2 shafts are damaged, but your number 1 and 4 shafts are working, but your number 1 and your number 4 gear, turbines are damaged, doesn't matter. You can power your shafts off your other turbines. So this is why turboelectric drive, despite its weight, is a real advantage, because it allows you to have increasing levels of redundancy. You can even run all four shafts off one turbine, as long as it's working. You're not going to get fast, but you're going to get movement. You're going to get balanced movement. So that's the options you have. But it does introduce complication in building, and it does make it expensive to do it. Especially in weight. Lego has launched the Goonies pirate ship. I didn't realise this. I did not realise this. Ooh. So, oh hello, thank you.
There's some turkey slices in the fridge.
Thanks, sis. Yuan Shikai manages to successfully stabilize China and doesn't declare himself emperor. How does this change world politics? Well, the assumption there is that if he didn't declare himself emperor, he wouldn't have the trouble. Now, it was problematic. It was certainly that. And yeah, he was emperor for 83 days, though. I think the more problem for him is that he is trying to work out how to get everything to work. And I think he really doesn't have options. He really doesn't. He's a military officer. And he has grown up in the imperial Chinese system, which is collapsing. And I don't think he honestly has a solution. And I think the problem you have there is there's a lot of people in power in China in that period who do not actually have a solution. And they are trying their best, but they are doing it badly. If that makes sense. So I don't think it really changes world politics. But if he does successfully stabilize China and doesn't declare himself emperor, and China becomes a successful state in that period, then China, it could be a very interesting thing of China could end up destabilizing world politics quite a bit, because a growing China could well, along with a communist Russia and all the other things going on, cause enough issues that the Washington treaties and those things don't happen. Because imagine if Japan refuses to join it because they go, well, China and Russia are both arming. We can't afford to be, we can't afford to be, limited by treaty, unless there is a guarantee by our view to our territorial integrity. Ramon, why do the US stay with a 5-inch gun but with many different barrel lengths like 38 cal and 25 cal and 54 cal since when the war period, while the Iran had multiple different shell gun sizes? Because thanks to the Bureau of Ordnance's obstinance, they got logistics. They got logistical sense. Never critique someone for doing the right thing, even if they do it for the wrong reasons. The entire Free French military of 1945 is suddenly teleported back to 1940. Can they defend against the German invasion? No. Well, depends. If the entirety of the Free French are brought back in the right position, they could do. If they're put in front of the line. If they are put where they are historically and they're all spread out all over the world and doing the various things they're doing, then no, they're not concentrated enough. But they'd certainly give it a jolly good go. But if they're concentrated, then they could probably do something. Now, I have to be careful about turning on the spruce ship stage, because if I turn it on, and I will do, I'm turning it on, but if I turn it on, then there's a certain colleague of mine who is really looking forward to Space Marines 2, who might turn up and keep going, Space Marine 2, Space Marine 2, Space Marine 2, Space Marine 2. So, I have to be very careful, and you all have to help and make sure that if they come in, they do not spend the whole time talking about Space Marine 2, which is tonight's fit game. Right. Stage has started.
I feel like I've been summoned.
I did not name you by name when talking about Space Marine 2. I didn't name you by name.
No, that's for later anyway.
Yes.
Not bad, I hope.
No. Okay. So what if after gaining a vision of what Japan's come from, and this is Mewtwo Minecraft Watcher, it's to comfort Japan, the firebombings, nukes, and all the losses. Yamato not only tips the Americans off Pearl Harbor, but begins feeding info to us. He wouldn't do that. If he gained that amount of foresight, a divine vision, so to speak, he's more likely to turn his fleet on the army than he is to try and tip off the Americans. Because, let me put it this way. It's one thing to want to stop a war. It's another thing to turn traitor. It's another thing to turn a traitor. Bull Paracate, do you ever plan to cover the wild Cold War mission to submarine US Halibut God or two? Yeah, there's the year of submarine at some point. There's going to be all sorts of things in that. That's basically when I've done more time wandering around various submarine museums. And Riffids, what if Japan sends an expeditionary fleet task force to help out the Royal Navy after securing German Pacific possession? I've done that occasionally. Congo's at Jutland. I've done a video about that, and that's really interesting. The Japanese get that involved in the First World War. Things can get really interesting. Okay, while I make a dive for my pizza, which Joel Fredericks, every time I seem to be going to eat it, is putting in a question about China. As a follow-up to that Yuan Shiki question, what fleet would a stable China even build to respond against Japan? What do you think, Dragon? What would you build if you were them?
Yuan Shiki. I'm not even sure which time period this is, I must admit.
We're talking around about World War One. Just sort of that sort of period.
Oh, what is it? Actually, there's a lot of interesting stuff you could build.
Mm.
Give me just a moment. I just need to quickly bring some stuff up there. It's ironically something I am slightly familiar with due to looking at obscure...
Why do you think I waited for that question, those sort of questions to come in before inviting you up? Because I know that. Because we discussed this before, haven't we?
Yeah, because Vickers Armstrong had a surprising number of designs they exported to China. I just need to remember exactly which ones I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, they had a number of battleship designs, which were relatively simple, but would be a good start. I believe one was basically a South Carolina with 10-inch guns, if I remember correctly. Sort of, it would be 242 aft arrangement.
And who knows, Vickers would probably build them a battleship in the same yard they built the Congos.
Quite plausibly, yeah.
Knowing Vickers, they'd have no qualms about it at all.
But yes, I know Vickers did offer some rather interesting ones that could work. So you probably see them going with a number of small battleships to begin with, armoured cruisers and protected cruisers. Try and actually allow themselves to slowly build up. Then after that, as they've got more time, more experience, you look at possibly them trying to build domestically built ships.
Yes.
How well that'll succeed is a better question, but after that, the Congos are almost an unprecedented threat for them. They need something fast and powerful enough to deal with them. So your best bets go once again to Britain. If you can just get something which matches them is good, because if you exceed them, that means they're going to probably invest in bigger ships as well, and they've got more friends at the moment.
Yes, but that's why you've got the Vickers salesman.
True, yes.
And they've got
Vickers
the Vickers
14-inch
salesman.
guns.
And the Vickers will be happy to sell to both sides. Vickers will go, oh, we've sold them the 14-inch guns. Would you like the 16.5? Then turn around to Japan and go, so would you like our 18-inch guns?
More than likely, yes.
Please note, Britain aren't evil. We're just good salespeople.
Very good at
That's-
selling two different people the same design.
Yes. It's fun.
Ah, fine. That took longer than I'd like to admit to find.
Don't worry, I was guessing it was I was doing that. And, you know, the thing is, we don't have Dan here, and we do have beavers wandering around, so we don't quite have to worry about dead air just as much. Because, in my experience, cute beavers wandering around does help distract from dead air.
Vickers design number 461 as of 1910 would have been a 15,000 ton 4x2 10-inch armed. Honestly, I'm not sure. I wouldn't call it a fast armored cruiser almost, but it doesn't necessarily feel quite up to battle cruiser standards almost. Perhaps.
Is it a Tiger Cub, by any chance?
I don't know if I can find an actual design of it, but it's possible. Is there any actual images of what she would have looked like?
Because my version is a scaled, and my Tiger Cub is a scaled down version of a HMS Tiger with 9.2-inch guns. So does it sort of look like the sound like that?
What I would imagine it would end up looking like, personally. Possibly, yes. Also would have had 1620mm secondaries.
Mm-hmm.
You've then got the series of battleships they've set up. As early as 1905, you've got Vickers Armstrong design 181, which was meant to be a 12,000-ton battleship with 6 twin 10-inch guns. Which is an interesting one. You've then got a number of almost pre-Dreadnought style designs before finally 332 Alpha, which has either 2 triple or 3 twin 12-inch. So those are probably some of the early designs you see them trying to go with, and that dates back to stuff like 1905, 1907 is the best way for them to start building up. They were apparently offered 15-inch guns in 1914, so you might see them looking at stuff in that instance.
Ooh, that'd be quite interesting. They jump into 15-inch guns when the Japanese are getting Congos.
Possibly, yeah, because when was it? It was initially designed for a coastal defense battleship of 2 twin 381mm 42s.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're in a stable position and can go, hey, we are willing to pay money for this to buy these, can we have them? I suspect that is something that could occur.
That would certainly make things scary for anyone.
Which then you might end up having a small arms race over in Asia between Japan and China trying to one-up each other.
Well, you see, the thing is, theoretically, Japan go, well, our Congos carry 8 14-inch guns, we've got all these other ships, we've got 16-inch gun battleships, we've got full-size battleships. But the thing is, you need a full-size battleship to fight that. And if you have a couple of them, they can probably take on a full-size battleship, and that's a problem for the full-size battleship. I'd say the likelihood is on a full-size battleship for winning because it's going to have concentrated fire, but it's going to. You also have to remember it's going to be in a situation where it's engaging one target, they're engaging two. They're both engaging one target. It's trying to cover 2 targets while they're probably engaging one. Oh, this is a fun one. Possibly more a Foxo question. I hope she's well today. But it's one which you and I can have fun with. If Titanic appears today, just after hitting the iceberg, how fast will others react and what actions will be taken to aid the beleaguered vessel?
Depends. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't this depend on how close other vessels currently are to it?
Yeah. They'd be racing. They'd be racing in. you hear that call on the radio, you'd be racing in towards it. But also, you'd probably see, especially considering the US Coast Guard and Canadian Coast Guard, probably long-range maritime patrol aircraft go out and drop things like life rafts, etc. You'll have no one dying because the woman they're with won't allow them to have enough space on the door. Okay? No one will end up being, because someone likes to have a full, 2/3 of the bed. No one will end up dying. Okay?
So if it took 2 hours 40 minutes from initial striking of the iceberg to finally slipping below the waves.
Yeah.
2.5 hours is enough to, depending on how close the vessel is, to try and leg it. Also, if there's anyone with search and rescue helicopters nearby, those would be launched.
Yeah.
So depending on if there is a ship nearby, I think you're still going to lose people, but you've certainly got a better than 0 chance that someone might be able to help get to you.
Oh, yes.
Also, people will be curious of, so there's now 2 of them down there. Huh.
Yeah. Does the second one land on top of the first one?
Probably not due to ocean current, I would assume.
You'd think so. But it'd be really interesting to track it down and just see where it landed.
Yeah. It would be fascinating.
James Cameron will be down there in like 5 minutes flat to see it all. There would be literally nothing that would hold him back. Joe Frederick, if another South American naval arms race happens in the 20s, does this break the treaty system? Yes. Let me rephrase that. They will probably be buying treaty-compliant ships from Britain and from America. That will help keep the yards going in Britain and America, and keep the infrastructure going in Britain and America. But the reality is, it's also going to cause issues, because it's going to mean that that superior sense of strength is going to be sort of going if there's suddenly modern ships appearing in the world. And the thing is, who's buying them? How many are buying them? Do other nations start buying them? If you start seeing everyone else building them, then you're probably not... The bare minimum you're going to have is a first London Naval Treaty which doesn't extend the building holiday. Because you can't have a building holiday if everyone else is building. Agreed?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah. Cool. It's the, classic trouble of, if people are building, they ain't getting a building holiday. It just ain't happening. Can I just be slightly rude and go check my front door? Because there is a lot of noises of things going up and down. So, whilst we're leaving that with that going on, I'm going to start a question. I'm going to go and check the front door. As a follow-up to yesterday's question, what happens if Sheng didn't invest in subs instead of the 2 light cruisers? What happens if Sheng did invest in subs instead of the 2 light cruisers prior to 1957? So if instead of the Chinese trying to get cruisers prior to World War II and the Second Sino-Japanese War and those things, they built submarines. Now, I think that's a pretty interesting thing. What do you think, Dragon?
So I just keep moving my mouth because there's a bit of noise near my door, so I'm just wanting to make sure it doesn't come out. Yes, it is interesting. As it might actually reveal potentially some of the threats of submarines to the Japanese more early, potentially, if they end up fighting them, I think.
Yeah.
Especially even if, say, one of them just gets lucky and manages to sink one of the ships nearby with a torpedo, it might be enough of a kick to them to sort of go, ooh,
How prepped are we for
maybe
this?
we need to invest in this a bit more.
How prepped are we for this circumstance? Oh,
Yeah.
frigate, we're not prepped at all.
That does hope that there is some level of competency amongst whoever does it, and they don't just write it off as a Chinese fluke.
Yeah, it's a case of it's going to depend on how much egg they get on their face. So if they lose something like a carrier or something, or a capital ship, that's more likely to cause that rather than if they lose a cruiser, they might try and write that off. That
Yeah.
makes sense. They might try and write off the losing of a cruiser. Because they'll think, well, if we, it's a cruiser, it was the cruiser captain who was being an idiot. It's his fault. It can't be fault of our system. Our system is perfect. Not that anyone here will ever have heard anyone behave that way. Me and Dragon sitting here going, yes. A lot of our employers, actually. A lot. A lot. But yeah, if the Chinese have submarines and they do get some kills, especially if they've got some Dutch submarines or something like that, they could do some real damage. Who would be, going off the previous question, who would be the first to react to helping Britannic if it appears a week after the Titanic? Probably the Italians. From mentally remembering its position and remembering who has the biggest search and rescue fleets in the area. I think it'd be the Italians. Does that sound about right? Dragon?
Would make sense. I'm just checking exactly.
Who has what in what area?
Yeah, effectively. I vastly prefer checking stuff at times just before I make statements.
Oh, you've learned to do that. How novel of you to check stuff before you say something.
There's certain things I'm relatively confident on. Others like this, I prefer just making sure I'm correct. I'm correct in what I'm saying before something goes wrong. Oh, actually, it might not be the Italians.
Who might it be?
The Greeks. She struck a mine off, I think that's pronounced Kea?
Mm-hmm.
Or Chaos? In the Aegean. So, in particular, assuming whereabouts she roughly was hit and sank,
Probably would be the Greeks then.
I'd want to say it's either the Greeks or the Turks. Or probably a combined effort from both of them.
Oh, that would just be a mess of them, but
Yeah,
probably Greeks, yeah.
Yeah, sank 55 minutes later, so going from as soon as she hits the mine, basically they've got 50 minutes, if not less, together. So yes, probably the Greeks are the first ones I suspect get there.
Yeah. The reason I was happy with the Italians, they have some very nice LHDs. They could do a real, if one of them was around, if a Trieste or one of their LPDs was around, they could be really helpful with their landing craft in terms of getting her to a place where she can get ashore.
If I remember correctly, I think, don't the Italians also have some hydrofoils for rapid movement? So, while they won't be able to do much, they at least can get on the scene very quickly in that case. Yeah, the Spavero class. So they were retired in 2010.
Ucha Minecraft Watcher. Going off on previous questions, he'll be the first to react on to helping Britannica answer that one. And New York before 472, did anyone wargame a fleet surface action between capital ships and nuclear shells, even though just a thought exercise? Yes, they did. And it wasn't good for anyone. I think both the British and the Americans looked into it. The Soviets certainly looked at it, nuclear shells for their Sveldov-class cruisers. And the general consensus was this would be a good way to lose a lot of ships. A lot of ships. And it would be a lot of ships lost. 5-7, since you've done a video on Congo's adjournment, why didn't you do a video on New York battleships adjournment? An old tightline where Teddy Roosevelt won his 4th term and joined World War I earlier in real life. Well, Ramol, the problem with doing that is that was a patron-suggested topic. So the patron-suggested topic was the Congo's adjournment. I would happily do the Roosevelt, the Teddy Roosevelt, and the 4th term and New York battleships adjournment, but I basically leave the alternate histories to the patron-suggested topics, because there are quite a few of the people who support me who love patron topic, who love alternate histories. So I usually get a fairly decent supply of them coming through from them, and basically I'll leave it up to them. When it comes in, then I'll do it. That's sort of the things. That's the reason I haven't done it. It literally hasn't been suggested by patrons yet. And there's a patron vote currently live at the moment, and there's going to be another patron suggestions live next week. Ramon, related to the question 7, if the US joined the war in 1915 with Teddy as POTUS, would the war have ended earlier, and the US is more willing to join the League of Nations and naval treaties started? I think if Roosevelt is President of the United States, I'm not sure if the League of Nations gets formed, and I'm not sure if the naval treaties happen, because that's not really Roosevelt's style of operations. They're more what comes after him style of operations. But if the US does join the war earlier, I don't know if it does end the war any earlier, because the US is a potential tiger. It's not a crouching tiger, hidden dragon scenario. It's not something which... It is a potential tiger. It is a tiger which has had a lot of its potential undermined and not being let loose, but it is not only a potential tiger. It hasn't been allowed to develop. So US Navy arriving earlier in World War I, that's great, but it's still going to be ages before they get a lot of destroyers there. It's still going to be ages before they get a lot of things that are useful. And their army turning up earlier honestly just puts more strain on British and French industry, because a lot of their forces had to be armed with British and French equipment because the Congress hadn't been investing, hadn't been buying stuff, so the capacity wasn't there in America. It's one of the things you have to sometimes try to explain. It's like America has the technology, they have the ingenuity. They don't have the capacity, because to build a factory, get its workers trained up, and get everything set up, and get all the lines of logistics and supply which supply that factory with all the components it needs, takes time. This is one of the differences between World War I and World War II. The Americans had already started doing a lot of that stuff prior to their entry into the war in 1941, prior to them actually being part of World War II. They'd already started doing that for various reasons: their own development, their own Navy Acts, their own selling it to the Allies and all stuff. They had done it. In World War I, they really had done fudge all. So whilst on paper, and whilst in terms of the bravery of their troops and everything they supply, they are massively useful. In terms of their ability to provide a stockpile of military equipment to their own forces, it's a case of there are things they can supply. There are also lots of things they can't. Lots of things they can't. Yeah. So maybe Roosevelt gets them in a better position, so they're better when they enter earlier as well. Jonathan Moon, what 2 NATO members are most likely to co-design and build a ship? Ooh. Well, I'm going to ask Dragon first what he thinks on this one, and then I'm going to say what I think. So I'm going to see what someone who doesn't spend a good quarter of his life dealing with various NATO members thinks, and then I'm going to say what I think, and we'll see whether it's the same or not.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Italy's a NATO member, right?
Yes.
Don't we literally have the Frems as a thing at the moment?
Yeah,
Which
but
was
you know,
joint between France and Italy.
yeah. Yes, we do.
That's the one that sort of jumps to mind the most. So we've got an actual example of what they would do, which is a multi-purpose frigate. And between France and Italy makes some sense because they're dealing with similar waters a lot of the time in terms of the Mediterranean. And they're just decent ships overall from what I've seen. I would love to say Britain and France, but we know how that always goes. If it involves France, it's never going to go anywhere, because the French requirements are too different to most other NATO members.
They require it. They always want everything to be as much French as possible, and that doesn't work necessarily with other nations' requirements. In that they want their own stuff to be in there as well. And I can understand the French desire. It's other people have needs too.
Britain and Poland, I could see doing it. I think actually I think they've actually done that as well. Actually, thinking about it with one of the orders they've placed down for Type 31s.
Mm-hmm.
But that's more, we like these, we'll buy these with perhaps some modifications. But I could see a potential thing for them of trying to co-develop a ship. Britain and Germany is also potentially. Carrot suggesting Norway/Sweden? Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they have very similar operational requirements and very similar vessels in a number of their corvettes, as I recall. Some of their little stealth boats.
Yeah.
It's to me, it's basically which nations are likely to have similar operating requirements and operating conditions. That makes sense.
I would say that's always the ones which make sense to me. The amount of times it's actually the decisions are what are the politics of the nations getting together, and currently the French don't like the fact that the Italian Prime Minister, who has a very different political scenario to the French Prime Minister, are actually achieving as much status in the world as they are. They're used to Italy being a bit of a basket case, and actually the current Lady Prime Minister of Italy has managed to be in power for A, quite a long time relative to other ministries, and B, has been surprisingly consistent on the world stage. She's also a classic example of elected rhetoric governing prose. Because the thing she got elected, if you hear the language she's got elected in, and then what she's actually done when in power, is she's done those things, but done in a far more moderate way. And it's been kind of interesting to watch and go, from an outsider. And, I mainly judge it by the fact that one of my ex-girlfriends is Italian, and when I chat to her, she's gone from absolutely not being willing to give the woman any time of day to now acknowledging she's been a fairly decent prime minister. And that's kind of a dramatic turnaround from going from absolutely despising someone to going, yeah, she's been doing an okay job. That's kind of, I don't know if you've ever had someone sort of do that, but that's always kind of an interesting thing when they do that, when that happens. You sit there go, oh, that's a change.
When they always do a 180 on stuff, yeah, I've definitely seen that happen before.
You sort of go, yeah, I don't think you'll vote for them, but yes, they now have done that. Hello, Brandon Larson, and hello, Paul, by the way, don't worry. Don't worry about, It does seem to have been working now. I think, as I've said, my prediction for joint shipbuilding at the moment is Britain and Japan. But I would say NATO members. I'd say I wouldn't be surprised if you see a Baltic patrol vessel come out. Because there are a lot of nations, Germany, Poland, the Baltic states, plus Finland and Sweden, and to an extent Norway and Denmark. Kind of looking at the Baltic and going, okay, yes, this could well be a Baltic lake, a NATO lake, but for that to be the case, we need an ASW capability, and we need a local air defense capability that allows us to operate in this lake, because otherwise it will be a font of sea denial, not of sea access. And logistically, we want it to be sea access. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And so I could see them doing a lot of work in there. I could see something coming through in about the sub 1,000-ton range, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I think there's a number of the Baltic nations already operate some things similar to those, don't they?
Mm-hmm. But they're all sort of, their ages are starting to come up for the point of we need to renew them.
Yeah, that, for instance, Sweden operates the Visby-class corvette, for instance, 610 tons.
Which is lovely, but it's coming up for... It's about time it needs to be replaced. And you could design something... Basically, I think it would be more a common design program than a common construction program. I don't think anyone would want to see their own domestic production industry undermined, but I think a common design program could be a way to spread the cost of research and development and get something really, really cool. And the reason I think they might want the Danish involved is I think they might want to try and get Stanflex in it. Yes, but I think the thing is, Timu, the Pearl Hammer class has grown up in size and has gone up in size so much in grow their capabilities. There's now space for something below it. Interesting time. So, next question. Let's say Goering takes over as Führer 3 days before the invasion of Poland. What's the consequences for Germany? Dragon.
Yep, sorry. Just quickly handling some...
And I know. The only reason I'm saying this is because...
Goering takes over as
I can't start off on one of these answers by laughing so much. So while I'm controlling myself, I need you to start. I do apologise. Technically he would do, because technically he is the designated Reich successor.
Yeah, yes he would.
Yeah.
I could see the Nazi Party fracturing it in a couple of years. If that. Now, not to give the man any credit, Goering is perhaps not as bad as some things make him out to be.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean he's necessarily good either at anything. In particular, he has a very overblown opinion on the Air Force, in my opinion. Probably partly because, as I recall, he came from that branch.
Yes.
Considering it's his whole thing of, in a number of the instances, oh, the Air Force can fully supply you.
Yes.
honestly, I'm not entirely sure exactly what decisions he'll make. But I do think changing a lot. I agree, Joel. He is definitely politically savvy enough to hold on to power. But within 2 to 3 years, I could see the Nazi Party fracturing around him.
Mainly because of the personalities which Hitler has promoted, who also will want power. The question I would have is, does Poland get invaded in 3 days' time after this? There's such a dramatic change in leadership and all that going through. It's going to delay things.
It's not the best time to launch an invasion. But when you've already put everything in position for it, the question is, will he say, oh, well, if we back down, we'll end up looking weak? I would like to hope he doesn't think that, and somewhat smart about it, but I do think your point is entirely potentially valid.
He will want to consolidate his own position first. Launching a foreign war operation doesn't give him time to consolidate his position and make sure the people in charge of these things are loyal to him rather than Hitler.
Launching attack 3 days after you come into power is a quick way for your generals just to start ignoring you.
Yes.
Which could be interesting, because that does mean you might see the war delayed by potentially up to even a year. I think it all depends on how long it takes him to consolidate power. Now, yeah, if he wins within a month in Poland, who had a political power to oppose him then? Done it.
Yes, but the thing is, whereas Hitler has the track record that if France and Britain declared war, he retained power. If, with him only being recently in power, if he goes into war in Poland and France and Britain declare war on him, he doesn't have that status. He doesn't have the ability to go, but, you know, my track record and all those things I do. He would be very easy to... If they go in and people get second thoughts, they go, oh, we don't want a war with Britain and France, then they basically just go, oh, it was him, not us, and we're going to kick him out.
Yep, because Derp Squad also brings up, they think that within 2 to 3 years, some of the other big players might also want to replace him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, Garrett, that's probably one of his best options. Because Himmler also would probably be interested in taking over. The question is, does he do it in a hard or a soft way? Because Himmler could either play the long game and consolidate power, and then launch basically a coup.
Himmler basically is that kind of guy, though, who's going to do it the soft way. Himmler really isn't the type to, he takes ages for everything.
Yeah, honestly, I said one of my things I think would be one of the biggest threats to Goering in this instance would be Dönitz.
Well, at this point, though, he is not the famed submarine leader. He is basically Rader's deputy.
Yeah.
So he is a long way from where he gets up to eventually become what he does.
Might also be thinking of Raider as well, to be fair, but yeah. Because, in general, I think the Navy could be a problem for Goering. Especially as, from what I remember, Goering didn't really have that much faith in the Navy.
He didn't really have a good relationship with them, no.
Yeah. Oh, what's his name?
There's also Boehmler.
Yeah.
But he's a...
What was the one who fled to Britain?
Boehmler.
Well, that was Boehmler, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially he might also raise problems.
Hitler's secretary.
Yeah.
But I think myself, I really do think war gets delayed because of needing to secure, and I'm not sure how long it gets delayed by, possibly only a couple of months. But it's going to be a case of we wanted to go to war, yes, but if you're not secure in your leadership and you're not because it's not just Goering gets promoted. He also then needs to have a successor for his positions. And there's all sorts of different levels which need to be worked out and organised, and yeah, that becomes problematic. That takes time.
Because the worst thing you want to do is overextend both home and abroad, and invading another nation while you don't have a secure power base is an awfully quick way to overextend at home and abroad.
And Hitler's power base is not your power base. That's the first thing he will understand, because, as people point out, the one thing Goering is when he's not currently having multiple drugs, he's fairly politically savvy. He does understand the reality of his position. So, yeah, I think he probably delays for, I would say, no more than a couple of months. And let's be honest, they haven't actually gone to war. This is the thing. He can just look at him and go, "You idiots!" And he can even say, "Look at your posturing. You've assassinated Hitler." Claim that someone's assassinated him, or use the fact of inviting people to a massive state funeral as a way to have an informal diplomatic occasion. Because as we know, when it comes to state funerals, they are wonderful occasions for diplomacy.
Yeah, I didn't think of that way, that he might very much play it up as, yes, well, these people have done this. This is not the will of Germany. We are not planning to do this.
Yes. Sort of and
really
now. And basically use it as a political advantage of, our great leader has died, working himself to a bone for a nation, or has been assassinated by an evil, whoever he wants to say, or something like that. If you think about it, he could play it going straight for the invasion, loses him the political ace he's just been given.
It's certainly a potentially interesting scenario, I have to admit.
And it would be a grand funeral, but a grand funeral to make sure all the people get invited there, all the royal members of the royal family and the presidents from around the world and those things. That's going to take a month to organise. You're not going to get that, and you're not going to want to be able to, because the amount of force you're going to have to move around for that. You can't then go straight back to invasion. So this is why I'm saying 3 to 6 months. And he uses that time to build himself up assets. But also, the problem for him is in those 3 to 6 months, the British and the French are also building themselves up, and a lot can change in 3 to 6 months if you add that onto the timeline. Because if you take it into the British and the French into 1940, let's say March 1940, think about all the things that will have changed by that point. If there's no war.
Really is something very interesting to consider. Right, okay, no. So, I'm personally quite a big fan of the Ordnance quick-firing 6-pounder.
Yes.
And one of its biggest problems was it was ready for service 1940 and ready to be rolled out en masse. The problem was they just didn't have enough production capacity because it would take too long. With this extra time, depending on how long they're given, you could see... You definitely wouldn't see a complete changeover, but you could start seeing the beginnings of equipment changing over from stuff like the A-13 tank and such. Basically slow movements from what we see our timeline to basically what the next step that these countries were after.
Yeah.
Honestly, even just giving France a few more months actually could really help them with their army.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to say it's going to prevent France falling, somehow same situation occurs, but it definitely helps.
That's the interesting thing, is that this is going to have an impact on a lot of those operations and a lot of those systems.
How would Stalin react, as he's already been promised Eastern Poland by Hitler?
Well,
Hitler's
remember,
dead.
Hitler's dead, but also, and he's invited to the funeral. But also, the thing is, he doesn't invade Poland till after he's finished his war with Japan anyway. So it buys him more time as well. You have to remember, Stalin doesn't invade Poland till after he's concluded a peace treaty with the Japanese.
I shall be back in just a moment.
Okay. That being said, let's get on to the next question. Okay. I'm going to leave that for when Dragon returns. Ramol, related to question 7 and 8, are we going to see US-Japan rivalry kick off early in the 20s? What is the fate of China in this timeline? Probably, it depends. Again, one of the reasons why America is so defensive of China is it's a good thing to kind of hold over the Japanese, who are their main threat for their position in the Far East. If you have both China and Japan both building up in this timeline, then to an extent both are a threat against America, and it's going to depend on the negotiations of who makes friends with whom first. And yeah, it might not necessarily go the way we are presuming it would go on that scenario because of... Oh. That could be interesting. Yeah, there's lots of options here. Would it kick off? I think potentially, if China goes with British, it's one thing if China goes with British equipment. If China goes down the German-Italian axis and ends up going down that route, then Japan, which, you just remember, for the qualitative race, was part of the British axis. It could end up being America, Britain, and Japan vying for dominance in the Far East versus China, Italy, and Germany. Longer term. That'd be interesting. Possibly the Soviet Union being annoying as well. Follow up to Jonathan's question: why would they use modular weapons base for the weapons systems? On the one I was talking about earlier, I would say that would be sensible. I'd say going for a standard flex system for a small vessel like that would be incredibly sensible, but that's me. I'm incredibly biased when it comes to such systems because I look at them and just go, it just makes sense. And as we all know, I am a bit of a logistics obsessive nerd. Right, Dragon, we have a question for you. In the World of Warships development blog, closed test 15.0, Tier 9 Aberdeen was announced, and she is the Edinburgh subclass town class light cruiser armed with the Tiger class guns. So why did this not happen in real life?
I fascinating, actually.
Probably because there wasn't the money, but they did consider it. There were lots of things which were considered. The idea of converting the older ships to the Tiger-class guns. If the 6-inch guns had proved more immediately successful, I think they would have got the funding for it. If the auto 6 inches are moved. And that then changes a lot of things, because if you have a lot of ships onto those auto 6-inch guns, suddenly, A, keeping them so as long as it makes more sense, but also, you've built a lot more of those turrets. Think about other options you might have built with them for. It's like, if you've got a lot of ships going around with the auto 6-inch guns, do you end up putting them on, let's say, the county class instead of 4.5s? Do you keep with the daring class 4.5s, or do you go with for the counties? Do you go with the quick firing 6-inch or the twin 6 inches?
Because in particular, she has a Leander layout, so 2-4-2 aft, and not bad smattering of AA for what is effectively a town class. Which is actually a design I've wanted to see for some time, but it's a bit like why we get the Tigers the way we do. Because if I remember correctly, there was a design for the Tiger class where instead of dropping to 2 guns, they would have actually had 3 twin turrets.
Oh yeah.
Almost basically a modern Arethusa, which I think would have been a much better design personally.
Yes.
But
that would necessarily be my preferred design.
But as you said, Britain doesn't really have much money at the time to go around on these projects.
And that is... if they are also... It's a case of they'll feed money into things which are quickly successful. If they are not quickly successful, then they are... How do I put this? Less likely to get the less likely to get the money. It's interesting. We did that one then. It would have been a good ship to have. I can imagine. You see, the thing is, it's tied into the reason I tied it in the way I did. I was thinking it through the way that I did was because I've often thought that if they had ended up having the twin 6-inch to be good, you'd ended up with the British possibly going down the twin 6-inch route for the destroyers, and if they do for the counties and they have the twin 6, then they possibly keep that in for the Type 42s and for Bristol. So they all have a twin 6, and then at that point, at a certain point, do the British keep on with the 6-inch gun and not have the 5-inch gun? In which case, the British have the heaviest ship gun in NATO, dual purpose. And if you think about 6-inch ammunition and what you can do with a 6-inch shell, it would be a really, really flexible asset, because the amount of space and volume you have in a 6-inch shell to still have a usable amount of explosive, but also put in various sensors and various adaptability things, means it would be a really interesting weapon system to have gone down. I'd also see if you have a 6-inch shell, you probably have more of a case of keeping a 3-inch as a secondary weapon. So you could end up with British having twin 3-inch and, you know, two twin 3-inch and 2 twin 6-inch being the standard for the county, and then Bristol keeping that, and then probably the 42s doing, and that means in the Falklands War suddenly they have a lot more defensive capability versus enemy aircraft, and also versus the Exocet, because the Exocet is a good weapon, but it's a dumb weapon. If you can, the Exocet in that period, you can stick a flak wall up in front and have it run into it. Nice everyone. Are 8 6-inch guns in 4 twin turrets, and 8 3-inch guns in 4 twin turrets, and 4 40 20mm Oracle Mark 5 A and 20 twin mounts? I'm presuming there's more of this.
Yeah, it says part 1.
Really a viable refit for Edinburgh subclass Suncruiser. The main thing I'd object is why they're getting the Oraclons, not a 40mm AA. They'll probably get 40mm Bofors, not Oraclons at that point. Bull Parakeet. If the British Treasury was forced to join the military as financial reservists, how much better would the Royal Navy be off? Potentially it would be better off, but also potentially you don't have a lot of people who are technically on your reserve strength who you can't call up in wartime. This was one of the things Britain found during COVID, etc., when they tried to activate a whole load of reservists to help out. A huge number of Britain's reservists are already things like police officers and NHS workers, and already people who do a lot in their community. And so you couldn't actually activate them during COVID because they were actually useful. They were already doing stuff. And this is a problem we have in the UK with our reserves. We've let our reserves go very small, and we've made it to a case that only really people who are very highly motivated with easy access can actually join them. So one of the things I find funny is that if you try and find a Royal Navy reserve base, reserve unit in Cornwall, you can't. They're all based out of the closest one is Plymouth. And so that means Cornwall has no R&R. There's not even a sub-unit down here. And this is the scenario you're dealing with from a British perspective. We have Cold Rose, there's all sorts of things in Cornwall, but there's no reservist base down here. The reservist bases and reservist units are mostly in areas where there are larger populations. That makes sense, they can recruit more easily from them. But the people who tend to join tend to be the people who are already highly motivated for their, highly motivated to get involved in the wider public effort of things. And that's a problem. It is. It's not a problem in that those people are bad. Those people are very good. Very kind, very helpful, very useful people. It's a problem in that, frigates. If we want to do anything with these people, it means we can't use them for the other things we're doing with those people. And one person can only be in one place at a time. There are some interesting questions coming in based on that. Does that make sense to you, Dove, Dragon? Having no reserve base down in Fort Cornwall? For the Royal Navy?
Having the incredibly limited reserves we have makes no sense to me.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
It would definitely help.
Yeah, it
one
would,
down in Cornwall and a few other areas, but
it would make so much sense to have one down here.
But then I can imagine them going, yes, but it costs us money to have these, and the question is, do we really need it? Otherwise, it is just affecting the black hole in the budget. Therefore, we cannot afford it, and since we don't need it at this moment, we'll not pay for it now. Because when we do need it, we'll just pay for it then.
Yes, but the trouble is,
and
of
everyone
course,
past the brain goes, no.
You have to recruit people, and people take time to recruit and train. They don't just appear instantly and sprung from the womb, perfectly trained and going, yes, we are here to obey orders.
Yep, but the Treasury and government are very good at going, well, this costs us money now and we don't currently need it, so we'll cut it.
Yeah, although I have to think with the Cornwall Reserve, it's really stupid because you have a massive naval base, well, a base, the air base, Cold Rose. You sit there and go, yeah, why don't you just stick a reserve unit there? It's there. You already own all the site. You just need a building for them. And then they could turn up, and let's be honest, Helston is not the most difficult place to get to from the rest of Cornwall. And it would be in almost the middle of Cornwall, and then you've got access to a whole lot of, because there's quite a lot of former Royal Navy personnel who come live in Cornwall, because Cornwall's always proved quite a good recruiting ground. It's okay. It just, yeah. Carrot. A lot of countries have a US Coast Guard equivalent, but does anyone have an RNLI equivalent? That's an interesting thing. As
in a volunteer based thing, or because as I recall, that's what the RNLI is. It's volunteer,
Yeah.
not actually government funded.
Now, there is the Royal Netherlands Sea Rescue Institution, the Société Nationale du Sauvetage en Mer in France, but most of them, the National Sea Rescue Institute in South Africa, I think other similar ones. Most of these are. The Société Nationale du Sauvetage en Mer has government funding but voluntary support and voluntary membership. RNLI and the RNSRI, the Royal Netherlands ones, are entirely donation-funded volunteer organisations like the RNLI. And there are various independent lifeboats around the world. And in Japan, there's the National Lifeboat Institute of Japan, the Japan Lifeboat, which was founded in 1888, and is a wholly voluntary service dedicated to saving lives from ships in distress off the coast of Japan. But the fact is, if you want to find out more about this stuff, I recommend the Lifeboat magazine. The fact is, the RNL runs a magazine called The Lifeboat, and it regularly features and details all this stuff. And I know that because I have a digital archive of it on my computer, and I just went into that. I was flicking through articles, going, who the frigate is it? I know there's someone. Like I said, were 8 quick-firing 6-inch Mark 26 naval guns really a good replacement for the 12 6-inch Mark 23 naval guns? Yes and no. Yes, it's a good replacement in that they are far more dual-purpose, so you can use them for air defence and all sorts of things, and their rate of fire does give you an equivalent volume of shells on target. No, because it's a reduction down to 8 barrels, and that means you are more dependent on each individual barrel. But you try and get a quick-firing automatic triple mount out of anyone. Dragon? Are you thinking about World of Warships if the British had developed an automatic triple 6-inch mount?
We've got that. In fact, actually, we've got one better. We have HMS Plymouth in World of Warships.
Okay.
It's the 16-gun Edinburgh. And for some reason, they gave it like a 3-second reload.
Oh! So you have a machine gun 6-inch cruiser?
Yes, with 16 6-inch. It is glorious. Going more over to this one, though.
So you can have 326-inch shells heading towards a target in a minute?
Yeah. I said it's glorious. It is utterly horrifying seeing that many 6-inch shells flying through the air.
If you're carrying a standard amount of 6-inch shells per gun of roughly 200 per gun, you could actually empty your entire magazine in 10 minutes.
I think in some of the longest games I've shot like 5,000 shells.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Where we got those 5,000 shells from is perhaps a better question.
Well, if you think about it, for that, you to fire 5,000 shells. 16 times 200 is 3,000. Well, let's say that's 3,200. So you would need to be carrying.
According to my maths, like 312.5 shells per barrel.
Yeah, you'd have to be carrying at least probably. You'd have to be sitting on taking about 400 shells per gun to barrel. See, so 400 times 16, so you'd be talking 6,400 shells. Would be your standard sea load, and that's still at 200 at 320 shells a minute. That only provides you like 20 minutes of fire. That's just scary.
Very much so.
Ramol, why did the USMC use the LAV platform as their APC whilst the US Army used the Striker? Why didn't both branches use a unified APC for chassis? Honestly, because for the US Marine Corps, a critical function of it was transportability at sea, salt water, and they're now moving towards, I think, the Super AV and its ability to maneuver in water and self-propel through water. Whereas for the US Army, it was air deployability and road mobility, which was the critical performance factors. And the Striker was the best option. Basically, it's one case of they are very close together in requirements, but the differences may mean that they make a big difference in what you select. Also, there's the fact that the LAV was selected a lot earlier than the Striker. The LAV has been in service with the US Marine Corps for a long, long time. Riffs, have you ever visited the Alternate History Forum? And if so, have you read some of the story? A long time ago I visited it. I do sometimes pop in, but I don't really hang around too often because it's kind of like with a few other things in this world in terms of history. I used to be quite heavily involved and occasionally do editing and things on, work with Wikipedia. At least research for friends who are writing Wikipedia articles and trying to upload them. Now I don't, because my view is I write books and I have this channel. And if I start going into other areas and other places where people are developing their skills and don't have these avenues, I kind of how do I put this? I already have these options. If I go and take other options away from other people, I'm being kind of selfish. And the trouble is with me going into things like the Alternate History Forum is I'm going to want to add in bits. I know, because in the past when I've gone in there, I added in bits and I wanted to. So it's sort of a case of me not going there because I feel that's almost me taking away the chance for others. Does that make sense, or does that sound really egotistical?
It does, but it makes sense, but I can also understand it being egotistical. It's a bit of both.
I do understand it's egotistical, but basically it's the idea is I've got this, so I shouldn't go to there because I will then get involved in that as well. And I've already got this. So then if I go there, I'm taking the opportunities from others. Because then, no one else can then return here and go, yeah, I'm going to take some of this bit because it's my channel. So it's sort of, yeah, it is egotistical, I feel, but it's also, there is a reasoning behind it. It's a case of, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if suddenly on the 8th of December 8th, 1941, all Japanese heavy cruisers are replaced by Omaha-class cruisers, and the Omahas in USN service are suddenly switched with Takeo class? Info will, of course, cross. What happens? All Japanese cruisers are Omaha class. All their heavy cruisers are Omahas. So I presume you hate Japan because that is cruel, and all American heavy cruisers are Takeo class. And you love America because those are that's the heavy cruisers before they build the Mogamis, and they are gorgeous.
Yeah. And all Omahas in USN service are swapped, so that means they've just got 10 Takao class.
No.
Is that,
The Omaha.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Omaha. So the Americans have replaced their Omahas with tacos. Yes, you really do love the US Navy. They are suddenly incredibly excited and love whoever did this for them. Because they now have some really sexy heavy cruisers.
Furotakas, Aobas, Myokos, Mogamis, Takaos, Tones. All just got turned into Omahas.
Yeah. So the Japanese are dying. And not in a good way. There's going to be no glorious death in this scenario. There's going to be a case of, nice way. Battle of Java Sea, not going the Japanese way. No. And the Americans have now got 10 brand new heavy cruisers, which have got 10 8-inch guns and have got a very interesting belt and have got all sorts of capabilities. And they also use water for armor and fuel for armor. Yeah.
I smell burning back in a moment.
Ramal, YouTube Minecraft watcher, so you hate Japan? You really want to torture them? There are other ways you can torture them. You don't have to do it quite that cruelly. What if the thought process of the Taiwanese Navy using the Chaparral turret and launch with a Sidewinder as their ship's sound system? Do you think the sound platform isn't a good fit for the ship? It provides some capability, and it's usually used on their smaller vessels as a way to upgrade their older ships. As I understand it, if it's the a system I'm thinking of, I'm just going to check. Yeah.
I've returned.
It is being replaced, but, it was used for quite a while as a capability. It was something they could have and they could use. And, there's not much wrong with it. It was... Yeah. Basically, the Chaparral was better than nothing by a long margin, and for the circumstances of Taiwan, if you consider the reality they were in and the world they were in with their navy and the positions they're in, the Chaparral made sense for a long time. Now it doesn't. Hello, Foxo.
I ate 20 litres of glue.
You need 20 litres of glue.
I hope that's what she said, not what I heard.
Well, I'm going to go for glue. And if you want that much and that volume, talk to Drac. He's the one who buys things in... He's the one who buys stuff in industrial volumes. Quite literally industrial volumes. Of the ship-shaped crew, he buys a lot in industrial volumes. Yeah, I know. It was, I didn't think it was, but the trouble is, Ramol, one of the problems that you have with someone like me is, and I mean this in a sort of way that sort of everyone sort of has this, is that I have about a bazillion different number designations of missiles going through my head at various points. And I go, and guns. And before I speak about stuff, sometimes I will go and check exactly which one I'm remembering, for fear that I will talk to you about another one I'm remembering, which is a completely different one. And I'd like to make sure. Because sometimes I do go evolve in, I just, yeah. It's not knowing too much, Senecanera, it's having too much wandering around in my head. But yeah, they're replacing them. They're getting something better. They're getting better stuff in. And you know, Sidewinders are a good missile. And also, logistically, are something they had a lot of. And this makes sense to extent for Taiwan, you know. One of the things they have to worry about in any war scenario is how long their logistics are going to supply. And the more commonality they can have in logistics, the better and safer they are. Because then they can have a larger stockpile. It's the classic thing of, why was the Royal Navy so obsessed with shrinking aircraft types in their fleet, in their carrier group? So they can have aircraft which are more and more multi-role. Was it because they felt passionately about having, you know, simplified aircraft operations? No, it's logistics. It's literally, if they can manage to get one aircraft, or two aircraft types to do all the missions they need, then they only need to carry 2 sets of airframes, 2 sets of engines, 2 sets of fuel supplies, 2 sets, you know, of the various oils and things they might need, 2 sets of training materials, 2 sets of, you know, aircrew logistics and going through the training cycles. That it reduces everything down dramatically. If they can get everything down to 1 aircraft type, that's even better. Because also, if you think about it, if I've got to carry 3 different types of spare engines, and I've got space to store 6 engines, plus their various spare parts and specific tools they need, that's going to take up a very big volume. But if I've got the same volume and I only have to take 2 engines, I could be able to take 8 spare engines in that, because I've got with the 4 of them each, and I've got the space for the parts. For the parts that I don't need to, you know, have from the 3rd engine type. And so I can use that to maybe take more engines. And if I can put it all down to 1 engine type, then that reduces it even further. So this is the thing, it's logistics. And if you consider with the Chaparral and the Sidewinder, etc., you're using Sidewinders for your fleet, for your Air Force. You've already got a stockpile of them. You can it's far easier to store a lot more. And it's the same thing comes down to the CAM system which the British have, which is supposed to provide a common anti-air modular missile, which is supposed to be able to be used from land systems, air systems, and ships. So basically, your logistics, you can supply all 3 branches of your armed forces with 1 stockpile logistics, which means you can store more. In theory. In practice, it's not going to work out that way, because each missile is going to have specific focuses. But, you know, it was nice in theory. Brandon Larson, what would the panel say is the best salmon radar system ever put aboard the ship? Ooh, what do we think? Lady and gent, what do we think?
Sorry, just I was quickly sending a message to a rather important thing.
Don't worry. I would say best area air defense missile put aboard ships is probably going to be the standard missiles, and my specific favorite is the SM-3, but quite a few people are going to sit here and go the SM-6. However, once it comes to systems which are shorter ranged, I really like the Sea Scepter for a point defense missile system. I really like the Sea Scepter. It's a really good system. So I'll probably go with that. Mainly because it has... whilst some of the Chinese ones are really interesting, the Sea Scepter has the stuff behind it, the fact that it's an improver. It's taken evolution on from the Sea Wolf, which was probably the missile which had the most combat experience of any surface-to-air missile system in the period. So, yeah. That probably works out as the sensible option.
Yeah, admittedly, missiles are a little bit out of my area of expertise. But I would agree with your choices are definitely good ones.
Mm-hmm.
As for individual radar systems, I'm not too familiar.
Radar systems, the SBYs are pretty much... There's a reason why pretty much everyone has them. That's the disturbing thing. It's sort of like, it's a case of they've had to be good. They are good, but they've also had to be good because pretty much they are the one which have been the most common and become the default radar system. But it's also because they're the default radar system which works with the Aegis system, I would argue. That does help, and Aegis is a really good command information control system.
If anything, I think while it's definitely not the best by any means, I'll at least throw it in just so I have something as an example of one I find amusing, is the Sea Slug missile.
Oh, good lord. It is amusing.
It's just how it ends up the way it is. It is most certainly not a good missile.
It's full of bright ideas, that story.
Very much so.
Many people had many very bright ideas.
Bright ideas and good intentions, which
are definitely the road to hell. As we have discussed many times, the road to hell, full of them. Bright ideas, good intentions. FDR loses the 1940 election. Does anything change?
check his opponent. Probably.
His opponent was not a particularly brilliant politician from memories. He was quite effective. He was not exactly the deepest thinker.
Wendell Willeke.
I think if he gets elected, I think he probably tries to keep America out the war for longer. But seeing as his policy on Japan is even slightly more aggressive, I think he could find himself fighting a war without having laid the groundwork which Roosevelt laid in 1940-41. No, Ramal, you asked me this question last night, and I didn't say SBY system sucks. I said SBY and Samson have different abilities. But no, SBY does not suck. And also, SBY has been through many, many generations on upgrades, and it's a very battle-proven system in some regards. I'd say it's probably possibly one of the most battle-proven systems in the world. I happen to think that the Samson radar makes more sense to the British because it gives them similar capabilities, but gives it just enough difference that it gives them an advantage when talking with their allies and going, well, our radars can do something slightly different than yours can, so we can complement each other. It's sometimes a trick for an alliance members to go, if they want to make themselves useful and more valuable in that alliance, is to pick systems which give them a slightly offset capability. That means that in certain scenarios they are actually more capable than the Alliance's major player, or the Alliance standard system, if that makes sense. Thank you. So, but FDR losing the 94 election doesn't really change things that much. It really doesn't. Ramol, which Harrier version is the best? The latest AV-8B, Harrier 2 Plus, or the Sea Harrier FA2? If I want to do a long-range air-to-air intercept, I want the FA2. If I want to do bombing operations and using latest and greatest of smart weaponry, I want the AV-8B. That's the reality. The two have the same airframe, but it's kind of like Foxo. If you were asking Foxo to pick which is best between the F3 and the GR of the Tornadoes, they are
Horses
very
for
good.
courses.
Yeah, it's horses for courses. It's a case of, okay, what do you want to do with it?
One's a medium bomber, one's an interceptor.
Yeah.
Just so happened that the bomber came first.
Mm-hmm.
A quick off-topic question.
Yes.
Do you have someone in your family who just cannot make coffee?
Yes.
And you can tell that they've made it because they somehow made the exact same recipe horrible.
Yes.
Yeah, how do you deal with that?
Well, I drink iron brew milk and all the sorts of other things, and have given up trying and don't drink hot drinks anymore. So that's how I've saved myself. In my mother's case, she's spending her life trying to teach my sister how to make tea and coffee that is drinkable.
Are you trying to do it politely or not so politely? The impolite way is to tell them, "I'm sorry, but please do not make my coffee again. I'll just ask me to do so."
I think my mother is working in the suspicion that enough time and effort, she'll be able to get my sister to be able to make coffee. She does fervently believe with enough time and effort these things will be achieved. Me, on the other hand, I've just gone, that's never going to happen. And have carried on with my life happily.
And on my end, I can probably guess who in the family's making it for me. Dragon.
I'm going to guess it's your brother.
His girlfriend.
I was going to say it's going to be her brother's girlfriend.
Oh, so she means well. That puts you in an even more difficult position, Dale, of how to tell her. Because if it's your sibling, you can be far ruder than you can be with their partner.
Yes. And it's especially she makes really good hot chocolate, and I want her to randomly give me hot chocolate. But there's a 50% chance it's her coffee.
Just ask, hey, I really enjoy your hot chocolates. Would you mind perhaps prioritizing them over coffees, please?
Alternatively, ask her if she uses the same recipe, the same mixture strength for her coffee as her hot chocolates. Because if you mix hot chocolate the same way, if you mix your coffee the same way you mix hot chocolate, it will make terrible coffee. So I'd ask her which one she learnt to make first. Because if you learnt to make hot chocolate first, because you think about the amount of powder you put in to make a hot chocolate. If you do the same policy with coffee, you're going to make an incredibly bitter coffee.
I mean, yep.
So I'd be tempted to ask her if which she learnt to make first, coffee or hot chocolate, just an inquiry. And if she says, "Oh, I learnt to make the hot chocolate first," you go, "Oh," and then you have an answer to your question of why it happens, and you can work from there to try and stop it happening anymore.
That probably would work. Again, I can already pass that out because half the time her coffees are more milk than coffee.
Yeah, I'm reckoning she learnt to make hot chocolate first. I'm reckoning she learnt to make hot chocolate as a sort of probably tween, 12 to 30. If you think about how you make a hot chocolate when you're about 12, 13, 14, that sort of thing, and then learnt to make coffee later on, and has just gone, coffee must be the same recipe as hot chocolate. And I bet she drinks hot chocolate more often than she drinks coffee herself.
Yes.
So she probably thinks coffee's supposed to taste that bitter.
The issue is that if you try to tell her, half the time you just get the kicked puppy look.
Yes. Whereas, this is why if you go to the approach of which did you learn to make first, and you sort of started off as that kind of conversation, you don't get the kicked puppy look, you get the, oh, you're interested in me look. And you are interested. I'm interested in finding out the reason why you can make hot chocolate so well, and you make coffee in a form that makes me want to rip my own taste buds out of my mouth.
Pretty much.
It's like I've been told I make my coffee I do make my coffee strong, and I went, well, yes, because I don't drink it, and I learnt to make it actually when I was hanging out with the Navy and the Royal Marines, and they like their coffee strong. When they make their coffee, it's on the strong side. So, therefore, I tend to, when I'm running a revision centre, I supply the tea and coffee, and I tell people, make it yourself. I'll make sure there's coffee, tea, biscuits, everything there for you, but I'm not here to be your tea's maid, and you don't want mine. You honestly don't want mine, because it'll be too strong.
Sorry for that interruption.
No, don't worry. These are important questions. Knight 681. If the Australian Cockatoo and Walsh Hawkins cruisers had come during World War I, when do you think it would enter service? Okay, so it depends when they laid them down. All right. So if the Australian get their own Hawkins class cruisers, basically. They're designed, though, in 1924 and 1929. So, I would say if they get a heavy cruiser, and if they order a heavy cruiser along with the Hawkins class, so about the same time as the Hawkins class, historically, those were laid down in 1916, commissioned 1919, 1921, all those things. So basically, if they lay down two cruisers alongside Hawkins in 1916, and basically Hawkins, Raleigh, and Frobisher all laid down in 1916, so the Australians laid down as in 1916, they could get them completed as early as 1919. It could be up to 1924. So that would be sort of the period I'd be looking at if they sort of build those things, if they get them earlier. Joe Fredericks, will the People's Liberation Army Air Force increasingly willing to export stealth aircraft? How will the Indians respond against Pakistani stealth aircraft without any of their own as a possible response? Well, India is currently looking at buying the F-35. I do know that. Officially, it's been declined as of February this year, but it's one of the things of they keep going backwards and forwards with it. And if Pakistan starts fielding their own stealth aircraft, and it looks like it's going to be a tactical issue, then probably they are going to end up selling them to, buying themselves. But also you have to remember there's currently the significant defense links between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, of course, is buying F-35. So there's all sorts of interesting things going on. Potentially. Potentially, if Saudi Arabia does buy F-35s, India could have issues with that, because that could have an effect on, well, their support potentially of Pakistan. Because again, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a... Okay, so, here's the thing. Iran is annoying to a lot of its neighbours. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan often share resources to deal with Iran. But the links between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia also then for India cause trouble for India to worry. So if Saudi Arabia's got an F-35 fleet and Pakistan is buying a Chinese-built stealth fighter fleet, then potentially India is forced to buy something as well, because their options are domestic build, which will probably not be ready in time, or procure from elsewhere. They probably procure from elsewhere. Nice Aaron, would it be accurate to say by 1922 the Hawkins class design was outdated? I would argue by 1918 the Hawkins class was outdated. Honestly, in the nicest way, we're talking 7.5-inch guns in open bloomin' mounts. It is outdated. Especially for a cruiser, which they end up being. As a light cruiser, it makes sense. As what it ends up being the high end of cruisers and the largest size cruiser you can build, it ends up being at a frigging embarrassment. After the Washington Naval Treaty, and even before then, it's a kind of case of, that's what you're building? Yeah, no. They should have gone with the 9.2-inch gun designs. Sorry for the rant.
No worries.
It was straight
But
into
it
rant.
kind of makes sense to some degree
Ah, that's good.
if you take into account when they were actually designed.
It makes sense when they're actually designed. It doesn't make sense when they're actually being ordered and built.
Yeah, they are sort of like some of the first Dreadnought style cruisers that aren't full battle cruisers.
Yes, which does make it even less sense to go for we're going to go for open mounts. If you know, so when the defining thing of all the ships being built and all those big ships being built is we are going to build them with turrets.
Because how I've always seen them is they're basically an attempt to dreadnoughtify a town class.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that works when the towns are, relatively new ships.
Yes.
Why are they different from the heavy cruiser? Why? Like, unironically, why?
Yeah. It's just a case of it's what they needed to do. This is one of the reasons why I do find this whole period a bit interesting. If you find the writings of Stanley Goodall, etc., going, why are we looking at this as a base of a heavy cruiser? And it's not a heavy cruiser; it's a large light cruiser, and that's the thing. The Hawkins are commissioned as a large light cruiser on the philosophy that they were going to build something like the 9.2-inch Tiger Cubs was going to be coming out soon. Basically, the idea was, okay, the Admirals are now so expensive, battlecruisers are getting so expensive, we can't produce enough of them to do enough global coverage, so we have to have something between them and the light cruisers. You can make two options. You can have a large light cruiser like the Hawkins, which was felt very quickly not to be enough of a step up, and you can have a proper heavy cruiser, or what they were actually sort of commissioned as a real dreadnought armoured cruiser. Or modern armoured cruiser. There's all sorts of ideas around it. But the reality is, they don't get to build those, and then when they're doing the Washington Treaty, everyone just asks, so what's the largest cruiser which is currently in service? Oh, it's the Hawkins. That will be the basis for the maximum ship you can build. And then in London Naval Treaty, they suddenly decide, okay, this large light cruiser, which you've all been building for the last few years, the Americans have built some large scout cruisers, and the British have built some large light cruisers, the county class, that's now a heavy cruiser, because it's got 8-inch guns. And everyone's sort of head just goes, what? Huh? No? No? And that's realistically the problem. If the Hawkins class had been armed with twin 6-inch guns, they would have been... that would possibly been the gun size limit. They were armed with 7.5-inch guns, so they made the limit 8-inch. That was the whole reason they chose the 8-inch gun. If the Hawkins class had been a 12, 15,000 ton design with 9.2-inch guns, that would have probably been A, the cruiser build limit would have been there, and B, the limit would have probably been 10-inch guns.
By the sounds of it, they were just suffering from success.
Yeah. They were suffering from something, all right. And, yeah. Ottomans and Joel Fredericks. Ottomans are more competent at war. They take the Russian Caucasus and Egypt in 1915. What's the consequence of that? Okay, so if they manage to take Egypt in 1915, somehow their logistics and everything holds up and they manage to take Egypt in 1915, they will very quickly lose Egypt, because the sheer amount of firepower that the British Empire will bring to bear. They will probably find themselves dealing with the Japanese as well, because the British will probably ask the Japanese to get involved. So the Japanese army will get to come and have a campaign versus the Ottomans, as well as the Indian army and every other piece of troops that the British can get there. Russia might collapse more quickly. But there's also the possibility that the Ottomans have now made themselves single-handedly the prime focus of the British government, because they have taken the Nile. And they have taken the Suez Canal. And both those things are in 1915 strategically of massive and critical importance. Carl Gasberg, random question is, hadn't India stepped back from the F-35 due to Lockheed snatching Tejas developers? Yes, they have. But in the nicest way, what are your options? Buy the same aircraft as the Pakistanis are operating from China. Buy the Russian aircraft, which seems to have a delivery rate of 1 aircraft every millennium. Or buy the F-35. Or develop your own, which might order. It's amazing how do I put this politely? It's amazing how friendly and helpful people can get in this case of multi-million-pound orders. You shouldn't be having the Circle of Doom, Carl von Gasberg. I'm not experienced the Circle of Doom. It's all working my end. Not sure why. You got a lag spike. So there was a lag spike. Ah, sorry. Don't know why. Do I have to go and brush up Starlink again? But hopefully you all heard my answer. Okay, but yeah, if they managed to take that in 1915, I think we can agree. The Ottomans succeed in making themselves the #1 target of the British Empire at that point, and that's not going to be pretty for them. Do we all agree if they take the Egypt in 1915? Or...
Yeah, you've just royally annoyed the Royal Navy.
You've really annoyed the Royal Navy, and you probably spooked Iran/Persia at this point.
Yeah. I will go brush Starlink. It may help. I have got to get the system working. I've got to get BT to give me the BT business version. In which case, I will leave you two with the question of the non-declined British Empire. Dragon, would you like to read it out for you and Foxo to dictate over?
Yep. So, Knight 6831. Question 3. Would a non-declined British Empire prefer a container ship, tanker, or ocean liner for the basis for a purpose-built hospital ship to replace merchant ship conversions? It's not going to be a container ship, I don't think.
Okay.
Let's actually. Do you think they could set
Right.
up a temporary field hospital on the deck of a container ship?
This is why I will need clarification from Knight, because saying container ship is a lot like saying fishing boat.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Like,
I will-
are we talking one of the large, like, this could feed an entire country container ships, or a Fujimaru coastal freighter? Also, a container
Yeah,
ship.
because my thought is this a container ship where the containers go through the deck to the bottom, to the keel of the ship, or is it a container one where it's got a solid deck and it's built up from there? Because if it's got a solid flat deck built up, that's potentially useful.
Or is it a bucket where it's half and half?
I want to say, Fox, so we can both agree that a tanker's right out. Because
Oh no, a
why
non-declared
would
British
you want?
Empire would
Well,
want
why would you want a
tankers anyway?
Yeah, but for the purpose of a hospital ship, to convert, we're converting either a container ship, a tanker, or an ocean liner into a hospital ship.
Then you want an ocean liner. The ocean liners will already have a massive amount of
Internal space.
Well, they'll have a massive amount of cabins.
Mhm.
So you can turn entire decks into basically massive wards. They already come with sterilization freezers. And their own medical facilities. And they're also significantly more livable.
The USNS Comfort is what I've been directed. Okay, yeah, I can see that it is indeed a hospital ship, but I do question why you would want to convert a tanker vessel to be one. Like, it probably works, but if we're going off ideal, I feel cruise line is definitely the best.
So if you can get a cruise liner, use a cruise liner. If it's a cruise ship, so it's a modern style one,
Oh, good
less so than a cruise liner, but you take that.
Oh, yeah, definitely cruise liner.
Yeah, I would definitely go ocean
Yeah.
liner, container ship, tanker in my list. Because of descending order.
Look, no, tankers would not be a good thing to try and convert. They are container ships are open spaces, so in some ways you could stick a containerized hospital in there instead of the containers, and you could design the modules around it and insert into a container ship, especially if it was an appropriate size one, i.e. not a massive one. Which you probably already covered. But tanker? No.
Because we're also
No.
it depends on type of container ship as well, because you've got the massive ones where it's deck penetrating down to the keel, but then you've also got other container ships where it's basically almost just a massive flat bed that's floating on the water that you've got from the basically level of the forecastle, and you can build up from there. Would be okay. Not
I mean,
ideal.
Calvin
Like, to me, the ocean line is definitely the best.
only-
has brought up the Ro system style container ship, so that would be probably the more sensible options.
Yeah, because Hazegrey brings up the USNS Comfort, which I look at and it's like, yeah, this is reasonable, but it's explicitly described to be less capable than traditional hospitals that's found on land, but slightly better than a field hospital.
Yeah.
And I feel if you've got a cruise liner, you could probably actually make a cruise liner as good as a land-based hospital.
I would like to
Bigger-
clarify that that's better than what they call a grade 1 primary central facility or something like that, which is basically the highest grade of hospital you can get, because that's the way the military thinks. It's either you have got a maximal hospital. No, this one still has, if I'm not mistaken, CAT scans, X-rays, multiple operating theatres, massive wards, areas, an A&E unit. Comfort and Mercy, there are multiple hospital places around the world which are called hospitals, which would not rank anywhere near them if they were put in the standard.
Okay, then fair enough.
They are very interesting, very, very interesting places and facilities.
I didn't know that.
The
Fair
only
enough.
thing I can think of just platonically of using a tanker for is that they tend to have very open deck. So you could put stuff on deck pretty easily.
Yeah, the British
Given how-
converted some of their tankers in World War II, I'm just saying this to back you up, to amphibious warfare ships. This was why the Royal Navy didn't have enough fast tankers around when they went to the Pacific, because Churchill had ordered them converted to amphibious warfare ships to transport landing craft.
Yes, and also wasn't there one in the Falklands, I want to say,
Yes,
that they put a flight deck on a tanker?
yes. Well,
So you've got a very
it was
deck space.
it was a ro-ro container ship style thing, and not a tanker, I think.
Ah.
Yeah, I think she's a ro-ro container style ship.
Because I know it's a very early example, but I'm thinking you could probably do something similar to what happened with the Britannic.
Mm-hmm.
How they converted her into a massive hospital ship, including converting a large number of the mess halls and galleys into surgery wards. So doing that with a more modern vessel, say something from 60s, 70s,
Of all
Could be pretty
places, it comes up in the Days D book. And where a cruise where they find basically they convert a bunch of cruise liners to floating hospitals. And basically, cruise liners are much better than any other ship because they've basically got pre-built wards in them.
Yes,
Because of the cabins.
and they've also got the food facilities, multiple facilities for cleaning stuff, hygienic, and they've got large theatre spaces, etc., and flexible spaces which you can adapt quite easily. They've got good air circulation, which is what you need for modern healthcare. Yeah, lots of things in them already. And you can relatively easily divide off staff and patient spaces.
Yeah, which I don't know where you wouldn't really be able to get on. Well, it's much harder to get on other ships.
You'd have to build it. It's not already there. In a cruise liner or ocean liner, you're adapting it. In a other space, you are building it. Right. Next question. Would an underclass... No, we've already answered that. That came in twice. Ramal 578. Why do the US still use the name cavalry for their units in the US Army, even though they don't use horses anymore, and they're motorized or mechanized army units instead of horses? Because they still act as cavalry duties. Cavalry is not a requirement of horses. Cavalry is a function. It's basically rapid mobility units, and especially cavalry. They're often combined arms rapid mobility, in that they will have enough firepower that they can seize territory, and enough maneuverability they can seize something, enough firepower they can hold it. They're often a combined arms workhorse, basically, which does fit. Isaac Day31. Why aren't the Minion of Australia hospital ships more well known outside of ships like AHS Central? Because they don't do really a great job of publicising them? Calvin Gusberg 8398.
Around 1904, sub-caliber base bleed shells are invented, thus solving the different trajectory problem for mixed all-big gun naval artillery. Lord Nelson's Radetzky's Act. How HMS Dreadnought changes?
I don't think it does.
I'm trying to think why they would use it.
Subcaliber munitions are weird and awkward to work with.
It sounds like all sorts of complicated things to deal with, which you don't necessarily want, especially before computer-assisted fire control and various things you're talking about when you're doing all the maths in your head. Again, Carl, do you really hate the gunnery officers of the 1900s? Has one of them done something really wrong to you? Did one of them steal your grandfather's first wife or something like that, and you're descended from the second wife or something like that? Because seriously, that's being evil to them. And I don't mean this in a jokey way, I mean this seriously. Just think about the sheer amount of maths you're wishing on someone. We're going to have some guns fire sub-caliber rounds, some guns fire their caliber rounds, so that we can all try and work out on the same target. Here, do the maths and put it all together. For what seems to be across multiple ships.
Could definitely have some interesting knock-on effects in some very niche scenarios. Probably not involving naval stuff, but...
Nita said, imagine the range tables on that mixture. Yes, imagine the range tables. Literally, they'd be such a weight. Carrying them around on the ship would be an extra, have to be factored into the actual weight scales of the ship. Basically, Carl Gasberg, you're trying to be cruel to people, is the answer. Joe Fredericks, a similar question to the Goering one. What happens if Ciano takes power in 1939? Does he still join the war in 1940? If Mussolini's deputy takes power in 1939. Honestly, if Graziano Ciano takes power, I'm not really sure. Because Ciano actually objects to joining the war. And he basically spent a large chunk of World War II arguing against them. So Ciano, I don't think he actually joins the war in 1940. I don't think he does. I would say because his main reason for not wanting to draw is he doesn't feel Italy's prepared, and he feels Hitler's broken his promise of waiting till they were prepared. So I don't think he joins the war in 1940. And if Italy doesn't join the war in 1940, there's a very good chance it doesn't join the war at all. That is going to change things. I think, I think if Giano has power in 1939, I don't think Italy gets involved in World War II. Because you think, if they don't join in 1940, when France is being attacked, because Italy's not prepared, are they going to join in 1941? You don't have the North Africa campaign, you don't have the Greece campaign, you don't have anything going on in the Mediterranean. So Britain's going to not have those issues going on there. Germany's not going to have those distractions, but also the fact is Germany's still going to have the Norway campaign issues going on and the operations up there. Britain's going to withdraw its forces, but it's not going to be fighting in the Mediterranean. So Germany's blockaded. It's got an issue in that Italy might try the stuff that it might be a supply route, and actually Chiaro could actually even market it to the Germans as a way of breaking the blockade, that stuff's being brought into Italy and then taken by train from Italy to Germany. That could be his entire reasoning for his position. It actually makes it more difficult for the British then in some ways to fight Germany and to blockade Germany, because now there's far more routes open to them, but in return Britain also has easier access to the Far East and isn't losing forces in the Mediterranean. The Italians don't make any difference realistically to the Battle of Britain, other than they do make the British have to have a lot of forces elsewhere. Also, Force H doesn't need to be brought into existence because you can use the Mediterranean fleet to watch the Vichy fleet, because frankly, again, the Italians aren't part of the war. And you don't have to have the force in North Africa, can probably keep arming up and strengthening themselves, but don't need to go combat operations. So again, you don't need... there are a lot of options here. You don't have Taranto take place. You don't need to have the sheer amount of forces and the high pace of operation going on there. So for the British, it's amazingly easy. It does, if Italy holds off even for a year, it makes things tremendously easier for the British. I don't think he'd get a deal. Joel Fredericks. I don't think he'd get a deal. You have to remember, he might get something off the Vichy French, but if he does do that, then he's aligning himself so closely with the Axis that as far as the British are concerned, he is part of the enemy. So anything he does like that, where he tries to extort or tries to force things, it's going to put him into a position which he can't back out from and can't withdraw himself from. So he's got to an extent, prepare him. He basically, if he's going for the Italian data preparation, that's 1942. The really interesting thing, though, is this means that you probably find that the British put the R-class into the Mediterranean and the Queen Elizabeths to watch the Germans. So you have things like the Warspite and Queen Elizabeth and Valiant being part of the Northern covering force. Which could lead to a very interesting Battle of Denmark Straits, where you have Warspite, Prince of Wales and Hood engaging the Bismarck. In which case the question comes, do they try and operate as a free, or do they put the two battleships together and let Hood operate freely? Or do they take two fast ships off together and have Warspite operating freely? What do you think?
Honestly, I got no idea.
No, I think your point's makes sense. Personally, Luciano does. Yeah, I can't see Italy getting involved.
I can't see it getting involved. I see if America,
It just makes no sense to them.
if 1941 happens though theoretically as is, and Japan attacks, then I can see him potentially negotiating with the Allies to join on their side, but he won't demand land because in a nice way he wouldn't be in a nice way. If he demands land and territory, what he might do is he might say, look, in a nice way, I want Austria or something like that. I can't have Germany getting this close to me. Again.
How much power would he actually have with the... What's called... It's not Imperial Senate, but...
Yeah.
Or the actual...
With the senators.
Yeah. Because I know that's one of the big things against Mussolini is... For being a dictator... The fact that he can be told no so much is a little amusing.
Well, the thing is, Shiano won't even try and pretend to be a dictator in some regards.
Yeah.
And that's going to be his saving grace. He's actually a better politician in some regards than Mussolini. Many regards. So... He could well be successful.
Yeah, I could definitely see them, sort of, especially once they start seeing how tides are turning. I agree with you, the idea of let's join the Allies in this instance.
It's called the Senate of the Kingdom of Italy, not the Grand Council of Fascists Ciano. It's the Senate of the Kingdom of Italy. You have to remember, the entire time Mussolini's dictator, there is a king above him. And he almost finds himself, as I've done a video about in the past, he almost finds himself facing a rebellion when he tries to make himself the same military rank as the king. Because the army's going, no, you cannot be. And the king basically goes, I will allow it because I just don't want a war over this issue.
Which I can understand.
Yeah. Nice, that's all 10. All 10 have now been submitted. So once we've completed that one, I'm going to crack open a can of Iron Brew. And this is especially why I made sure I was going to have the stage open, because I thought, if anyone needed to be here when we got to the final questions from Night, it did need to be you two. You have gone through a lot of them with me.
Audible concern.
Right, Ramol, why did the US design and until this day build flat-top amphibious assault ships or ships that were flight decks instead of just building LPD as assault ships? It's because the nicest way you need aircraft for an amphibious assault, and so you might as well have do both roles with one ship. It also means that the ship can take there, and it's a nice way you can get heavy equipment ashore. It's a one-stop shop for limited amphibious operations, in that it can provide both the heli assault and the amphibious assault, and can therefore get the heavy equipment ashore and the light maneuver equipment for ashore. So it makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. It's a good strategic force multiplier. There's a reason also the Italians and others have them. 9631, question 6. So why were the Type 4161 frigates a failure? Not really a failure, they just don't generate the orders that they're supposed to, and they are almost so focused on amphibious, on ASW warfare, they're not useful for other things. You think about it, and they're ASW warfare frigates, they're heavily armed for that. How do you use them in peacetime, though? What's their peacetime role for an ASW warfare frigate?
They'll say not much of one, so therefore we don't need to order any.
Well, yeah, that's basically the issue. They are potentially very, very useful and very capable, but they also are... What do we need you for, exactly? What do you do for us in this time?
I would argue they could be useful for keeping shipyards going.
Yes, that's great. They can do that. They do provide that ability.
Because it's something that's a little disappointing is how many shipyards have closed over time or had not had enough orders. So while they're not necessarily being ordered in the short term for military purposes, the idea of, yes, by keeping this going, we're keeping the experience of the shipyards of how to build these vessels, the quality expected, you're keeping people employed, which looks good to your voters of, yes, we've secured
that's all.
10,000 jobs.
All true, but what can you actually use them for?
That's
In
the problem
peace,
that there's there.
in peacetime, if they're not, if all they've got is anti-submarine warfare weapons, this is why the Royal Navy learns and they start building basically the Type 23. Why do they Type 23 have a 4.5-inch deck gun on?
You've mentioned this before, and I'm failing to remember exactly the reason.
It's the easiest way to make them general purpose assets because they can do land attack with that, they can do presence missions with that because they can point a gun at someone, and they can be useful in so many different ways just because they have the frigating deck gun. The deck gun really, the deck gun is this force multiplication unit of value for a vessel because it means that they have value even if they are not able to be used in their normal role. And this is what you have turn up. It's basically a case of a lesson of, we can build too focused an asset, too focused a ship, which means that in peacetime, its value is zilch. Because all it can do is this. All it can do is the war fighting. It can't do the presence mission. The 4161s were very good ASW warfare units. They were great for their time on that role, but that's all they were. And that's a problem. Right, what is the most Elbonian gun for each ship type? Sounds good, doesn't work. It's got to be 10-inch for a cruiser gun. 10-inch, definitely for the cruiser gun, because it sounds like it'd be the perfect... It looks on paper like it's the perfect balance of heavy and rapid fire, and then you realise anything over 9.2 inch, the cumulative weight values, etc., just work against you, and you can't actually use it for that, and it doesn't work, and you're just going, no! But it looks so good on paper, it should work! For destroyers, it's going to sound weird, but 3.5-inch. There is a reason why, despite the 3-inch being such a good heavy light weapon, and the 4-inch being the beginning of sort of the medium weapons, the sort of sometimes heavy weapons for a destroyer, the 3.5-inch doesn't turn up as a weapon. And it's much the same. You get the rate of fire of the larger gun, with none of the with not yet enough advantage for that for it to justify its weight differential.
It's only an exception with a 3-inch if you're going pre-World War One with destroyers. Where the gun being physically lighter is the advantage.
Yeah, but it's the 3.5-inch is what I was talking about. Not the 3-inch, the 3.5-inch. Think about it.
Yeah,
How often have you ever heard of a 3.5-inch gun being fitted to a ship?
Nope. I was admittedly just trying to find one. It's like, nope, can't find anything.
Not even the French. Not even the French, Foxo. Even the French knew better than do that.
I found one that's close.
What is it?
The 3.3-inch, 85mm 52 caliber gun that was used by Russian vessels.
Yeah.
And yeah, from what I'm seeing, they weren't great.
No. The trouble is about those sweet spots is too often enough those sweet spots turn out to be nightmare spots. It's like, my personal bet is 17 inches would turn out to be a nightmare spot. I think there's a legitimate reason to you jump from 16.5 to 18 inch. My personal belief is anything which is in that region between those is going to turn out to have all the problems of rate of fire of the 18 inch, but none of the advantages of the none of the advantages of the penetrative capability of the 18 inch because of how the mass works. Oh, Paul has put in a massive question for us for the panel to think about on Twitch.
Should be fun.
Yeah. I'll copy it across. Make sure it's in the set. Ah, no. Paul has put it in the set himself. Yeah, but so 3.5 inch. I would say a 10 inch and 17 inch. Sort of my other levels.
Wouldn't the 88 count as a 3.5 inch? In spirit.
In spirit, it does, yes.
I guess, yeah.
Because that's like, what, 3.4 something?
Yeah.
And those got used on ships quite a lot.
Yes, they did, because that's what the Germans have, and they're pushing around. But realistically, they're kind of being used because they're their standard AA gun, not because, let's be honest, how many times we sit there and go, the 88 wasn't really the right choice. It's the available choice, but it's not really a good choice for what they need.
Fair. I know a lot of the torpedo boats had them, like the World War I torpedo boats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Germans love the 88mm because on land it's a brilliant weapon, and so in theory it should be great at sea. But it doesn't work out that way. Joe Fredericks, why are Western countries facing recruitment issues, meanwhile developing ones aren't? Because in Western countries you can go and earn a very good wage doing other things. And you can also earn societal advancement doing other things. And you have stability doing other things. In a lot of developing countries you have various issues which are mitigating against that. And yeah, there's also, I would say that sometimes this point is made, and I sit there and go, yes, but those countries, the opponent is obvious. It's like, in recent years, the British Armed Forces have been having a bit of an advantage when it comes to recruiting, and things have been getting better. Because it's amazing, once you have a actual visible, there might actually be a threat there that we have to deal with, people suddenly start wanting to serve for some reason. There are lots of people still trying to work this one out, but yes. The moment you actually have a likelihood of ending up needing to serve for some reason, and we're not quite sure why, people decide they want to volunteer and serve.
Or want to have a cause.
Pretty much, that's my opinion. It's just basically it's a cause, and they go, oh, we could be of use, we could be of service.
I also think, because from my own generation, it's a lot of the wars that we associate with serving in nowadays is the sandbox and the oil wars.
Yeah.
Which felt kinda pointless. So, there isn't really a serve and do X for X reasons, is there? Do you want to serve the interest of BP?
Yeah. No, they could. If they were started paying oil executive wages to infantrymen, maybe I would want to serve their interests.
To a degree, I also feel it, and this is in absolute, and this is no offense to anyone who has served in a more recent conflict.
Yeah.
But realistically speaking, the last time most of the West had what could be best described as a real war is Korea. Because with how the Gulf, at least Gulf 1 went, it wasn't a war like most would think. It was a very small, almost isolated thing where, realistically speaking, there wasn't really much threat apart from economically of what happens if said force lost.
Yeah.
But there is none of the whole thing. Basically, we've had, 70 years almost of peace. People don't really know what war is anymore.
I would
Yeah.
say
Or at least-
that,
I would say,
because-
I would, Fox, unfortunately, with some of our generation.
yeah, but I would also say it's also a mixture of societal discontent.
Yes. That doesn't help either.
Because I see this a lot more when you're on American social media, but even with British creators, it's a case of just talking to people. It's a case of what has our, frankly, stupidly incompetent government done to actually give us reason to go and fight for them? They want us to fight and die for what exactly?
Mhm.
If that makes sense.
Put it this way, if I was to go to fight, which to be honest, if I was called up, I probably would at least try. Probably wouldn't get accepted, but still.
Well, that's the other problem I'd say, in nicest way. Sometimes, part of me is saying is that we are still running very much on wars of choice for recruitment standards, which are almost seeking ways to not let people join, rather than seeking to let people join.
Excellent example is a friend of me in Foxo tried to join the Merchant Marine as a chef.
Yeah.
Full cooking qualifications, everything. We're told, no, you're not allowed to because you have migraines.
Yeah.
Even though there's medication which works for this, and to be honest, if you're on a ship in the Merchant Marine Navy, you're probably going to be able to have reasonable access to it. And if not, they can give you like a 6-month supply. You just have to. What you would just do is give it to the ship's doctor then.
Yeah.
Nope. Not allowed to because this makes you disqualified from serving.
Yeah. This is some of the stuff we deal with. I've had this conversation with a lot of people, there's more US volunteers. No, percentage-wise, it's about even. US is probably more in numbers, but you have to remember US has a larger population than most of the others by an order of magnitude. So it does have the numbers advantage.
And it's also something interesting. It almost reminds me of the dissolution of the levies in about 16th century, where most of a nation's recruitable population tend to be the poor and the destitute.
Mm-hmm.
But we're starting to get to the point where, at least perceived by the military, you need almost degree-level qualifications to be effective on the modern high-tech battlefield.
Yeah.
So the armed forces aren't looking to recruit fishermen or checkout clerks or store clerks or farm hands, which historically that was a lot of the British Army's recruitment gap, where it was.
They are now
You
trying.
peasant, you want a better life? Join the army.
Yeah.
Yes, you might die, but you'll have money and you'll see the world, and you'll learn skills that you can use when you get back.
Yeah. And
Nowadays, they're trying to get the middle class to fight, and the middle class have never liked fight.
the middle class traditionally have, how do I put this politely, have tended to join things like the Navy, not the Army. And because usually it's been, this is your technical skills, you can go use your technical skills, and you're going to travel around the world in reasonable comfort and reasonable support, and things are going to go reasonably well for you, probably. The Navy was always the middle class avenue. The Army was, we'll get some middle classes for our officers, and possibly for our, especially for our warrant officers, but the Navy is where the middle class ends up. But yeah, it's one of those scenarios where you're sitting there going, we have kind of shot ourselves in the foot a bit with some of the ways we've structured things.
Pretty much. I don't really know what else you could call some of the restructuring that has been done. Put it politely.
I think we also, with the wars of choice idea, we were sort of increasingly thinking, oh, okay, yes, militaries are not going to be a mass profession, they're going to be a profession, and it's going to be like any other profession. You know, you can be a doctor, you can be a this, you can be a that, and you can also be in the armed forces. And you're sitting there go, yeah, you can be. You can be. Yes, well, you know,
With an IT degree, why would you be?
AC-75, if you want to one thing about yachties going to war, look up the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve, and this was something I was talking about the other day, is when the Royal Navy got rid of the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve, they got rid of a lot of their recruitment of people who, frankly, were very useful for making the case for the Royal Navy, but also were incredibly useful for actually wartime and war service. And they basically went, oh, we're going to fold them all into the same reservist unit. And the trouble is, when you lost the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve, you lost a lot of the... Well, it used to be quite a lot of the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve was basically, there would be yacht clubs and fishing clubs for gentlemen fishermen and gentlemen yachtsmen and they would literally were joined it. And then you look at World War II and you look at the the Women's Royal Naval Service and the Royal Navy Reserve that gets activated and goes off and runs the war in the, you know, commands trawlers and runs Flower class corvettes, and the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve is overwhelmingly disproportionately represented in these roles. Because they have conning experience, they have inshore water experience, and they're available. And frankly, the people who have, you think you're going to be taken up going, oh, the merchant sailors, you need them to go and run the actual proper merchant ships. And if anyone's got actual more experience, you've got bigger ships you need them to go run. And it's one of the things of the people you think you'd be calling to run those ships are not the people you're calling to run those ships, because the people who do run those ships in peacetime, you want to go run other things in wartime. And yeah, Poles are also fairly large in number, Representative Rommel. So yeah, that's part of the problem. Rommel 5708. Do you think the Bradley platform is outdated IFE designed by 2020s? You've included Ajax. Sorry, you've undermined yourself by including Ajax in the list. CV90, pretty good. Puma, pretty good. The Americans are looking at next generation IFE. It's just it's a while behind, and the Bradley is. How do I put this politely? The Bradley is turning into kind of the swordfish. It keeps surviving everything. But the XM30, I think, is the one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's the XM30. I seem to remember reading an article on Task and Purpose about it. But the trouble is, the Bradley's just so frigging useful. Basically, when you start looking at what you want to replace it with, you're basically going, right then, it needs to be everything to replace the Bradley, because the Bradley just does it. It's one of those scenarios. What do you really want an APC for? Is it a battlefield taxi? Is it a fighting vehicle? What is it for? Is it an infantry fighting vehicle? Is it an APC? What's it going to do? And the thing is, The Bradley's been the gold standard for quite a long time. Yes, there are other systems which are better. I would argue, sitting there looking at this, I really quite like the Puma. I really like the CV90 for different reasons. One is a really, really good vehicle if you're Germany. One's a really good vehicle if you're not Germany. I would also say that the Israelis have come up with some good stuff. And I would even say if you look at some of the latest ones by the Koreans and the Chinese, they are also very, very good. But the thing is, the Bradley... You're preparing to build a vehicle which is going to be built on an unprecedented scale. And the Bradley, to replace the Bradley in all its roles, considering all the Bradley does, is a much bigger task than a lot of the other options. There have been nearly 7,000 Bradleys built. Nearly 7,000. And they restarted construction in 2004 of them, didn't they?
Yep.
Or they restarted some sort of... I think it was basically a lot of work on them from 2004. I think the US themselves has roughly 6,500 in service and reserve. Yeah, you are... whatever project you go with to replace these vehicles is going to be massive. And again, they started design in 1963. They've been produced since 1981. They've been in service not long after that. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bradley sees 50 years in service. Because of the time it's going to take to replace it. Because of the complexity. Not really, Ramol. They don't stink in the 2020s. The Bradley you're fighting today is not the Bradley of 1981. They've got a lot of tech in them and a lot of capabilities put into them. And also, you have to remember, in Ukraine, they are mostly fighting with the vehicles they were designed to fight. Because, let's be honest, a large chunk of the vehicles they're now fighting in Ukraine are actually what have come out of the Russian reserve stockpiles. So they don't stink. Yeah, they don't stink. They're actually they're fighting what they were designed to fight. That does help you.
Like, you have got to remember, especially with Bradley, that the Bradley of today is not the Bradley of the 80s. It's like saying the modern day Abrams sucks because the Abrams of the 80s, frankly, sucked.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're not even really the same vehicle at this point.
It has wholly different track suspension. I think I don't think there's really anything other than maybe the basic shape which has survived the original Bradley and the Bradley.
No, the original Bradleys had the potholes in the side.
Oh yes.
So they're different hulls. It's why when this came up with Unsung Fleet, we had to specify: are we talking the M2 or the M3 Bradley?
Yeah, and again, you're quite right. Again, Derp Squad, the Bradleys in Ukraine aren't the ones with all the upgrades, but they also aren't They aren't the original 1980s Bradley either. Most of them are early 2000s level Bradley, which is again a very different vehicle than even today, but also a very different vehicle. Yeah, it's a fun time. It's basically all these vehicles. Many ways are battlefield hot rods by this point, because for many years you couldn't get money for a new vehicle, but you could get money for upgrades because it was seen as the cheap option. So they've been upgraded and upgraded and upgraded upon upgrade upon upgrade upon upgrade upon upgrade upon upgrade, and so you've ended up with these vehicles which are very, very different than they were originally. Merle, opinions on the USMC moving on from the tracked AAV-7 to the wheeled ACV. Do you think it's a downgrade since the wheeled amphib? Not really. What the amphib's supposed to do, it's going to be fine. It does give you slightly higher speed of entry once you get in. Fits more with the raiding doctrine that they were talking about, and if you're going for the island doctrine, again, it makes a certain sense. Also, you are looking for a reason to drop down in size from the giant AAV-7, because honestly, those are massive. They are lovely, but they are massive. Fox, so can you look it up for me? I think you can carry 18 troopers inside them, but I could be wrong on the AAV-7s.
AEV7.
Yeah.
Oh, that thing. Yeah.
It's 18 troops inside, isn't it?
21.
Huh?
Yeah, 21.
21.
21.
Three crew, 21 passengers.
Oh, good lord. So it's even worse, I'd imagine. But basically, that's a nightmare if that gets hit. So, to an extent, if they'd gone, for the US Marine Corps, if they'd gone with next generation, they'd have been asked, oh, why can it only carry this many troops? Why can it carry... So, by changing to the ACV, you have a chance to drop down to something which is a more sustainable number per vehicle. Does that make sense to everyone here? Because this basically is politics. So normally it doesn't make sense, and I do understand. I'm going to understand if people are going to go, what do you mean? But basically it's politics of how you can go. Because if you go to politicians to go, I want the same vehicle again, but I want it far smaller with less people in it, because frankly this is nuts, they're going to go, but then you're going to need to replace this vehicle with basically the same type of vehicle on a 2 or 3 for 1 ratio. But if you go, actually, no, what I want to do is I want to go wheeled version, this with these options. You go, oh, we're doing this vehicle. It's very different from this one. Oh, okay, then we don't compare the number. Basically, politics and trying to create a new standard that would fit the new age, because the party in power wanted a new standard for the new age. They wanted everything to look wonderful and new. They wanted to get rid of some of the old names because of their political connotations. Basically, the type system was a chance. Night Cigarette from why did the Royal Navy attempt to adopt the type system for its ships? To get away. And basically, the type system is their reaction to the desire for the change for things to get rid of some of the politics and names of ships. This is their question for Dragon. Would this be a good formation? 1 Imperial, 1, 2 Vindicators, 4 Strike Cruisers, 4 Carracks, and a flotilla 12 of Tartans.
Yes.
I can't see anything wrong with that as a formation.
Yeah.
If I found myself in Commander, I wouldn't be crying about it. Ramal. No, Karen.
Cruisers.
Yeah.
2 good cruisers, 4 good light cruisers, effectively, 4 screening cruisers, and 12 patrol ships. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've got an Imperial Star Destroyer sitting in the middle, so you've got something heavy to whack things with if you need to. Let me just check. No, the ACV is not huge. It has kept the crew at 3, but has dropped the passengers down to 13. Ramal. There is a big difference between carrying 13 people and carrying 21. A big difference in terms of the reality of options. If you think about it, basically what you're saying is that if you consider historically you'd required 2 vehicles to carry 42 people, you now require 3 to carry 39, so you're not matched in there. So you add it, you go basically go right then. So we'll go 3, that would carry 63, and for the equivalent to be carried on this one vehicle, you're basically going, okay, another 3, another 4th one, it takes you up to 52. Basically, you're getting to 5 and 65 personnel, so 5 ACVs are about the same capacity as 3 AAVs. That's a difference in terms of operation, which really does matter. That really does matter. In terms of personnel survivability in terms of spreading out your force. Yes, it's still quite a few people, but again, think about what they're talking about in terms of operations. They're talking about an island hopping campaign, they're talking about island securing campaign. What do 13 people equal? That equals a couple of fire teams, that equals a heavy weapons team, and that equals a command team, doesn't it? Because think about that, a fire team, how many people in a fire team, usually?
7.
7 would have been my guess too. You'd have what's called 5 riflemen, then 2 support.
US Marine Fire Team is 4 personnel.
Wow. Okay.
So it's a corporal, usually a corporal as a sort of team leader, usually an automatic rifleman, a grenadier, and a rifleman. The corporal will also tend to carry a rifle. Your standard squad is made up of, in terms of rifle squad, is 13 personnel, which will usually have a squad leader and 3 fire teams in it, of one of which, and usually when we're talking about amphibious operations, we will talking about having a heavy weapons unit supplement one of the fire teams. So literally, that is what you're talking about. Each fire team has a grenadier. Each fire team will have at least 1 rifleman, and probably the fire team leader will also act as a rifleman. And each fire team will carry an automatic rifleman, which basically you and I would call light machine gun guy. Mm-hmm.
It's a machine gun.
And for those more interested in this, yeah, I just quickly found my note in it, found where I can find it for you. Yep, there's a link there. Yeah, the one with the N249. The one whose job is to make sure that no one goes hello when you don't want them to go hello. Ramol, why did the US Army deploy fighter jet missiles as a ground-based SAM? This is my Ammo assignment. Do you think it's again, it's logistics. It's logistics. And they're good weapons. Let's see. So if the Francisco Caracolo class was built, what might they replace? Now, normally I will answer this question quickly as it's question 5, but there is actually, I think, a video topic for patrons to vote for a whole long form on this one. So I'm going to be quite quick, and then I'm going to let Foxo and Dragon take a lead, because they could be they're sort of going to be interesting on it, whereas I'm going to have potentially a long discussion of it. I think they would replace an older ship. I think that's what the Italians would have them replace, is the older ships, if they're going to replace anything. They might just stick them in reserve. The Italians, you have to remember, the Regia Marina at that point were considering sticking vessels in ordinary, so they might well keep them rather than do a direct replacement. But there's their pre-dreadnoughts, which they are getting rid of, so it would technically probably replace them in terms of their utility. Foxo, Dragon?
Yeah, no, I can't imagine the Italians wanting... they'd get rid of pre-dreadnoughts. I can't imagine they'd want to get rid of their surface fleet, because while even their oldest dreadnoughts are old, a dreadnought's a dreadnought. And Italy's got severely limited numbers of them.
Yeah.
So if they can place them into that sort of ordinary or reserve status, even if they're not to be kept there forever, it's basically so if anything does happen in the next 10, 15 years, potentially, they can bring them out and have them at probably workable status after some time in a dockyard.
We have something we can use.
Yeah, effectively.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, 12-inch guns are still 12-inch guns.
Yeah.
or even the Italian calibers. So
That is the question.
Beyond that-
Sometimes I think sometimes people forget 12-inch guns still are 12-inch guns. They still count. Seneca, we all know that sometimes naval guns were used by land armies as siege guns. Was it sometimes the other way around, i.e. land cannons used on ships in a slapdash manner? Maybe as emergency.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
There's an example I quite like, which is very amusing.
Please do tell.
But
Oh, Foxer, do you want to quickly say something there? Sorry.
okay, so go back to Age of Sail.
Mhm.
A lot of Gustavian artillery, so the chambered demi cannons,
Yeah.
were oftentimes pressed into service on galleys and smaller warships.
Yeah.
During the 7 Years' War. Because cannon is cannon.
Yes.
It's why then you find the amusing incident where they ended up strapping one of the Dardanelles guns onto a sailing frigate and shot it at the Royal Navy. This is a cannon that was previously meant to be pulled by 60 oxen designed to siege the walls of Constantinople. And they strapped it to a boat and shot it at the Royal Navy until they surrendered. Because trying to reload that thing is a pain. Is one of the most famous examples of, yes, let's take land cannon and put it on boat. If I remember correctly, I think it actually did hit a Royal Navy vessel. I'll need to double check that.
That must have been a significant emotional event. But yeah.
It's a several ton rock being thrown at you at high velocity.
It works.
It had not been used for 340 years, as finally when it was put into because the siege of Constantinople in 1453, they used between 12 and 62 of them to siege Constantinople's walls. 340 years later, at 1807, when the Royal Navy appeared and commenced the Dardanelles operation, they loaded them with propellant and projectiles and shot them at the British ships, resulting in the British taking 28 casualties from it. This fired a solid granite spherical round, roughly 25 inches in diameter, with a weight of density of 2,600 kilograms per cubic meter and a weight of 340 kilograms. And they were shooting these at Royal Navy vessels.
That must have
So,
been, a significant emotional event.
To say the least.
Yes.
I think there's been a couple of other cases where they've strapped large guns to surface ships that are initially intended as artillery.
You've got that one Liberty ship that when under attack by U-boats, and Merchantman in World War II decided to park a bunch of Shermans on its deck to try and scare off a submarine.
Weren't they already on its deck for some reason?
I don't really get why they would think that would scare off a submarine, but
Well, if you try to surface attack and those guns open up on you, you soon know about it. Give me a second.
I mean, that just seemed like a strange one.
I don't know if this was initially intended as a ground-based one, but apparently yes. I think one of Leonid Dorevsky designed a 12-inch recoilless gun for, I believe, ground-based operations, and they then stuck it on a destroyer. So yeah, that one I'm not too sure about. It was especially designed for army use, but it's at least an amusing one of sticking stuff that really shouldn't be there on things.
You've got the D-Day destroyers that they mounted land mattress on.
Yeah.
I know technically land mattress isn't a cannon, but
No, but it's
all
definitely
land-based rocket artillery. So close enough in my eyes.
and there's probably a whole bunch of other examples throughout history that are not so talked about, where someone's took something that should be on land and stuck it on a boat.
It's not that hard of a concept to come up with. Because I know a lot of the Venetian siege galleys that were at the... Oh god, it's one of the Catholic League against the Turks.
Well, that's out of my period, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember what it's called. It stopped the... Lepanto. That's it. Is it Lepanto? That saw the first use of cannons on galleys?
It's not the Panto that sees the first use of cannon on galleys, but that is the really major use of them that we sort of, the first time we really sort of go, ooh, warfare's changed, cannon are a big part of warfare.
Yes, because that's the ones where the Portuguese are involved, and they bring a couple of carracks.
Well, there's the galleases as well, and there's a few carracks, and there's galleases, and there's all sorts of interesting things there. And the galleases have cannons as well. There's earlier battles where they turn up with a couple of carracks and go, hello! And that's why the galleases get built and all those sort of things, because, well, when someone turns up and says hello to you, and they have cannon, you say hello back with cannon. Right. Joe Fredericks. No, Ramol. What? Oh, this one's an easy one to answer. Why did the US Army and US Marine Corps have different attack helicopters, being the Apache and Cobra Viper? Why didn't they both adopt the Apache? Because you needed to make the Apache be able to deal with saltwater before the US Navy could use it, if that makes sense. It needs to have that sort of. You need to have saltwater, and yeah. Saltwater is fun. It's also the sort of thing which is guaranteed to make your life painful if you don't pay attention to it. And so this meant that whilst they might have not wanted to have to go to that cost, they did have to go to that cost. They did have to make sure everything, was saltwater proof for the Cobra Viper to operate from the US Marine Corps landing ships. And you also have the fact that the US Marine Corps, especially when they're starting the Cobra, they basically look at the Huey production line and they go, well, what can we use that's going to have commonality with the Huey? And that's very sensible. It does work out very, very sensibly for them. But, again, I don't want to overstate this too much. There are limits to this, and there was actually an interesting program which was looking during the later Cold War at making what was called the Sea Apache. Britain especially was interested in it because for them, that's what they basically ended up operating anyway. The British basically end up operating the Sea Apache anyway because of the things of operating HMS Ocean. So a lot of the ideas are put in, and eventually, longer term, I could see if the program continues with such ships, such aircraft, you will probably find it done. You will probably find it is continued on, and they do develop a whole new system of a joint aircraft, but. I honestly see the attack gunship becoming more and more a drone role over the future coming years. I see that very much the role which drones could take over. I'm not sure the rest of my panel agrees with me, but that's what I think. What do you all think? Do you think a drone role is more likely at future?
I think so.
Wouldn't surprise me per se, but
We've been there with drones before. It's drones that incredibly capable as long as there's nothing interfering with their link to command, basically.
Mm-hmm.
If an Apache that's got a pilot, if it loses, say, it gets jammed out and it can't communicate back to HQ, it's not gonna panic and do something stupid.
No.
Like some of the things back in the Gulf War, you saw Predator drones. So in Afghanistan, you saw Predator drones doing when they lost connection. And you're like, okay, so if it's smart enough to operate fully autonomously, that's going to be hella expensive because of the hardware you got into it.
Yes.
And you're getting to the point where biological meat computer cheaper than actual computer.
Mm-hmm.
And especially with what's going on with hardware prices in the modern day.
That is the other thing people forget with them. It can be that case. I think.
So,
Yeah.
those of you that don't know, alongside the AI bubble, one of the largest driving forces in 2022 and 2023, the increase in computer hardware pricing for low-end components was the war in Ukraine.
Yep.
Because there's a very limited supply of chips and RAM sticks and processors and receivers and broadcasters. Like, they're only so cheap currently because there's limited demand for them. Makes sense.
Yeah, when demand goes up, they become incredibly expensive very quickly.
Yeah.
Setting land guns up as ships guns during naval transport artillery units. I think we covered that in the earlier answer to the earlier question. Because there was the tanks, which were used for that role. 1981, question 8. It's gone up. The number's gone up. As destroyers and frigates seem to have developed down a path similar to what the RN has done, would it be right to say they had the right idea? Look, the point about that, if I say yes to that, that makes it seem like the Royal Navy is the only one who has the idea. It's not really the case. It's the RN are the first to follow that logical idea, that logical path. Others are also looking at the same logic path. They just haven't ducked down there for various reasons first. So that's more the sort of thing. The British do have the right idea, but lots of us have the right idea as well. It's just the British get there first because that's what fitted in their building cycle. Joe Fredericks. Every single Japanese capital ship, except carriers, are replaced by the Yamato class. However, US get forewarning for Pearl Harbor. What's the result? Pearl Harbor turns into an ambush. I think I've done videos about the Pearl Harbor, basically the Americans getting forewarning for Pearl Harbor. Basically, any scenario where that happens turns Pearl Harbor into an absolute ambush of the Japanese. Because if you know they're coming, even by a few days, you can get carriers and things in position to strike them. You can have fighters ready. You can be prepared for air attack. You can have all your aircraft airborne. You can do all sorts of things. You can have all your ships locked up and in position. If they are in harbour, they could all be locked up and actually be in proper fighting condition. Or you could actually have them out at sea. And so the Japanese could turn up to attack Pearl Harbor, find no ships in the bay, and find American carriers launching a strike on their carriers, while their aircraft are all away elsewhere. Because what you do is you time your attack to be coming in, hopefully time your attack to arrive after they've launched their second wave. So they've got 2 waves of aircraft away, and boom, you bushwhack them with your aircraft. And then it doesn't really matter what the Japanese have in terms of battleships. They ain't winning that war. Senator, what is the most surprising nation or fleet that gave the Royal Navy a defeat?
Jokingly, I would say the Icelandic.
Pretty much it is. That is the Icelandic fishing fleet is probably the closest to a surprise. Most of the times when the Royal Navy's lost, they've lost to people like the Spanish or the French, etc. When the Spanish and the French have been fairly strong, and it's made sort of sense. So, yeah, I think
Another one which I haven't heard talked about and I think's pretty interesting is the Battle of Dublin Harbour,
okay.
when the IRA during the Easter Uprising engaged a pair of British torpedo boats and coastal craft
Yes.
and successfully drove them out of the harbour. It's just... It's not really a big defeat, but it's still a defeat.
When was that?
It'll be...
19
no, I'm
19
getting my dates mixed up. I think it's the 1970s one.
1922.
Yeah. I got my dates mixed up, haven't I?
I was just sort of checking. I was going, yeah. Yeah.
Wait, no, don't worry, I'm getting two of them mixed up.
Alright.
Merged together.
Alright.
Because there's one time where one of the gay class was engaged and driven off by the IRA. I get that mixed up with the one in the Easter Rising. Don't mind me.
Because the gay class are 1950s.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries. These things happen. And okay. Michael Cooch, would it be correct to describe US Essex Swarm as the third rates of World War II carriers? Not the biggest or the best, but good enough and affordable in quantity. Yeah, to an extent. I describe an Essex as you take a Yorktown design and you decide strip off everything which prevents you from being able to do mass production. And so I'm not sure I'd describe as third rates because, let's be honest, they have a very large air group, same size necessarily as Lexington's, but they still have us definitely up there. The Yorktowns, no, they're not down third rate in terms of air group size. I'd say that it's more a case of they are a mass production version of the Yorktown, and that's what they are. They're mass produced. So to that extent, it's a first rate design produced to third rate production specs, if that makes sense. In terms of third rates were designed to be the mass-produced ship of the line. So basically, it's a case of right. We want a first rate in terms of its guns and its firepower capability. We want a third rate in terms of its cost of its production standards. Okay, go for it. Because it's kind of like you going, okay, right. We're going to build a first rate, but we're not going to bother with. The stern, instead of actually having gold inlay, is going to be painted gold, not gold leaf. We are going to, instead of using all those fancy carved fittings, which we tend to use on first rates because of the higher status, we're going to use the standard bulk fittings, which we factory mill, and all those things, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Joel Fredericks, the Japan is given 50 megaton warheads. They're allowed to deploy them anywhere on the planet. Can they win World War II?
What do we class as a win here? Because, what? 50, 10 megaton, was that the other way around?
10 50 megatons.
10, 50. Then, yeah, to be honest. Again, they're probably not winning, but they can at least basically go, right, no, leave us alone.
So,
No, they're warheads. They're allowed to deploy anywhere on the anywhere on the planet. So they can't. That doesn't mean they can fire them anywhere on the planet. They can deploy them. So if you deploy them, let's say you've got a warhead hidden in Washington City, Washington DC. If you've just deployed it, you have to either defend it or you have to use it. Because otherwise, I could go and neutralize your control of it.
I think, most when it comes to World War II, you could probably pull off a TNO situation where Japan gets the bomb first. They're able to secure a piece of America, where it becomes very obvious that America's going to be coming for round 2 after they get the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think's the most realistic outcome of this.
That's to my mind it as well. You've basically got peace with menaces, and that menaces are only going to give you peace for so long.
Hmm.
Knight 681, do you think the Type 32 frigate will get a build as it seems to be on life support right now? As I keep saying, Type 32 is batch 2 Type 31. It'll get built, but, you know, we'll see what happens. At the moment, it's going to be on life support because they're currently doing things with the Type 31 project, and that's taking primacy. But seeing as the two things are being run through the same project office by the same team, I can understand why it can look very much like it's on life support, because the person can turn around and go, well, I'm Type 31 project director. Good. Also, I have control of the Type 32 project. Oh. What are you doing currently? Currently, the Type 31 is at a critical point in its junction, and about 26 hours of my day are focused on that. How much time do you have to Type 32? At the moment, we haven't even signed a contract or even worked out the bill of requirements for that yet. In the nicest way, let me concentrate on what's driving me nuts right now. Basically, once we've got about 3 of the Type 31s in the water, then the Type 32 will suddenly become a hot project. Until then, don't worry about it. And by the time that happens, well, the boring but competent party might have taken power in the UK, and who knows? Then you could be dealing with Foreign Minister Foxo trying to carry out various issues and policies.
Do not make me foreign minister.
Foreign Minister to France, I'm hearing?
Oh, ambassador to France.
Yes.
Yes, I like the suggestion, Dragon.
That's you get France last. When I hear that ambassador's accent. And some person of questionable intelligence in the Académie de Francis tries to tell me to speak that god awful language.
No, Fleet would not be Minister of Transport. That's Garrus. We did consider giving Fleet the role of Minister of Culture and putting him in charge of the BBC.
I don't think Fleet likes BBC.
No.
No, it's
That's
Runon.
more Runon's alley.
It's Runon that keeps cringing anytime they hear it.
No. Runon does cringe all the time at BBC. I have no idea why.
I don't think she likes radio news, to be honest.
I think, yeah, it's either that or she has an
It's
incredibly...
more than just radio news.
Yeah. There are options. There are options. Right then. Next question. Do you think that China's civilian technologies and experience has allowed them to develop emails for the fusion carrier quicker than it would have worked out without it? No. Let's be honest, what are your civilian technologies that are going to come into emails? Maglev? No. The Chinese maglev work is interesting development. I think that's the Shanghai maglev train, or the Transrapid, which is the one they talk about. And it literally goes for 19 miles, 29.8 kilometers. It's an elevated. It's got it's got 3 trains in service and 1 train in training or production or whatever. I'm not sure. Only a total of 4 have been built. And it runs from the airport to the main railway station, I think. There are a few other systems they have in China, but they really... Yeah, the big advantage others have in maglev research has been is all Japanese based. There's a lot of interesting thing going on between the Chinese and the Japanese maglev programs, and frankly, my money's on the Japanese one. The Shanghai system is German made. Yeah, that was one of the things I was not sort of... let's put it this way, the Chinese program buys a lot of components from abroad, but they do have a lot of smart people in, and it's difficult unless you can get into the actual documents to, how do I put this politely, accurate assess how much comes from one or the other. Now, next question. Brandon Larson. What if suddenly in 1938 all British and American battleships and cruisers, both heavy and light, are swapped? And you can't just transfer them after. The Royal Navy hates you with a passion if that happens in 1938. Luckily, it means that their King George V's, which are under production, probably keep getting built, but they've just lost their entire fast arm. They can still fight the war, but yeah, they're going to be annoyed. Foxo, Dragon, what do you think?
What, on the what? All British American battleships and cruisers are swapped?
Yes.
Well, this is made awkward. All of a sudden.
You can't, apparently, you specifically cannot
And we
swap
can't just
or
transfer
sort of
them
draw
back.
back, yeah. Terrible including that one in there.
There's not the cruisers there that the Royal Navy really wants.
Yeah, I just thought the cruisers are going to cause the Royal Navy now have to deal with the Omaha class.
Yeah, you don't have any of the counties which the Royal Navy's kind of been expecting to have. All of a sudden you've got a bit of a mishmash of cruisers, but relatively speaking they're not that bad, but they're not really what you've been expecting to have to use.
They're not really what they need.
Yeah.
Maybe they still have some counties because they have the Australian counties. It hasn't changed those over.
Honestly, the losing of the battleships could be a bit of an awkward one.
Now,
admittedly, it doesn't say battle cruisers. So that means, going off that it doesn't mention battle cruisers, it does mean they keep Renown, Repulse, and Hood at least, which will be incredibly important to them.
that actually, because I thought they would go, but you're right. You've read battleships, and well, that means the British actually have a slight upgrade in ship numbers.
Mm.
They now have 3 Colorados. So they have 3 16-inch gun battleships.
And you've got, what, most of the standards still?
Yeah.
So
Yes,
you've
like-
lost your 5 R's, you've lost your 5 QEs, and you've lost your 2 Nelsons. So what, you've lost 12 ships there, but you've gained 3 Colorados. I'm just not sure if you gain it back in the standards.
If we're going by launch ships, now going through the things. Oh damn! Let's see. Has a North Carolina been launched? If one's been launched, the Royal Navy's picked up a North Carolina. Dang! They're launched in 1940. They're laid down in 37, 38. Dang. Oh, the Royal Navy would go, woohoo! Got a 9-16-inch gun, 28-knot ship. We'll take that. We'll take that happily.
I'm just going through the American one.
It's not the worst scenario, but the British are probably going to be going, we need to rejig our logistics. And a lot. Got a fairly decent amount of ships. The Americans have now got the R's and the Queen Elizabeths and Nelson and Rodney. So their main problem is going to be looking at the fleet and going, we've dropped down to 12 battleships.
Actually, no. If I'm looking at this, US is looking at. I've been checking. I think the Royal Navy's now got a lot more hull numbers because I think they now have 18 battleships.
Yeah.
Admittedly, most of them now only do 21 knots. And are definitely vintage.
Yes, but the Royal Navy can use those for convoy escort or positioning in places. The Royal Navy is going to have to work very hard on bringing in the King George V. There's going to be no chance of a pause of construction.
Yeah.
Admittedly, an upgraded 14-inch gun starts to make more sense in this scenario. Because the British can upgrade a lot of
the loss of speed, I think, would hurt the Royal Navy quite significantly.
Yeah.
Also, a number of these ships have not great range either, so... But that's something the Royal Navy can work with at least.
Yeah, the Royal Navy has facilities to work with that. And they have got the 3 Colorados.
Yes.
So those are helpful.
The US are suddenly panicking of, oh god, we now need to make new ammo lines for 15-inch guns.
Ramon, please don't, we're not hating on the USN, it's just that whereas during the 1920s and 30s, the Royal Navy got money from the government to upgrade and modernize most of its battle line and its ships in various points in various ways, so that most of them, whilst they might not have been modernized to 1930 standards, were at least modernized to 1920 standards or something like that. You try getting money out of Congress. Then we have the US Navy's cruiser collection in 1938. Again, not the cruiser collection they're going to fight World War... some of the cruisers that come later. We'll talk about their 1938 collection of cruisers, which include things like the Omahas, which the Royal Navy is going to look at and go, oh, good lord.
Wait a moment. Actually, oh dear.
The cruisers are going to be interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so assuming this happens on the 1st of January 38,
Yeah?
the Royal Navy is really panicking, light cruiser-wise, because they now have 2 Brooklyn class
Yeah.
as their most modern light cruisers.
If they get all the ships which are launched, all the ships which have been launched, and that's what we go with. We go by the launch date.
Then they get 3.
They get 3, and they get Wichita, but they don't get a Baltimore.
Yeah.
Baltimore. They get Wichita. She's launched in 37.
Yes, which it does good. while I accept they are decent ships, I'm not a fan of them, is stuff like the New Orleans, Portlands, and Northamptons.
No,
I'm not personally a big fan of them. They at least do get those.
the New Orleans, the Portlands, they are. Well, they are at least are to an extent heavy cruisers. Their cruisers, the ones before them, are scout cruisers. They were built as scout cruisers, and then they rebadged as heavy cruisers because of the London Treaty. They weren't built to be heavy cruisers; they were built to be scout cruisers.
Hey.
Yeah.
So they've almost made up. So in terms of counties and the Yorks, they're now 1-to-1 cruiser-wise. As if we go off the 13 counties and 2 Yorks, it's 15, versus the 15 heavy cruisers they've got from the US.
Yeah.
But light cruiser-wise, they are in trouble.
Yeah. Because they've got the Omahas, and they have 3 Brooklands, so they have like. Actually, no, they get 4 Brooklands.
Do they?
Nashville is launched October 1937.
So she is, yeah. So they get 4. That's still only 4 modern light cruisers.
And also they get Boise, which is launched in December 1936. Honolulu is launched August 1937.
Actually, so I don't know if they do get. I hate the way these are laid out. Then that certain ships finish before that. Yeah,
Yeah.
So they do get a few more than that, and we thought which is better.
They've got 6 Brooklands. 6 Brooklands to basically replace the Town class, the Leanders, the Arafusas, the Amphions.
Because the Royal Navy will be really glad Belfast and Edinburgh aren't launched yet.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely ecstatic they're not launched yet. They won't get any Atlantas. They've got the Didos also aren't launched yet, are they?
Thankfully, no. They appear to be 39 at the earliest, from what I'm quickly seeing in a quick overview.
And they've got the Crown Colonies as well, because they're launched 39 as well. Didos, yeah, they're going to be okay, but there's going to be a panic session because they've literally got the Omahas and 6 Brooklands, so basically 12 light cruisers to cover them for a short while. And again, please note, this is not hate on the US Navy. This is what the US Congress have done to the US Navy in this period. Okay? It's not the US Navy's fault, it's the people controlling the purse strings' fault. When it's the Bureau of Ordnance's fault, we blame the Bureau of Ordnance. When it is the Congress's fault for their funding, it is the Congress's fault.
Oh no. Wait a moment. Was the question by Brandon?
Yes.
They have clarified in chat all under construction are also transferred.
Oh, that's just evil now.
Yeah. Royal Navy banging head against wall.
This is before even the 1938 Two Ocean Navy Act, let alone the 1940 Two Ocean Navy Act. How cruel can you be?
Thankfully, once again, the Crown Colonies are safe because they are ordered 37, but they're laid down. The earliest I can see is February 38.
Yeah, they're safe.
So, they're safe, barely.
I think the Royal Navy might be doing a crash build of more tribals.
This means they have lost 1 Dido. I know, correction, they've lost more. They've lost Dido, Phoebe, Hermione, Bonaventure.
They've lost 6 of the Didos.
And Euryalus.
6 of the Didos.
Which admittedly that does mean they then are getting the under construction North Cals, I believe. I think they've been ordered by this point.
And probably some of the Atlantas, but they're not. The Atlantas don't really fit. They've got. They're getting all the Brooklyns.
This isn't trying to rag on
the US.
On the US. The US actually have a lot of good stuff.
They have very good ideas
US.
going. They have very good stuff for the US. They have very good ideas for the US. They haven't had funding for the US, so they haven't got it built. This is the problem for the Royal Navy more at this point. The Royal Navy in 1938 is everywhere in the world trying to be present. They are straining with the number of cruisers they have. You've just taken all their C's, all their D's, all their E's. You've taken all their light cruisers and all their county cruisers. They have got more cruisers in service than the US Navy do at this point, and you have given them less, and they are trying to cover it. This is what you have done. They don't get any Clevelands.
Ironically, on the other hand, the US are jumping for joy about getting light cruisers.
Yeah.
They're pretty happy with their battleships overall, because these are now faster battleships, but they're annoyed that they'll have to retool their armaments factories.
Yeah.
15-inch and such.
They've got
They could probably stick some of their 14-inch 50s in the KGVs. They don't really have to worry about that as much.
Yeah. And it's all ships which are laid down, right?
Yes.
So yeah, the British get the get North Carolinas, which they won't be too upset with, but it's not many ships. And it happens in 1938. So the Lions, which were ordered in 1938, are going to be, and laid down in 1938, ordered then, are going to be really important. Yeah, they've got all 5 King George V's.
Yeah, you're right, Ramal, that the North Carolinas did have issues in the late 30s, but honestly,
Probably.
they're not bad ships for what the Royal Navy would need.
Yeah, the Lion class are going to be a panic build.
Yeah.
Historically, they ordered 2 in 38, 2 in 39, and 2 in 40 as planned. But I reckon what you actually
There's not going to be any mucking around.
There's not going to be mucking around. They're going to be ordering, like... They're all going to be probably ordering 6 in 38. They're all going to be ordering 6 in 38 for immediate laydown.
I was more thinking perhaps 4 in 38, 2 in 39 might be the way they do it, but it depends on, I guess, how many if they get the dockyards for it. So
it could be 4 and 4. It could be literally they could do that because again the speed of the fleet has dropped down, and whilst they've still got the battle cruisers, they
No, don't. I think you're slightly underselling the North Carolinas there a bit, Ramal. Like,
the North Carolinas are good ships, and stop. Don't rag on them too much. They're good ships, and they work well. The British will work with them quite happily. But the thing is, I think they will. The thing is, they're only 2, and that's going to be the problem. It's they're not. Them getting into service is going to be useful because once they get into service, they're fast enough that they can back up the battle cruisers. But if you can get, it's going to be a rush build to get some Lions into service as well.
but,
It is going to be a massive rush build.
Here's why you're saying the North Cals are not good ships. When yes, they definitely have teething issues. Don't get me wrong, they have a bunch of them, but
they're good ships.
it isn't like the Royal Navy hasn't worked through that before.
Yeah, you get teething issues on ships, and nicest way that's always going to be the case. Stephen Myler, given that the Australians, Canadians, New Zealanders don't have a Marine Corps unit over history, is this caused by the 1800s British decision or a local decision to rely on British protection or just deciding it's not needed? Mostly it's because of their own way their systems developed, and usually they felt their armies were good enough. New Zealanders don't really have much of an armed forces in peacetime, and so they don't really think about it. The Australians have one of their infantry regiments pretty much has been an amphibious warfare specialist unit for almost all its creation, so it's just stayed that way. As for the Canadians, again, it's a case of they don't really have an amphibious warfare capability, so why would they have a marine unit? That's pretty much it. Polymus. On a re-established electric, you were talking about alternatives to Hitler as leader of Nazis in the 1930s. I missed the beginning. It got me thinking about some of the conspiracy theories regarding Himmler's self-deletion, suicide as it YouTube. Whilst in British captivity, he'd been checked in all places capsules, pills could be hidden. One theory is that he had the information he had that Britain didn't want to come out in any trials, so he was bumped off. What do you think? Unlikely. He really wasn't a nice person. But honestly, if Britain were going to bump him off, there would be less suspicion around his circumstances. If that makes sense. Heinrich is an interesting gentleman, as they go to. Yeah, but, yeah. If the British were going to get rid of him, the British would have had other options. And as it was, as I understand it, basically he was in the headquarters of the 2nd British Army in Lemberg. There's a doctor trying to conduct a medical exam. When a doctor tries to open his mouth, he holds it closed and jerks his head away. He then bites a cyanide pill and collapses on the floor and dies within 15 minutes. The doctor tries their best. The British then immediately did the policy which they had for these things was, we'll bury this body in a unmarked grave and we will be very quiet about the location, because in a nice way it could turn into something which we don't want it to turn into. Again, if the British wanted to take him out, he would have been, how do I put this? There are ways to do it without it causing as much issue as that did. They wanted him on trial, the British. They wanted him on trial. There's also not really an optional time in that timeline for anyone to arrange anything untoward. Unless you had teams sitting in all the command headquarters with orders for in case of this person or this person comes in. And that starts to involve a lot of people. And as I've said many times, if you want a conspiracy theory to fail, you involve more than one person. The best way something stays secret is if only one person knows it. What do you think, Dragon and Foxo?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I know it's prototypical, but to be honest, if Britain's going to get rid of someone, yeah. You're not going to really know about it. And to be fair, it's not just, to a degree, I don't think it's just Britain in that regard. If a nation's going to properly get rid of someone, you're not going to know about it.
I think I might have spotted the last of Knight's numbered questions. Yeah.
Yes, I do believe that is the last of them.
Goodness gracious me.
So that is our last question from Knight. I really should go and open a can. Question 10. For the Royal Navy, it has been shown their armoured cruisers were useless, expensive, and floating death traps, but how much of that history conclusion was due to World War I? It's 100% due to World War I, because they really weren't. And honestly, history hasn't shown that. That's just a popular assessment based on the fates of Abaco, Cressy, and Hogue, and the Battle of Cornell. And neither really scenario do you have them in their best situation. There's also usually sometimes they point to the Battle of Jutland, where one Royal Navy armoured cruiser finds itself for some reason highlighted by the entire German high seas fleet, and then they go, yes, its destruction is proof that they were useless, and you sit there and go, what world are you designing an armoured cruiser that can survive taking on the entire high seas fleet solo? Please tell me where the ship exists. That's just,
And politely, the British had a very successful line of armoured cruisers in this time period.
Yeah.
They're called the battle cruisers.
That's cheating and you know it.
No. Because seriously, if you look at the Invincibles, those were designed as dreadnought armoured cruisers.
Mm-hmm.
They're armoured cruisers, but with the gun layout of a dreadnought.
Yes.
And in the early parts of World War One, before when they were sweeping the seas clean, they were very effective at it.
Mm-hmm. Which is what the armoured cruiser was supposed to do: sweep your enemy's surface raiders and cruiser assets from the sea.
Yeah, and a lot of the distinction between the battle cruiser, especially very early on, and the armoured cruiser is retroactive. Because the Invincibles were armoured cruisers.
Yes.
So are the Inflexibles. Right now,
it's basically they only really become battle cruisers, especially British service, once you get onto things like the Lions. At which point, this has started to change. And Hayes Gray has just come up with a phrase which that's a phrase which Dragon you might not have wanted Foxo to hear, because I could hear her saying that to you again in future. It's not cheating. It's not cheating. It's Britishing.
Yeah.
It is cheating, and she knows it.
Okay.
Look, it's only cheating if your partner doesn't give permission.
Hey. I'm not letting you use that as an excuse in the RP. You know that, right?
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Because, actually, in a quick regard to the armoured cruisers, so armoured cruisers tend to only go around 25 knots from what I've seen at the festival. So was there any consideration in the sort of period during this of doing basically a bit more traditional armoured cruiser, yet going to sort of more the 28 knots?
That's literally the other sort of option you're looking at when they're considering whether to build the Hawkins on a 9.2 inch. The 9.2 inch Tiger Cubs would really have been the armoured cruiser of their generation.
Mm.
And this is the point I often make, is basically the British start going, oh, okay, we're going to need to build something. The moment you get to the Lions, they start going, okay, these are now getting too expensive to fulfill the armoured cruiser role in numbers. We're going to need some of them, but we're going to need something which is more traditional scale, providing the mass. And especially once you get to Tiger, it's really looking at you. And it comes very close that you could have got an order of about 6 vessels with Tiger, which would have been 9.2 inch gun versions of Tiger. So basically scaled for a 9.2 inch gun, but able to do the same speed. Able to do 28 knots.
Me just double checking when Tiger's laid down again. Because that could be very useful.
Yeah, that's why I did an entire video about them.
Need to go back and re-watch it. Tiger's laid down 1912. I can use this to my advantage.
Yeah. And the earlier you lay down Tiger, the more likely you are to have the Tiger cubs, because let's be honest, the next generation are going to be even more expensive, because you're going to make them even more into battle cruisers, and that's the thing. This is why this is why my point about it. If you're trying to make the case that Hood is a fast battleship, you have to make the case. You have to say that Tiger's a fast battleship, because Tiger is a denser, better armored ship than Hood is. Okay?
While I'd say you're not quite right there, you're not far from the truth.
Well, no, let's be honest. Look at the size of Tiger. Her size and shape. She displaces more than Renown and Repulse. She is a far more dense construction. She has far more subdivision. She has far more armor coverage than any battle cruiser which comes after her, including Hood post the Admiral class upgrades. When you're looking at her coverage, etc., her armor coverage, the density of her hull.
So would you say she's closer to fast battleship than, say, fully armored battlecruiser? Then is more to go with.
Well, I'd say she's very much. She's not a fully armored battlecruiser because she's not fully armored, but she is. Let's put it. The argument I make is I would always say Tiger's a battlecruiser, right? I would always describe her as a battlecruiser. But when people start to tell me that, oh, well, Hood's a fast battleship, I go, well, if you're putting Hood in the category of fast battleship, you have to put Tiger in the category of fast battleship. And the moment I say that to people, they go, oh, no, Tiger's not a fast battleship. So Hood can't be a fast battleship.
Yeah. Yeah, it works with me. It just has some fun. It's called not interpretation.
Annotation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because just once you start looking at Tiger, you go, oh, this is because she is. I honestly think that if you consider Tiger, you consider Queen Elizabeth. That's the Royal Navy slowly approaching the concept of actually building a fast battleship, and the next generation is you put those two ideas together. It's 28 knots, and it's the firepower of a battleship. No, the Iowas are fast battleships. Look at their subdivision and density. Yeah, beautiful ships. But yeah. Joe Fricks, what happens if the Dreadnought type ships are not only big gun ships, they can sail at 40 knots faster than pre-drop type ships as well? So instead of them being 21 knots, they are able to do 32 knots. You don't get battle cruisers.
What power plants did you put in these things? Sorry?
Theoretically, if you think about it, if you manage to get 600 psi boilers somehow in 1903, 1902, and you stick them with gas with the turbines, you could theoretically get a 32 knot Dreadnought. Let's be honest. So if you somehow get 600 psi boilers, you could get a 32 knot Dreadnought. But if let's put it so, if HMS Dreadnought comes out and she's 32 knots and has all those guns, then there are a lot of people going to be crying. Because there's a lot of... you start looking at going, the US Navy, which was building their vessels at the same time, and the South Carolinas, they're 18.5 knot ships. They usually are considered Dreadnought battleships. But if Dreadnought speed now is 32 knots, and it is 12-inch guns, all big gun ships, he said I'm looking at, does an 18.5 knot ship count even if it does have four twin 12-inch turrets? Does it? It can do less than half the speed, less than, roughly a little over half the speed. I was going to say less than 2/3 the speed, but literally it's a little over half the speed, not 2/3. It's just not a case of it's not good. And so you end up with probably a lot of other construction going on. This will be fun. You also probably have to have a lot of work on cruisers as well. If your battleships can do that speed, then your cruisers are going to have their speed upgrade. So you're going to have to aim your cruisers for probably about 40 knots. Because cruisers traditionally were supposed to have a 25% speed advantage over a battleship. So if you're 32 knot battleships, you're going to have to aim for 40 knot cruisers.
It does worry me if someone does try and revive the concept of a battlecruiser.
Well, if you think about a battlecruiser, usually that advantage is about 4 knots over your battle line. So that would be a 36 knot ship.
Yeah.
I don't think, though, you get it, because in all honesty, you're
pushing hydrogen, I think, aren't you?
You're pushing them, but also you're pushing the advantages. The point I would make is, if I'm going 10 miles an hour and I can drive 20 miles an hour, I'm able to halve the time it takes me to get there. If I'm going 30 miles an hour and I can push it at double the cost, I can push it up to 35 miles an hour. How's that helping me?
How long are you driving?
Well, that's the thing. A battleship moves 24 hours a day. It's moving at a constant pace. You can be moving... That's thousands of miles. But still, that's a lot of money to sink into the engine, whereby if it doubles my cost, so I could build 2 ships which could do 32 knots, or one that goes at 36 knots, which is more helpful for me. Because that's the fundamental thing. When you're talking about that amount of money, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about, do I want to have a number of ships? And with that being said, I think the next question is going to be an interesting one, and I'm going to leave that with you two to begin with, because I've got someone who keeps knocking on my door, and I think it's because they want to talk to me about something, probably to do with what the builder said before they left. Given the transferring of Babcock and BAE shipyards back to being Royal Dockyards is, I think, a good move. This is from Paul. How do you make it in the best interest of said companies to go along with the move? My thoughts are the ideal is graduate over a period of time to soften the hit they would take on running the yards. What's the panel's thoughts?
Ooh.
This is an interesting one. Back in a second.
So you know a bit more about Royal Dockyards than I usually, Fox. So that means these are under more royal jurisdiction than necessarily just government's, isn't it? Or...
There are dockyards with crown corporations.
Right, so government can't quite interfere them in the way they normally like doing so.
Okay, so I get the exact definition up by you.
So this is definitely an interesting one, nonetheless, because best way of getting the companies to move along with the deal, I do think graduating over a period of time is definitely
Right, a crown corporation is an enterprise owned by the king, by the crown or king in the right of the king. It was bought. They reported to Westminster, but They were part of the royal estate, basically. Of at least majority shares.
That's very
So-
interesting.
Okay, so the issue is when you is that if you're selling off a crown corporation is pretty easy because it's privatization, provided you legally can sell them off.
Well, this is transferring them to being a crown corporation.
Yes, which is bringing them under royal and government ownership, which is a form of nationalisation.
Yes.
The issue with bringing a previously private corporation under nationalised control is A, you spook the market, B, you lose a disproportionate amount of value from the market because it's no longer a speculative asset, it's a governmental asset. And C, depending on how you renationalise them, because to create a crown corporation you would have to renationalise it. You would run into fine print issues with all the other commercial contracts that company is doing. Do you want to invite Paul up?
John?
Hey, Paul.
So the idea is that at the moment we have the situation that Babcock BEA run the two main yards that produce the two main ships for UK. And they are charging a premium for running the yards in order to pay their shareholders. So it would be cheaper in the long run for it to go back to the Royal Dockyard system, where Babcock and BEA produce ships for the Royal Dockyards, but they don't run the Royal Dockyards. So they will put in all, if they require stuff infrastructure-wise, that's the Royal Dockyards to sort out. Now, it seems to me that a way of doing that is to gradually reduce the effect on BEA and Babcock charging for running of the yards. So you'd graduate it over a period of time so that their shareholders are not taking a huge hit. It also means that the government is able to, or the Royal Dockyards through the government on behalf of the Crown, would be able to order from other producers without Babcock's going, oh no, this is our yard, you can't come here. Or BEA, for that matter. But also you'd have the situation where Babcock and BEA can look for work elsewhere without having to basically rely on all their work through government.
Yeah.
So it's,
There's some interesting options.
to me, it seems like it's the most logical thing to do is to go back to the ownership by the Crown of the main dockyards that are currently used, and encourage Babcock and BEA to continue using those dockyards, but also to expand and re-establish dockyards in other areas to basically improve the building of ships in Britain for export.
That sounds good. God knows that Hein needs and would more than welcome development like that.
I think it's one of those things which would be a nice one to do, but I think practically, if you, they depend on UK those yards. This is the reason why I've suggested these things like, well, for me, the nuclear submarine production at Barrow. I've said before, it has one client, the UK government. So having it being run and organised by a profit entity means you literally have a monopoly supplier and a monopoly customer. So that profit margin is entirely from the British taxpayer. Every time BAE say words like record profits from Barrow, those record profits are taxes. And it just seems to be a case of, okay, so we are actually paying more money for these things than we need to, because if we were just running it ourselves, you take off the tax bracket, that would reduce these things by X amount, which actually might mean you could afford to buy more. And this is the trouble when you have a single source supplier. It's a case of, I know this is weird when you come from my particular sort of. I always say my side of politics is we come from the side. It's. I look at the evidence, and I want the best solution for the problem. And the thing is, if you had enough production going through to keep multiple suppliers going, you would have competition, and private industry would be the right way to go. But if your criteria is all British warships have to be built in Britain and British yards, fine, that's understandable one. And if that's your criteria, and you are not producing enough, requiring to build enough equipment that is going to provide enough work to keep multiple yards going, you will not have competition, you'll have single source supply. And Britain is developing into a scenario where we have one major combatant yard, one large RFA LHD aircraft carrier yard, arguably two for that role, one light surface yard, and one submarine yard. And that supplies all our needs, and all our things are built through them. You sit there and go, well, okay, that's fine. You're going to keep working. But now you've got to pay a huge amount of money for the companies which are running them to have a profit margin. Because they are a private company and they are supposed to earn profit. And that's not a dirty word. It's understandable. But you basically have created a monopoly supplier for a monopoly customer.
But currently...
And in the business world, that usually works out as the customer either buys the supplier or the supplier buys the customer. And I don't think BAE or Babcock can afford to buy the UK.
Yeah, but I mean, the point... I understand what you're saying there, but you could argue that at the moment, with the negotiations for the Australian submarines being built by, that means that you could actually open another yard
They're not going to be built in the UK. They're going to be built in Australia. The only parts that you can be built in the UK are going to be built in Barrow, which are the parts for their reactor modules.
Okay, so what about the various frigate, destroyer, whatever you want to call them, that are being touted for various exports to European companies?
Most of them are going to be built in. Most of those are going to be built in those countries, not built in the UK.
But they're still being built by Babcock BEA, presumably?
No. They're mostly the Type 31s in Poland are being built by a Polish company with British advice. So basically, Babcock and BAE are almost turning into design companies in those regards and selling designs and expertise in designs and organisation and construction. They're not selling yard space. The yards are entirely... The only ones who are building stuff in the UK are the Norwegians.
In that case, if they are basically being the designers and consultants on these things, then pay them for doing that job without owning the yards, and have the yards being owned by the Crown, and allowing those yards then to be used for additional work on smaller vessels such as the 7 class coastal defence, or whatever they're called, but also you're going to have to create a space for building your semi-autonomous vehicles, because you can't just build those in a shed. They've got to be built in a shipyard, because effectively they're going to be ships.
Well, to be fair, Appledore would be probably a good place for them.
Because people go on about, oh, look at the Ukrainians, etc. Oh, they're all these little tiny drones and stuff like that. That's not a. That's a very localized situation. If you're going to be keeping the world shipping lanes open, you need ships that can be autonomous in sea states that are rare on the Black Sea around the coasts.
I'd say for Britain there's Appledore Yard, which is still there, although I think it's technically owned by Harland Wolff, which is now has been acquired by Navantia.
Oh, Spanish.
Yeah. I'm not sure. That means they've acquired Belfast, Appledore, and Mefil and Arnish. And Navantia UK is going to be interesting. They are working on all sorts of projects, and they've got a very good site, a good website, and they're offering some very interesting things. But it's going to be seen how it goes. But again, this is the thing: is this is what happens. It's what's happened. If you consider Navantia is one of those companies which has pretty much been heavily kept going by its government organisation, and now Britain's depending on another government company to keep their things going, because the British government don't want to actually do it themselves. Because also one of the problems is the British government haven't put enough production through to keep even these organisations going as profit-making entities. It's one of the interesting things is if they were raw dockyards And it was basically, the headlines were, Royal Dockyards standing unused by Britain, while Britain pays all this money for these people. You could just imagine the outcry, and it'd be a case of we either have to get rid of them, in which case we lose the capacity to build ships in the UK, which the politicians will not like, or we have to order some construction of them. You might actually get more building.
Another issue I see with the Spanish ownership of Holland, Wolf and everything is that if they're being subsidised by the Spanish government, I thought that was against EU regulations.
And it's against EU regulations for you to do direct subsidies. There are lots of ways for you to do indirect subsidies, and we all are fairly certain about how they do it.
Yes, I know that, but the trouble I have is that ever since we joined the EEC in 1974, Britain has always been very exact on sticking directly to the rules without bending them in the slightest bit, which is what everybody else is doing.
Well, everyone else looks at the rules and goes, let's be sensible and apply them cleverly. And Britain goes, what are the rules? We shall apply them. It's quite disturbing, really, when you look at it and go, there are options here.
It's quite disturbing when you look at our history of how we used to interpret rules.
Yes!
We would bend them to the point of almost breaking.
I know, but now we apparently are a nation which believes in following rules which before they've even been implemented, like what I'm told the Chagosian Islands is basically the main argument for that one is because there's going to be a rule that's pretended that they think is going to be implemented but hasn't yet even made it through committee stage by the UN, so we have to do this deal so we're not in violation of a rule which is probably a decade to 2 decades out of being actually implemented, if it ever is implemented, and so we have to do this now. And you sit there and go, I don't, and it's
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
With you. I mean, personally, I think the UN is not fit for purpose any longer, if it ever was. I mean, it possibly was when it first was established, but now it is a talking shop for failed politicians or people they want to get rid of into a semi-important their view.
It's important enough position that you can tell people to go off to it and they will be happy.
But the problem is that it's so ineffectual in anything it does, and part of that problem is possibly the veto that the 5 permanent Security Council members have. But I mean, it's sort of how you get around that in a way that is not going to basically mean that whoever is the strongest is going to always get their way.
Oh, one of the reasons why that thing was put in place was the argument was, well, which of the powers going to do it? And in a nice way they picked, well, who are going to have to do the things? It's going to be the global powers. And that's what it is. It's why people
originally it was the ones who had nuclear weapons, wasn't it?
That's always the one the phrase which people tend to try and use, but actually it was around who was the global powers. When you look at when the UN is formed versus who has nuclear weapons at the time, it doesn't actually match up. Some of them are developing nuclear weapons, but they don't actually have it. They're talking about the powers which actually have global or very powerful reach. So basically that's why Britain and France are there, because they are global powers.
Yeah.
They were able to project their power worldwide. They had the logistics and efforts to be able to project their powers. Basically, the idea was, these are the powers which, if the UN has to do anything, will be the core of the force which do it.
but that's changed
Yes.
significantly. I mean, you could argue that Britain's soft power, that was always very effective, was degraded considerably when the Royal Yacht Britannia was.
I mean, there's been a lot of issues eroding and changing
closed
sulfur.
down, which, I mean, if they'd have built another Royal Yacht stroke hospital ship, which is what the Royal Yacht would have been.
Yeah.
The space on that ship meant that she could go anywhere in the world, be welcome, because there was the independent monarch of Britain who was not party politically affiliated in any way, and it was a lot of countries. It was a huge honour for to meet Her Majesty the Queen or the
It was.
Wales at the time and stuff like that. But the amount of industrial work that was done in the various banquet halls, having the right people there to organise the right deals for Britain. And it just seems like
It was.
why throw something away like that?
Because someone had a bright
For-
idea.
Yeah, again.
Someone did have a bright idea. With that being said, next question. Ramal, why did the USN, and thanks for popping up, Paul, why did the USN was so late in installing SG radar on the heavy cruiser in 42? Do you think it contributed to the US cruisers at friendly fire incidents in Guadalcanal battles? Not really on the latter. Basically, late is just supply the sets. It's having the sets. So it's one of the things of, just because you have the tech doesn't mean you have the tech implementable, and doesn't mean you are able to rapidly manufacture the tech. The Americans were tooling up a lot of these facilities, were getting a lot of them ready, but you can't just go, factories, produce. If you consider this game, which I'm currently playing, Timborn, long term, to realistically win the game, what you need to do is build. If we go to monuments, the Earth Recultivator for this bit of particular faction, which allows you to distribute seeds across the Earth and makes beavers very happy because you're cultivating the Earth. It's beautiful, beautiful thing. But to do it, I need to be able to put together 2,000 cogs, 2,000 treated planks, and 1,500 pieces of steel. To make the treated planks, I've got to have this building. Oh, they require pine resin, planks, and treated planks. Okay, so pine resin first they need to require. Well, that requires these buildings, tappers shacks, and requires me to set up pine production, which I have over here. Hang on, though. I also have to have plank supply. Ooh. Well, that's the planks maker, and that means I have to have trees to cut down. So I have to have lots of trees that I can cut down. So I have to set up all these production lines to get up to just get the treated planks. I haven't got into the steel. I haven't got into all of the other things it needs. Just that. And then you start going, okay, so I have to set up all these different production lines, and I have to make sure enough's coming through. At the same time, I have to feed the population, so I have to have food production lines. I have to have water. Oh, and there is a regular disaster system called the bad tides. And bad tides are really, really bad. And I don't want to get caught by those. So I basically need to go, boom, 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 sort of deprioritize all these, because currently I've got a gap in my bad tide protection system, which has been okay for the last few minutes because there's been no threat coming. But now there's a threat coming. Now there's a threat coming. And basically, I want everything to focus on fixing that hole and deal with that threat. Now, I can do this, but that means I'm delaying everything else. And this is the other problem you have if you're the Americans in this period, because you have other things coming in, and it's work out which is the thing you need to work out first. What do you need to do first? What is the critical asset? Because you might think it's one thing, but it might be another thing, and you might put all your resources into the wrong thing. It's not uncommon, let's be honest. Humans do it regularly. They put their efforts into the wrong thing. Now, hopefully, my beavers have got a day. They can fix the hull, but they might not be able to. In which case, there's going to be problems. Now, there are ways I can fix those problems. There are other things I can do to sluice out the water and protect it that way. But luckily, it looks like they're probably going to be getting there quite quickly, considering it's already working out and the hole is here. This is the hole in my network, because currently I have an underwater power supply and canal system which goes between all three of my different reservoirs. Losing that if that gets, at the moment it's open, but it needs to be closed. So that's the same problem the US have with getting radars. And once you've got the radars on the system, you don't have to learn how to use them. You have to have trained operators. You have to have command teams who are used to processing that information. You have to have people who can work with it. And that all takes time. So it's one of the things I deal with quite often, is a lot of people going, well, can't we just get this? No. It takes longer than that. It's one of the reasons why it's quite funny with the drone systems. People go look at the drones and go, oh, why can't we implement this system right now? And you go, well, honestly, Ukraine's actually not implementing the systems right now that they've got right now. They've got far more advanced systems they're developing, but they're not implementing at the moment. Why? Because they're not ready. They're not ready. That's now built, so that's now sorted, so that's not a problem anymore. So now when the tide comes, I've got it covered. Oh, good. So hopefully I did the right thing, but I've now mucked up all the other production lines I had going on over here. So now I have to go back and reprioritize it and hopefully fix that issue. The point is, it all takes time, it all requires attention, it all requires organisation, and none of it goes immediately, oh, that will work perfectly straight off. So that's the answer to your question. Ramon, for Stovall platform, why did the British carriers have a ski jump and the US LHDs have flat decks for launching F-35Bs? Basically, one is an LHD designed for amphibious operations, so the critical thing is maximum space to launch helicopters, which ski jump kind of interferes with, and one is a carrier, which is designed for air defense and ASW operations, so and also strikes. So therefore, the using up deck space for such a thing as a ski jump makes sense. Hope that answers that question. Senator Canera, can you give us a small tour of your Timborne colony? Okay, well, we have over here, we have currently got our basically source of mining materials of scrap metal coming out of here. And that's always a pretty useful resource. We then have over here the little chestnut colony, which is making our grilled chestnuts, which the beavers do enjoy. We have then the spadrock space, which is good for grilled spadrocks. And we have over here, we have potatoes, so we have grilled potatoes. You might notice there's a lot of grilled food option for my beavers. I like grilled food, so they like grilled food. There's also berries if they want some fruit. We have the water production zone and the major water reservoir area. And then we have our industrial zone here. And that has a little sort of mini power plant here and some power generation along these lines. But the major power plant facility is, of course, over here, where we have a huge amount of not just water wheels, But beaver wheels, because frankly, I haven't set up a system of battery storage yet. Also, I'm probably going to get more power supply production in. And this is bad water coming in, which is toxic. Yeah, this is toxic bad water. Eventually, I'll set it up so that the bad water will flow by a canal all the way over to here to still power this even when there's bad water, but it'll keep it away from the fresh water. And the accommodations, now got more tree production here, some berry production, all those lovely things. But the accommodation zone is in the centre here. We have a nice high-rise option for them all to live in. It's got some lovely, places for them to go and enjoy. So yeah, it's a fairly nice place for the beavers. It's all nice and sort of sorted out and working away happily, and there's a bit of a storage zone with the industrial zone as well. I've got the two sort of combined together. There you go, there's the tour of the Thimborn colony. And we'll carry on taking questions, but then I will start the book review about 7:30, if that's okay with everyone.
Looks fine with me.
That's fine with me.
I think you'll enjoy the books. There's some. I've picked out 4 for this evening to talk about. They should be fun. They're all brand new books. Roll 5-7. What if in San Carlos Bay all the Argentine attacking aircraft are replaced by A-10s with dumb 1,000-pound bombs and AGM-65 Mavericks? Can these A-10s cause more damage? Look, in a nice way, Mavericks are a very good system, but they have the same problem as Exocets do. You need to launch them from above land. You can't launch them from behind the mountains and they hop over it. So that's not going to really help. The dumb bombs, though, if they've got the same fusing issues, that's not really going to change much things. The Puka is a fairly good attack aircraft. The 30mm gun could actually possibly be causing the most damage. Because you're basically pointing and shooting as you're passing. So you can do all sorts of damage with that. But the missiles, no. The Maverick... Let's put it this way. The whole point about San Carlos Bay is chosen because there's rocks all around it. And so basically any aircraft coming into it have to go up to go over the rocks. They can't stand off and fire from the maximum range of weapons. So it cuts down their engagement range. It's using geography to cut down their options. So whilst the A-10s would probably cause more damage, I think the reason they cause more damage is their guns rather than their Mavericks or even their ability with their bombs. As good as their ability with their bombs would be, and they probably, especially the US Air Force ones, they'd probably be actually fused correctly. But even then, that doesn't necessarily, that doesn't suddenly change the scenario that they are going to be facing, if that makes sense. That answer the question?
Yep.
That's good. This is fun. Roll 578. What if there's an amphibious warfare trained US Marine Corps division at Normandy to assist at landing in either of the US beaches? Would the landing beaches be taken quicker than in real life? No. As good as the USMC divisions are, the thing that holds things up at Normandy is not a lack of amphibious experience. The Army forces have been through a whole lot of exercise and a whole lot of preparation. And there are commandos there, ranger units, all sorts of things to do the things which you need specialist amphibious forces for. The USMC, as good as they are, would just be, oh, good, you've got some extra amphibious warfare specialists here. That's lovely. By the way, we still have the landing craft, we still have the same fire parachutes, we still have the fortifications to get through. Because basically, Normandy beaches, you're dealing with a hard crust. Once you've punched through the crust, the stuff inside is lovely, but you have to punch through the crust first. Okay? What does the panel think? Would a USMC division change things at Normandy?
Yeah, I can't see it changing much. Like, those beaches are meat grinders.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier about respect to people. Genuinely respect for the forces that took part in those landing is staggering, personally. Because even a fully trained Marine division doesn't help that much against some of the heaviest fortifications in that area.
No.
You're talking
Marines
hundreds of machine guns, artillery, and all sorts. It's effectively you're walking up to a fortress that's shooting back. And it's not a fortress you can just blast to smithereens because half of it's built into the cliffs.
Yep.
I think the American Marine Corps landing on the American beaches would have exactly the same problems as the American landing parties did historically.
Yeah.
Possibly on Ford or Juno, they may be slightly more successful in the initial breaching because of the type of terrain that they're up against.
Mm-hmm.
But then they still would have problems of the logistics once they got beyond a certain amount of, once it got inland by a certain amount, the logistics are the problem then.
And it's joining the forces up and getting everyone to work together that becomes the issue. And it's a... What can I say? It's a complication nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, what they did, what what the Canadians, the British, and the Americans did on their landing grounds was the best they could possibly do under the circumstances.
Yep.
There was an awful lot of free work done on finding out what the beaches were like by sending submarines in with frogmen to go and take samples of. It wasn't just okay, we'll hit here. It was years of work. I don't think that the American Marine Corps put in anything like that sort of endeavour in the Pacific when they were landing on the various islands. Because the infrastructure and what they were up against was quite different, other than possibly Hiroshima.
Mm.
It only says trained, it doesn't necessarily say it has all of the extra equipment one of those would have as well. So I have to assume they're just going with what they've got in Britain at the time.
I'd hope it would have extra
I would assume
stuff.
it would have at least the transports, but...
Yeah. It's,
Unfortunately, one extra division I don't think makes that much of a difference.
Got one for a nail.
I do find it annoying
Yeah.
that when you're talking in a stage, you cannot get OBS's chat widget to display who's talking. Because whilst listening to everyone, I've been sort of going, I really wish this was working, and I'm trying to look through the OBS system and going, what can we do? And in the OBS stream kit, and it's just, for some reason, stages do not have, and you think, stages are the things streamers are most likely to use for this sort of thing, because you can control access and all sorts of things. You can stop random people just hijacking the stream, jumping in, being rude. And, yeah. What, and Michael, okay, so, next one from Raw. What if the North Vietnamese had OSA and Coma class boats with their respective anti-ship missiles in 1964? Would the North Vietnamese Navy be more aggressive at trying to attack US ships in the Gulf of Tonkin? They probably would be, but the nicest way, the U.S. Navy would probably react by sending more ships, and they'd probably win those fights because they'd have probably also in a nice way the carrier aircraft would just be told to go hunting. Carrier strike aircraft would go, where are these threats? Oh, there you are. Goodbye. Because that's usually the way you deal with. If you ask the British how they deal with the threats of missile boats, etc., it's usually a case of, there's this thing called the Lynx helicopter. It's armed with some very impressive small anti-ship missiles that deal with small boats, and basically they go in and they go, oh, hello, you came to say you came to say hi. I wasn't expecting this much attention. Thank you for being so friendly.
If you think in during the Korean War, they were up against the world's largest navy.
Yeah.
Who could chuck, they'd already stuck loads of their ships in reserve. It would have taken an awful lot of effort to bring a few more out if they needed them. And if it's just a small missile boat, it's going to be a fairly obvious target on a radar. Oh, it's not one of ours. Okay, kill it. Job done.
Well, you also have things like, I think the Americans have their 8-inch cruisers still wandering around there, or their cruisers with the 8-inch, and they'd probably just go, okay.
Right.
I hear you wish to be serviced by me. Have 8-inch fire. Ramal, why did the Aussies designate their Anzac class as frigates, FFH instead of FFG, since they have Mark 41 VLS? Because they carry a helicopter. Although I think in the Anzac class case, they are MECO 200s, if I remember correctly. And, yeah. And this is basically what they're replacing. They've got, for the Royal Australian, they've got 8-cell Mark 41 VLS launcher, quad packing with 32 ESMs. They went with the fact that the helicopter's their primary weapon, I think. They, of course, should share the second 8-cell Mark 41 VLS, which could allow them to carry 64 ESMs. And they could, of course, also be fitted with I think Australia has now got more than one closed-in weapon system that they share around between the fleet, but I'm not sure. The Royal New Zealand Navy has got Sea Scepter though for theirs, and they carry Sea Scepter for their systems. But yeah, it's fun times. The Anzac class frigates are interesting vessels, and they have been around for quite a long time. When you realise that the first was launched in 1994, and the most recent was launched in 2004. So the youngest is 21 years old. The oldest is 31 years old. And, Anzac herself was decommissioned in 2024. So the oldest is Te Kaha, which is the New Zealand Navy one, which is 30 years old. But it only had its update in 2020 finished, and its Te Mana only had its update done in 2022. So I expect those to serve till at least 2030, if not longer. Right then, let's see if there's more questions coming.
Eddie, how would the treaties be different with 3 types of cruiser? First class 10-inch guns at 17,500 tons, second class 8-inch guns at 12,000 tons, and third class 6-inch gun cruisers at 10,000 tons. If you have that as your cruiser designations, and let's say that comes in first time you have cruiser designations in London, that would mean you'd had cruiser designations of 17,500 tons and 10-inch guns as your cruiser type designation from Washington as your maximum gun limit. And that would mean that probably, at least if you've got 17,500 tons, you'll want clear blue water between that and your battleship. So your battleship technology is probably set, if you consider historically it's 10,000 tons to 35,000 tons, with 25,000 ton differential between the two. You're probably talking about them using Hood as the basis for the capital ship designation, which means they've decided to keep that to 42,500 tons. So capital ships are allowed to be 42,500 tons in this scenario. That means carriers are probably about 30,000 tons in this scenario. Again, there's got to be clear blue water between them and the cruisers. Potentially, we're talking 35,000 tons for the carriers. So 30 to 35,000 tons for the carriers, and so then if you've got that, I would say I don't think you'd get it quite that nicely delineated. I think you would get it more 17,500 tons for the heavy cruisers. Second class would be 5,000 tons less than that, so they would be 12,500 tons. And then the third class would be 5,000 tons below that, so they'd be 7,500 tons. I'd say that'd be more likely it. And then you'd have destroyers down, probably limited to 2,500 tons and below. If you've got that as your limitations, you're going to see a lot of interesting work going on. The 8-inch gun cruisers in the middle are probably going to be looked at, and people are going to go, well, there's a good reason for the 6-inch gun cruisers. There's a good reason for the larger cruisers. What are these second class? Why do we have a second class cruiser? What are they? What's their use? What's their value? Because one of those is going to be the cruiser you can produce in large numbers and is going to provide the smaller cruiser present. One of them is going to be a fighting cruiser. The other one is going to be the fighting cruiser and prestige cruiser of the fleet. Why do you have the second class cruiser? What role does it fill? Because it's not able to be produced in numbers and volume of fire at a 6-inch, and it's not able to match in against the larger cruisers in a fight. But yeah, it still might have been built. Maybe you've got a scenario whereby certain powers are allowed to have first-rate cruisers, certain powers are only allowed to have up to second-rate cruisers, and that sort of thing. How do we think? How does the panel think? What do you think the differences would be if this was going on?
Yeah, I agree. I don't see the point of the 8-inch cruisers. Because they're no longer your light cruisers.
Yeah.
If you've got the 9.2s as your heavy, if you have the idea of 9.2s as heavy, the 8s as your light, you've not got that anymore. Because that's what the 6-inches are. I would say 7,500 tons is a little bit light for a 6-inch gun cruiser,
Well,
but
the thing
it's
is,
workable.
I was trying to differentiate down to work out what to make it make sense for the 17,500 tons for the large ones. If you've got the large ones of 17,500 tons, and then you've got, let's say, that's up to 10-inch guns, and then you go, right then you can have a cruiser of up to 6-inch guns, and that's going to be, you make that 10,000, 11,000 tons or something like that. I.e. 2/3, so you go, right, then the heavy cruiser allowed to be 17,500 tons, and then we take off 2/3 of it, so drop it down by about, drop it down to 2/3, so about 6,000 tons, and say, okay, the light cruiser can be 6-inch guns at 11,000 tons, then that makes sense, and you've got two classes of cruiser.
Yeah.
And that makes clear blue water and differential going on between them.
I just don't see a point of the 8 inches.
Yeah.
Also,
I
I'll
can
have to
see
step
it.
away for a bit, so I'll just leave the stage.
I can see what Alex was saying about an 8-inch for a second-class navy that might not want to build 10-inch cruisers,
Mhm.
or doesn't have the ability to build those.
It could be an interesting differential whereby it could be navies like, let's say, the first-ranked navies, Britain, Japan, and America are allowed to build the up to 10-inch, 17,500 tons, but the Italians and the French are allowed to build the 8-inch gun cruisers, and then you have everyone's allowed to build the 6-inch cruisers, sort of thing, or something like that. But I don't see the Italians and the French signing up to that.
No. I would have thought it would have been better to say a 9.2-inch cruiser is your heavy cruiser, and a 6.5-inch, or whatever the metric equivalent was, be a light cruiser. And maybe have the heavy cruiser not quite as heavy in displacement. But still allow for a reasonable displacement for a 6-inch cruiser to actually make it effective. Because the 8-inch it's a little bit more firepower, yes, but it's not. It hasn't got the oomph that the 9.2, and you're not really gaining very much in the speed of fire either over the two. So I think that was an American idea because it fitted in with what they were doing.
Yeah, and also, to be honest, the 8-inch fitted in because the 7.5-inch was the Hawkins, so 8-inch is the limit. Makes sense. But again, as I said, as I've always said, it's basically they went, oh, what's the next one up? If the British had been building if the Hawkins had been 9.2-inch, you'd probably have 10 inches the limit for the cruisers. It's just it's the wonderful thing of history. If you go back and change that one decision, and you change from the Hawkins design that was selected to the 9.2-inch gun cruisers design selected, the amount of history you change is amazing. And it's the joy of history sometimes is to look at these things and go, from these very small decisions, which no one really thought about when they were making. They didn't think about it. For the Royal Navy, it was just, oh, if this doesn't work out, we'll just build another cruiser class. It really doesn't matter. It's just the light cruiser we're building right now. We'll build something different if we need to. It really wasn't something they were thinking about. And yet, from there comes so many different decisions and different realities for the Royal Navy in terms of what happened in World War II, in the treaty era. You know, you could have a very different, very, very different world if you go for the 9.2-inch gun Hawkins.
I mean, the treaty at the time was politicians thinking, well, we don't really want to be spending all this money on all these big battleships.
Yeah, they were trying to save money.
Ships. But which you know, you could say, okay, that's fair enough. They've just spent a shed load of money in the First World War, which they
Yeah.
try and recover. But the Navy, I would say the navies of the world dropped the ball slightly when it came to cruisers because they didn't actually think ahead of where they were now. It was like, oh yeah,
No.
okay, you know, we can.
We'll accept this.
Say, and then-
I think
Yeah.
the thing is, most navies thought they were signing up to a 10-year of building peace, a 10-year building holiday. Didn't think they were signing up to a, oh, frigate, this is going to be restricting us for 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and London didn't help either.
No. And Ramal, do you think the Fearless class LPD is better than the Raleigh class LPD? No. In nicest way, the Fearless class has the command facilities on the Fearless are terrible. Just ask Mike Clapp. And the for both of them, the weather accommodation is fun. They were fun they were fun boats to be in heavy seas. Ramal, do you think in 1940 ship design, USA set the maximum 33 knots number for their ships is absolute? Not really. This is going to sound strange, but to be honest, different navies talk in different phraseologies, and a lot of this, what you're discussing and talking about here, is phraseology, not necessarily reality. So it's the phrasing of the system. And so the USN set 33 knots. That's if their ships can go faster than that, great. If they can't, they're happy. They want them to have a top speed, have that speed though, so you can do rapid battle maneuvers. The Royal Navy has different policies because the Royal Navy has different engines, but also, as I've said before, there are lies, damn lies, statistics, and then there is Royal Navy documentation about their capabilities. I would not necessarily be in a hurry to believe everything the Royal Navy says, because as much as I have faith in my country, I have spent enough time around the Royal Navy to realise that in the 1920s and 30s, they didn't just do creative accountancy. They invented creative accountancy. Phil Williams served on Fearless. She was a pig in rough weather. I was trying to be to an extent polite, but neither of them were. You didn't want to be either in rough weather. No, you didn't.
The Royal Navy worked on shaft horsepower per hull, not how fast it went through the water specifically. They would say this hull can theoretically go this fast through the water, so we need a minimum of so many shaft horsepower. That was the criteria, and
and then the Royal Navy
went, and then it goes, yes, this does 26 knots in any weather.
Yes, in
the flat calm it does 32.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Royal Navy it gives you the speed it'll do in any weather. It can guarantee to do this speed with a clean hull in any weather. That's the Royal Navy's requirements.
Still is.
Yeah. The trouble is, that can give you a very false impression of what the Royal Navy's speed is. Ramal, do the USN fix the Gerald R. Ford with SBR radar instead of classical SVS-49 limits and killing a hawk, since rotating radar is better? Rotating radar is not better. Rotating radar offers you some advantages in certain circumstances, but fixed array is, especially with active electronic scanning arrays, does provide most 90% of those advantages and a whole lot of other advantages. Where rotating array is better is that it can provide you with the ability to angle the array in some regards, and it does offer potential advantages in terms of ballistic missile tracking, is how it, some things like that. It's got niche capabilities where it offers potential advantages, but with enough power, enough the fixed arrays, you can. It's half a dozen of one, 6 of the other in a situation. It's not a one is better than the other. So yeah, I'm not sure who's been saying this, that the one's better than the other, but they're not talking the truth. They're just talking twaddle. And I'd say these days most of the fixed arrays are better than most of the rotating systems. but there are some very good rotating systems out there as well. And there are some very dodgy fixed arrays. But yeah, it's more of a system basis and what you want out of your system. I wouldn't be surprised if next generation, but by next generation, pretty much everyone goes for fixed arrays because, again, it reduces things that can go wrong in your system. If you think about it, the rotating system adds another layer of things which can suffer shock damage, which can be broken, can stop working, etc. All these things. So if you can go to a fixed array, logistically and operationally, that can be helpful because that provides you with something which is less likely to go wrong. Right, and then next question. Why did the current US administration... Oh, Ramon, this is sounding like politics. Hate the emails so bad that they want to force installing of the Terraform catabots. Are they pushing us back to the past? No, there's a lot of interesting discussions going on that. We'll see what actually happens. I think the moment they see the bill for actually introducing steam catapults into the ships, they're probably going to rapidly change their mind. And also, there's a lot of stuff which is not being talked about properly when it comes to emails. They're working pretty well. They had teething issues. Everyone expected them to have teething issues. Everyone expected them to have problems with the initial implementation. If they didn't, we'd have been surprised. But also, you have to remember that there is, to an extent, the Americans playing a bit of game with the Chinese who are having trouble with their own emails at the precise time, and everyone's sort of they're all developing stuff and working it all through, and these things are not easy to get right. Everyone's having problems. And so, yeah, I think there is, to an extent, some games going on here, but we'll see what actually happens. I take all political pronouncements with a huge grain of salt, and I wait to see what actually happens before I pronounce judgment. Because, yeah, quite often people are just talking twaddle. And this is the last question before we go on to the book review. So, Ramol, in one of the QE carried as a preliminary design, there's one design for larger size and with US-type flight deck. That's the French design, Ramol. That's the French version of the Queen Elizabeth. That's literally the French design of the Queen Elizabeth. And it was going to have emails. That's not a random preliminary design. That is the French version of the Queen Elizabeth class, which they were designing. And then the French decided they didn't want to build a Queen Elizabeth class. They wanted to build a nuke carrier, and this got added on, and they've now got the PNG-2, which I think they're working on. And yeah, we'll see when that comes out what it looks like. So yeah, that's just the way the world works. Okay, right then. So book review time, and then we'll be book review with added bonus of 1901 Iron Brew because we got through all of Knight's questions. So if you don't mind, you're going to enjoy this. 1901. And yay! Eh? Glass. Slightly mucky. Been drinking a lot of Iron Brew today. 1901. Beautiful. Courtesy of Paul, this can is.
There are more on the way,
Thank you.
but not till 25th, I don't think.
Hmm?
I don't think they arrive with you until the 25th.
Oh, thank you. There are more on the way.
I couldn't change the date,
Ah,
so it would coincide with the weekend.
well, thank you. Well, I've still got some from I've still got the previous pack I'm working through, so you know.
Oh, that's okay then.
But I am going to, because we got through Knight's questions, I'm going to treat myself to 2 cans at once. So yes, the toast is to Paul, to thank you. It's thanks to Paul and the supplies in 1901 that I have managed to get through. Yes, thanks to Paul and the supplies that I've got through all of Knight's questions. I think there was 300 of them at one point. So, then I will get the things out. We have got that.
I think you've probably got through about 250 this week so far, because there were a number which were unnumbered.
Hmm? We have got 4 exceptional books to review, and I will put links to them down below. I've got them ready to go, or at least they're supposed to be in a Word file, ready to go. So I'll put the links down below so people can find them. So, you know. The links will appear in the YouTube channel description, not why is my Black Friday, of course. My Amazon has gone orange because it goes the colour of something. Right. With that, he opens up the Word file and the link's not working, so give me a second. I managed to get certain things work. I managed to get the bot working today, but apparently something else decided not to work.
I'm very glad you got the bot working today.
It has made things a little bit easier.
Well, I ran out of electricity at some points between going to bed and waking up.
That's worrying.
So, yeah, it's my fault for not checking to see how much I had left at the beginning of the week, which is what I normally do.
Hmm. Right. Okay. So that will have this. Then we have this one. This is a very cool book, and this is actually a book I'm going to be having a chat about with Anthony Cumming on Monday, and it will be Wednesday's 2 historians. The first 2 historians is the life and career of Commodore Michael Clapp. And I have to say, Michael's exact phrase when he saw it was, "Wow, you found a picture which makes me look hard." And I always love it when someone responds like that, you go, okay, yes, you are the right person to be writing a book about. You are going to take the out of yourself. Oh, good lord. And yeah. Luckily, I can rebuild these things fairly quickly, but, you know, it's annoying when it happens. So, done. You're working on a 4-part question at the moment for Fleet. Enjoy. I hope Fleet. I'm sure Fleet will enjoy it for night. So first things first. This is the Journal of Young Midshipman, Royal Navy and the Crisis of the Mediterranean, 1940 to 41, by John Hashim. Now, John Hashim left Dartmouth to be a naval college in 1940 at 17 years old, and he goes off to take part to join HMS Liverpool. He then joins HMS York, then takes part in the Battle of Crete aboard Kandahar, and yeah, this is his journal. This is his journal. This is what he was up to in World War II, and it is a really interesting read because literally, I think he, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this book ends on the 29th of September 1941. So this book runs from 1940 to September 1941. And it ends there because the journal runs out of pages. So this is the cool thing. This is full of information and on the ships, on his experience, on his navigation exams, on what he's getting up, days in the life, what he's doing. It is just non-stop. And it is really a really fun read. If you're looking at it for Christmas, I do recommend looking at it. If you've got someone down below who likes reading or personal stories and personal histories, this is a year and a half of World War II from a junior officer's perspective in the Mediterranean. And I want to give you an example. Let's start off. This one's quite cool. Monday is July the 7th. Today I returned once again to normal duty, feeling a little shaky at the knees, but otherwise quite alright. Wednesday, July 9th. We were EMD today, and a plotting exercise was held starting at 09:15. The panic that ensued in the SDO, Submarine Director Office, was quite incredible, however. We all managed to acquit ourselves without disgrace, and the results were duly forwarded to D14. Thursday, July 10th. We proceeded to sea at 0700 hours to carry out a shoot, fire a couple of torpedoes, and later screen the Valiant. Just before slipping, a Turkish Commodore came aboard to view the proceedings. First, we had an AA-controlled shoot at a sleeve target, followed by a simultaneous torpedo attack with the Jervis. This was a great success. One passing ahead and the other astern, meaning that the ones in between would certainly have hit in real life. Lastly, we had a concentrated shoot at the target towed by Protector. In the afternoon, we screened Valiant while she carried out a range and inclination exercise on Leander, followed by a sub-caliber shoot at the same target as we had. We all returned to harbour at 2200 hours. Saturday, July the 12th. Ships seem to be continuously lost on this Tobruk run. Defender went last night, Auckland and Grimsby some weeks ago, and many other destroyers, including Decoy with our old First Lieutenant's captain, badly near missed. There seems to be no answer to this question. Oh, Stukas escorted by fighters. We just haven't the necessary air support. Today we were EMD. Sunday, July the 13th. I learnt with horror that today was to be my last in Kandahar, for I had been appointed to the Valiant and was to go tomorrow. And though most enjoyable 3 months came to an end, full of every type of interest and excitement, may my next ship be as kind to me as my last. So he moved to Valiant in July 1941. This is the kind of book which, if you get on Christmas Day for your presents, and you can pass this on with my assurance to your family members, you'll be shut up all afternoon reading it. If they find you on Christmas Day, the person who doesn't want to enjoy the Christmas movies, who doesn't want to get involved in the singing, who just want to sit in a corner reading, this is the book for you. You will love it. Your family members will too. Longer review coming in future, but I thought I'd put this as part of Historiophon. All these 4 books are going to be part of a longer review, which is going to come out in the Key Book series. But I thought if I got them in the Historiophon, you'd have a quick chance to look at them and go, this might be for you.
Do you write any subsequent books?
What, Paul?
Did he write any subsequent books? Any books which came after this?
I don't think so.
No.
I think this is just it. And there's they have copies of the journals and various things in here. I think it's literally is. It's his. Some historians have found his journal, and the family and him have worked together with him to be pushed together. So it's been edited by Brian Laverley. And so that means Brian's compiled bits, and you can see there are bits which the editor has added in, some pictures and some stuff to illustrate it, but literally hasn't touched it in. There's things like newspaper articles, etc., to illustrate things going on and give you some context of what's going on. It's a really, really fun read. But as said, it's perfect for the person at Christmas who likes naval history or likes stories of World War II and people being involved in warfare, and you want them to keep quiet for the rest of the day. You or family will not be disappointed in this book. It will be effective. It will be effective. Now, next book, Unsung Hero of the Falklands War, The Life and Career of Commodore Michael Clapp by Anthony Cumming. Now, Anthony Cumming is a great historian, and Michael Clapp is a great guy. They are both friends of mine, so I'm going to put this up here. So you all know my rule, especially with books done by friends, but with books pretty much done by anyone, I don't talk about them unless they're a good book. And if they're books done by friends, I really don't talk about them unless they're a good book, because I don't want to start saying equivocal stuff. There is a review coming up of Drax's book. I have to say, the first thing I found was, Anthony managed to get Michael's wife to dig out the family album, because, yes, there are pictures of him as a little boy. Yeah, it works. But it does start to illustrate quite what an interesting career and life he had, and he really did do a lot of interesting stuff, and he is an absolute superstar and a really nice chap to sort of work with. I have to admit, I've done a few things with him, and with the Falklands War stuff we've got coming up, I'm going to be working with him again hopefully soon and doing a lot of stuff on that. When you look through the chapters, and there are multiple chapters in this book, it's quite interesting how much is in here. It starts off with Korea and his early life. Then it goes to the Cyprus emergency and developing Cold War. His joys in the Blackburn Buccaneer and Indonesia-Malaysian confrontation. The World Cruise, meeting the Shah, becoming the Commodore Amphibious Warfare. The Falkland Islands, Operation and Islands of Amphibious, Operation Corporate, the landing dilemma, the landing at San Carlos, Bomb Alley, Fitzroy, and what happens post the Falklands, and all of his life in between and what's getting up. And he does so much. it's this is a great quote from Michael Clapp, which was this is from Anthony Cumming asking him. In 2021, I asked Michael Clapp why reporters did not speak with him, and he replied, "The three carrier commander task groups were ordered not to talk to the press by Fieldhouse as Commander Task Force. I have yet to be released, although Sandy and Moore were before they died. When I returned home in July 82, I called on Fieldhouse, and the subject of embargo came up. He appeared astonished and said he knew nothing about it. Perhaps it came originally from the Ministry of Defence, and someone in Commander Task Force's staff passed it on without telling him." Think about that. He was ordered not to talk to the press, and despite all the things that were said, and including quite a few things which were wrong about him and what he was getting up to, he didn't do it because that was the order. That takes a lot of honour. It does. Michael, this is another question. They're talking about can human-born Professor René de la Page's account, detailed in Hingham and Harris's Why Air Forces Fails, to be the best and most honest account of the operation he has come across. Petra is an academic specialised in Latin American affairs, and therefore not among the British authors praising their own forces or Argentinian writers trying to account for inevitable defeat. Not that there was anything remotely inevitable about the outcome of this campaign. As he points out, the junta would almost certainly have succeeded with better timing. If they had waited until 1983, Britain would have implemented a plan to scrap both aircraft carriers, meaning the Argentine Navy and Air Force would have enjoyed such superiority that reconquest would have been out of the question. Alternatively, if they had stuck to their original plan of waiting a few weeks until the 15th of May 1982, the weather window necessary for the British preparations would have closed. But even with the timing actually adopted, Pedro believes that if the Army, Navy and Air Force had worked effectively and harmoniously, Argentina could have won the war easily. In the event, the Air Force did come close to winning it, despite the fact that the other two services had largely dropped out of the conflict. Michael agrees. They would have walked it. The main carrier Ark Royal was already on a scrap heap with proper carrier aircraft. Long-range aircraft, tankers, airborne early warning. Argentina had a bleak history, and, of authoritarian government. Its best known and arguably most infamous leader being General Juan Domingo Perón, President, 4th of June 1946, and 27th September 1955, and 12th October 1973 to 1st July 1974. Husband, of course, is celebrated Vida. Perón, an admirer of Hitler and Mussolini, sheltered a string of notorious Nazi war criminals and was not averse to using violence of political ends. It's all fun things. But it's a good book. It's worth a read, and it's an interesting discussion. It is really an interesting discussion. And then that fits in with the next book. Development of British Amphibious Operations, 1882 to 1914. So, this is keeping your Christmas people busy. This is at Christmas providing you something new and interesting to talk about a modern conflict. And this is for those who love Victorian history and want to learn how it affected World War One. Yes. 25 quid or $45 really, realistically, for this book. It's technically $44.95, but that's going to be $45. We all know it is. It's all about the development of naval operations and how they work together. And it starts off an interesting point, because you think about it, it starts off in 1882, which is an operation into Egypt. And it finishes with World War One. It has the Sudan operations, the South Berber operations, the Upper Berber operations, the Sudan operations of 1896 to 98. The South Africa, 1892 to 1902, the Boxer Rebellion, 1900, the Somaliland, the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905, the various assessments that went on into that one, then the joint operations and the educational response that comes about 1882 to 1914, which is a really interesting read, by the way. I'll be doing some quotes from that in a second. 12, chapter 12, towards a manual of combined and naval and military operations, which then gets ignored in various points. The attempted reforms from above, and the executing expeditionary warfare in in World War One, and how it got blocked up, basically, on a regular basis. Let's go to the education chapter, I think. It may be said without exaggeration that on large scale there can be no British war strategy that is either purely naval or purely military. It must always be amphibious, in the sense that it must consider the armies and fleets of both sides. This was written by George Anston in 1914. From the 16th century, one truism dominated British military thinking. To wit, the army need not weigh fighting at home. After the loss of its Norman holdings, geography made this possible. Strategy and empire, however, made it essential. This points to the vital importance of the maritime equation in every British strategic problem. As an industrial stalwart dependent on imported raw materials and lacking in domestic foodstuffs, the defeat of the Royal Navy would spell calamity of the highest order. Secure at sea, no enemy dare come. Absent that command, not even the greatest of armies under a modern Marlborough could forestall the ensuing starvation and ruination. The validity of this centuries-old assumption would be challenged in the years before the First World War, yet from that proposition followed one incontrovertible truth. Strategically, the British way of warfare was inherently maritime. Operationally, this need not be as the routine of mounting operations along the Indian frontier demonstrated. Still, India might be counted as the exception, only proving the rule. Capturing the point, the War Office noted in 1909, it has only often been truly said that the Navy alone cannot bring a war to successful termination, and never has done so in the history of the world. There was a very short war of about 6 minutes, or something like that, which was entirely a naval bombardment, but we'll leave that to one side. That is kind of an example of what we're not to do. It has often been truly said that a navy alone cannot bring a war to a successful termination, and never has done so in the history of the world. The only possible exception in this might be in our own case, if a foreign navy held supremacy at sea. That would be problematic. It would be. Excuse me a second, I forgot to do this. I got so distracted by the books. No other country with which we may be at war depends for its existence on sea power, other than perhaps Japan. But at this point, that wasn't considered. And the mere destruction of their fleets can only be the preliminary step to enforcing their submission. It is for this reason that the combined naval military operations are certain to be undertaken in our next war. Admittedly, others, including France, Japan, and the United States, might conduct amphibious operations. Still, Britain, by virtue of its wealth, industry, shipping, and geography, was unique in what it could attempt and to what it would aspire. Simply put, amphibious operations retained a saliency in British warfare largely unknown to others. A staff college built upon a reformed senior division of the officer training establishment at Sandhurst dated from 1858. Chartered to develop officers in staff duties and the art of command, to some, the very name evoked a misnomer. Entrance required passing a series of examinations or securing nomination for the 2-year course. During the period under review, quotas limited the number of officers from the separate corps and line battalions so that aspirants competed within a pool of similar candidates. As artillerists and engineers matriculated to Woolwich based on the superiority of the early examination results, the previous testimony testifies only as a limited form of meritocracy existed. This was considered essential lest the staff be dominated by a single arm and with it a single point of view. The restriction on officers attending from the same regiment reduced the burden on the parent formation, but operated against the Royal Marines in an untoward manner given its size. For those desiring the fullest of careers, attendance at Staff College was thought a must in the years preceding the First World War. So believed Captain William Marshall, who would not attend Camberley. However, owing to the onset of the War of South Africa, rising to a general officer rank, Marshall's lack of staff experience would continue to cloud an otherwise excellent record. Another holding attendance essential was Arthur Nicholson of the Foreign Office. Possessing only mediocre academic credentials himself, including time in the Britannia, he nevertheless appreciated why his son Frederick sought to leave for Lord Harnage and India for Camberley, yet the British Army knew of its priorities for the officer experienced in campaigning, secured promotion and preferment over those who had not. So marked was disqualified officers on leave, such as Horace Smith Doran, regularly volunteered for active service, while commanders invariably searched elsewhere for suitable able hands, including the Staff College. Until the Boer War, the army was never so much educated as trained. Trained to a high standard, to be sure, but the emphasis remained fixed on rote learning, with higher mathematics, chemistry, musketery, fieldcraft, riding and ballistics at the fore. Wolsey depreciated its current lines, and only when the institution started examining war's broader lines, i.e. strategy, and elucidating its underlying principles, did matters begin to fit officers for future duties. Training now migrated into the realm of education, with a Rubicon crossed. Field Marshal Sir William Robertson believed these principles fostered a common viewpoint among officers, and made everything that followed much easier. That may be crediting too much for even a well-read officer such as Charles Townshend, who lacked the motif of past Staff College or PSC, accepting that principles governed military affairs. It is a really interesting read. It's also a mildly depressing read at certain points when you realise this is the foundation which leads to World War I. And a lot of the stuff in here leads to a lot of ideas which are then put forward, and they were found rather unsurprisingly to be wrong. Oh, when you consider they themselves thought them wrong, but no one was arguing against it. Oh, life can be fun. Life can be very fun. With that being said, though, our last one is a book which, honestly, I think many people are going to be interested in, because it is done by John Jordan and Jean Moulin. Now, John Jordan is who you'll know from the treaty books, so Warships After Washington and Warships After London. These two books, okay? These books. Very cool books. Very useful books. Very interesting books. Let me re-emphasize that. Warships After London, Warships After Washington. These two. Okay? This is French aircraft carriers 1910 to 2000. 90 years of French naval aviation. And it is gorgeous. Full plans, like he puts in his books. There is so much information in here. We also have all the various ideas for burn. I kid you not. There are different options. Oh, the interwar studies. Oh, good lord. There are just so many studies. All 15 of them are in here. It is just... I'm going to do a video on this in Key Ships, the French interwar carrier studies. It's going to be glorious and fun. All the French carrier studies. It's going to be such a good book. It's such a good video. And this gives me all the sources to go and look at. It's wonderful. Ah, yes. Oh, so good. So good. It's just, yeah, I just, this book is, for me, and I will say for anyone who is interested in development aviation in the 1920s and 30s and the way the world developed and where the French were going and what they were involved in, this is just, it's beautiful to read. And the aircraft are covered in it. It's just, It's so full of information. So full of stuff to read. And all the things they get up to. Oh. And you have a full chapter on the burn. A full chapter on the burn. On its air group. Oh. The fact is, there are multiple options for the Bazern design. What design do I think was best? Look. This is a picture I really wanted to find last year when I was talking about it, and I didn't find it. But look, those are clamshell doors over the lifts. Look at them. And there's the forward lift for fighters. Now think about that as a flight deck operation.
Not good.
It's going to shred your own aircraft.
It certainly looks awful to manage.
This is one of those books, which, by the way, is going to join this book, the French Warships book, in being ready for me whenever our resident francophone in the Shipshape group starts talking about French capabilities. Because it is full of good ideas. But the trouble is they try to execute them all at once. And it's just, no, please don't. Please, stop. Just try and get one idea to work and then implement the next idea. No, we will implement them all together because in theory this will work. No, please, you're ruining it. You're ruining your own carrier. You've got great ideas. Just go slowly. Just go slowly. Although, let's be honest, the fact that they also give in here the full profile and plan of the Normandy class and show you how they adapt to the machinery and how they change things to fit for the aircraft carrier operation. Oh my. And here's the really great thing, right? So, I realised this, but it's made so much worse when you realize when they actually show it in plan form. All the boilers are forward in two banks. They delete the after boiler room and just leave the forward boiler rooms, right? For burn. So they actually take out boiler rooms, which is one of the reasons why our speed reduces. But even worse than that, the engine rooms, it goes literally next to each other. Vertical triple expansion, turbine room, vertical triple expansion. So now I've explained that. Have a look at that. Have a look at that plan. Think about damage control with that plan. I'm not saying anyone is any better, but oh my god, think about damage control in that plan. You get one hit on your engines, you've lost all your engines. As a battleship, they even had that design for the engine rooms. Well, it was a battleship. Literally. And all the aviation stores are stored in special side slots. All the way along the hull. Oh, it's just... I have no idea. Channel, to answer the problem with the various Spain things on the laptop language settings, go to your language packs and you might have to delete one because then it can't select it. That's what I had to do once with one laptop, which just kept for some reason changing language on me. I deleted the language it kept changing to and it stopped being a problem. Yeah. They kept the coal. They kept the coal. They just... Yep. Why? Why? Oh... And you have separate lifts for each type of aircraft. So you have a fighter lift that can only carry 2 tons of aircraft, a reconnaissance aircraft lift that can carry a 5-ton aircraft, but it's got to be between 10 by 15 meters, and a torpedo bomber aircraft, which is 15 by 15 meters. So it can literally do 1 aircraft at a time. Oh, up or down of each type. Oh my lord. So many good ideas. Why? Oh, and of course, they stored the aviation fuel above the ship's fuel. I'd forgotten that until now. They literally put the aviation fuel underneath the lower hangar / repair workshop, just above the fuel storage for the main ship. So the aviation fuel could theoretically ignite, and potentially, once it's got burning, set the ship's fuel on light. Is Foxhole in this chat? I'm surprised she is not giggling with glee at this point over the force of the French aircraft carrier. No, she's not here.
I'm hoping she's went for something to eat.
I'm hoping so too, because otherwise this will give her far too much information in her anti-French warfare. But no, it goes. The thing is, it goes right up to the modern day. So it does do the Charles de Gaulle. So you have unparalleled information on the Charles de Gaulle. And I mean, this is I have seen very few books in the English language which have had this level of information about the development and construction of the Charles de Gaulle. And it has a really good, really well thought out chapter on that subject, and giving you a lot of information, including stuff about future potential carriers and ideas and their selections. So it is a really cool, really worthwhile read that I highly recommend. I really do recommend. It's just... This is the book which, if you are into naval aviation, you will want underneath your Christmas tree. And this is also why my family hate me getting all these books sent to me, because all their plans for Christmas presents for me just get sent to me anyway for me to review. So then they have to think of other things, which gets very expensive apparently, because I am very difficult to buy presents for if you're not buying books.
How much is that one, Alex?
This one is £45. So it's at that point where, okay, it's expensive, but it's got so much information there and so many pictures, and I kid you not, I reckon there's about 200 pictures in there. I can guarantee a large amount of the money is going for the picture rights. A large amount of money is going for the picture and rights and those things. The authors are probably not getting that much at all, but... and I will say this, the design and development ideas, I'm going to do an entire video on this chapter, because this is giving me all the stuff which... When I was doing my PhD thesis, I wanted to include the French as well as the Japanese and the Americans, but finding a decent source list, finding a decent document list for it was proving a nightmare, and I didn't have enough time to spend 2 years in the French archives working it out. Now this book exists, I would have done it without a doubt. But this book exists and does...
£400,000 word dissertation.
Yeah.
Then add a 400,000 word dissertation.
Well, Look, it was 200. It was about Okay, yes. I mean, it would have. It would if I did the French, I'd have also done the Italians. To be fair, so I would have. It would have probably been more like 500,000. But we'll leave that to one side.
A quick look on Amazon. There's no Kindle version, but apparently it's about 30 quid on Amazon at the moment.
Oh, good. Black Friday deals.
No, it doesn't say. It just says
And 10
30
go
quid
for it.
currently.
If you can get it for 30 quid, it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. And again, I'm gonna highly recommend John Hashim. The Michael Clapp one is really special, but as I said, there is going to be more about that, and there's going to be a chat with the author coming out Wednesday, but I'm recording it Monday. So other people after the Historiophon will be going, sleep time. Me, I'm going, I'm sitting down with my mate having a 2-hour chat about his book. Which will be, I will edit and be out Monday. Wednesday. But yeah, John Hashim. This one, The Midshipman. I cannot emphasize it. It's a great read for Christmas, for quietly sitting and reading through Christmas. It will keep you amused the whole way through. The reason why I'm not saying that about Michael Clapp's book is because as much as I love Michael Clapp's book, it's got so much in there close to current day that if you're British, by about the last 3 chapters, you will be getting very angry. By the last chapter, you will be getting furious and your Christmas will turn into a Christmas Day rant. Of you declaring against the British government and various other people. This one, the more you know about World War One. This is one which I am going to get a copy sent to Gareth if I can, because I think he will love it. But I think also that will lead to many, many, many short videos coming out from Gareth with little stories he looks up on it. But yeah, it was. It's worth. They are good books and they are worth a read. They really are.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm just home from work.
It's probably good you arrived now because it would have been very expensive if you'd been here a few minutes ago.
Oh, were you going through books?
Yes.
I think I saw at least one being held up.
Yes, I was
Yes.
going through books. And I know you.
Instead, it has been expensive in the form of supermarket shopping and petrol.
Ooh. That is
Yeah.
expensive.
Yeah. But with the change in weather, I have changed from buying lots of salad to stuff which I will be roasting. Before
Good.
too long.
So you're prepping. You're prepping for Christmas, Dan. You're prepping for the veg at Christmas.
Something like that. There's also large chunks of meat to cook up
Mm-hmm.
as well. Yeah. How is this evening or stuff? How is today going?
It's going quite well. Everything's sort of pottling along, I think. And tonight's is Space Marine 2, the game will be ending up with. But at the moment, it's Timberborn and a huge amount of questions. And we've completed all of Night's questions. So I hope we've got some Iron Brew or something to drink in celebration. Because really, we have completed all of Night's
numbered questions.
Yes, we have completed all of Night's numbered questions. Which is something worthy of celebration.
Yes, I'm assuming that Satan is currently updating work. I assume health frozen over.
Potentially.
Because, I mean, this is one of those momentous things What was the last question, by the way?
The last question, question 10, from Knight was for the Royal Navy. It had been shown their armored cruisers were useless, expensive, and floating death traps. But how much of that history conclusion was due to World War One?
Most of it.
Included, or basically all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There are people not understanding that early battle cruisers were armored cruisers.
Yep.
Foxo's back. That's good. She's come back after she could have got a book which would have allowed her to be cause Fleet more trouble. I haven't been that cruel to Fleet. I haven't given Foxo that much anti-French armament.
Well, do you have a
I've been
book on?
listening for the past 20 minutes.
You've been
Those ones you
listening for
haven't
the
had a-
past 20 minutes. Oh,
Yeah.
good lord. I
ones you
apologise
don't
now,
have to-
Fleet.
Well,
I'm
I'll
just
get
like,
clear.
no. I'm assuming that I would do so low to learn about the French.
Yes, you've done it before.
Just so you could be, just so you could annoy people. Yes, Foxo. Yes, I do think you would do that.
Well, then in similar veins, that one's about French carriers, of course. So, and as you mentioned, it's got a bit about the Normandies, but if you happen to have one about French battleships of the period, well, that's truly a nail in his coffin.
Oh well, yeah, this one. That's French warships. This is the one which which every time you start talking about them comes out and literally lives right next to me in the Calyx. I don't
I've
use it
got
for
Amazon
any
open.
work at the moment. It sits in Calyx. Literally, it's French warships, Age of Steam by Stephen Roberts, 1859 to 1914.
Does it get waved threateningly at him?
Design, construction, careers, and fates is the tagline for the book.
I'm surprised it doesn't have a handle or a frame to put a handle around so that you can implant the knowledge into his head. For him.
Yeah. Or alternatively, you just yeet it at him at high velocity.
Hardcover's only £36.
Yeah.
English £36 or French £36?
In France, it's not actually available in France, according to Amazon. I think the Académie La Francaise got to it. Because it dared to speak bad about the French.
Oh.
Yes, the Académie Française. Française? I'm not sure. I really am an embarrassment to my mother. It's sometimes so fun. And my father, for that matter, because he at least can do the pronunciations. Yeah. I'd say it makes me happy, but really I just don't care.
Yes, that is my friend.
It is a power of apathy. I have tried and failed to learn many languages.
I still remember the fleet getting into the nice off with the poor Japanese ladies in the middle of Japan, and you and me looking at each other and going, "We know enough Japanese to know what this is happening, and we want to put an end to this in a way which is not going to cause a mild war over who can be most polite."
Yet somehow that didn't end up with the death of Fleet.
No.
Well, there's no such thing
You
as
know.
too polite, is there?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
No, you go first. 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 After you.
You don't bow lower than the other person.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you end up with reverse limbo dancing.
Well, it ends up as a Zara, effectively, doesn't it?
I mean, it could be fun doing that, but yeah, it's more fun to just watch it. Do we have anything else to be discussing? Sorry, I haven't had a chance to look at the any of the text stuff to see what's happening.
Well, I'm just going to start up the next questions and just see, because I know we've been getting some in. So I'm just going to release some questions, because Brandon Larson, Jonathan Moon, Rune von Bismarck, and a few others have been putting questions in. So, Brand Larson, what if in 1940 all British and American battleships, heavy cruisers, light cruisers, and carriers are swapped?
We kind of did this one earlier. We did this in 38, but now also the carriers are being swapped as well.
In 1940.
40 as well.
Yeah, the Americans.
The British are unhappy.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier the British are very unhappy with what's happening.
Considering by this point in 1940 they have lost Courageous.
When is it in 1940?
It doesn't have a date. We normally assume
First of
January.
Yeah. So let's. The main problem the British have not got is they've now lost their armored carriers. They've lost everything which is laid down before then. They have lost everything of their armored carriers. All of their armored carriers have been lost. But they hang on. Let's see. How many of the Essex class were laid down by 1940?
I didn't think any of them were in 1940 because they only.
No, none of the Essexes have been laid down. Oh, this is bad.
41.
Yeah, I was.
We also don't have any of the Iowas.
They've got Wasp. That was laid down. That had been built. Yeah, they've got the Yorktowns. All three of those.
Okay.
They've got Ranger. They've got the two Lexingtons. So they've got two Lexingtons, 3 Yorktowns, Ranger and Wasp. They're not lost numbers of active carriers, but hang on. In 1940 they had Illustrious, Ark Royal, Glorious, hasn't gone yet. Eagle.
Transfers ships that are under construction.
Yeah, I know. They've lost all the ships that were under construction. But there's no Essexes under construction at this point.
No. There's no Iowas either, are there?
Argus. Furious. Glorious, Ark Royal. Eagle. Illustrious. Argus. Hermes. So they've got 6 for 6 in terms of active carriers, but the British had the 3 other Illustriouses ready coming off the bench soon, and they had and they've now not got that. So they're going to have to do a crash carrier buy. The carriers carry a stronger air group. They don't all have radar fitted like the British ones do yet, because again, it takes time to actually fit these things to it. Whereas the British were doing basically almost universal by 1940. Enterprise is having very good confused noises. Also, by it's by 1940. So the British and still no Baltimore's. However, I think the Royal Navy now gets laid down. So they also get Iowa and New Jersey.
Woo!
And all the South Dacks. All the Sodaks. Yeah.
That just about makes up for the loss of Renown, Hood, and Repulse.
No, because again, he hasn't included battle cruisers, so the British still got Renown and Hood and Repulse.
Actually, no, the Brits don't get any of them, actually, unfortunately, for the Iowas.
Why?
We're going 1st of Jan 1940, right?
Oh, frigate. Yeah, they have to. They're not
Iowa laid down 27th of June, New Jersey 16th of September.
Dang, I was so hopeful there seeing the 1940 going, yes, they got them. No, we've got all the South Dakotas, which are not bad.
Live with them.
We don't even have the Cleveland class. Any of them?
Oh, good lord.
United Kingdom crying in. We've got 10 Omahas. You've not got
Well,
any
that's-
Atlanters.
Oh, good lord. We're criminally short of light cruisers again. I think we have now.
We at least now have all of the Brooklands.
We've got Wichita, which will
Yeah,
make.
we do still have
Yes, that does make me happy. We got none of the Baltimores. So literally, our heavy cruisers aimed at Wichita.
I don't know if Hood does get refit night, because now Britain can't afford to refit Hood.
They have to build everything else.
Yeah. She is now one of 3 fast fleet elements the Royal Navy has left. Or at least the fast that they want.
They've even
aka
lost all
above 30 knots.
they've lost all the King George V's, everything. You know, I suppose in terms of they've got all the Brooklands.
Actually, in a slightly... So now that Britain's got all the American carriers, do you think that might help Fleet Air Arm at all? Because they do now have a bunch of much bigger carriers to work with.
Well, that does
Yeah,
help
but
them when they
listen,
have bigger aircraft. They can have more aircraft on them, which is great. But also, those aircraft carriers are designed for being able to operate in open waters like the Pacific, not
Yeah.
the British have always got to have the back in the mind of we also have to operate in the Mediterranean and South China Sea, which are confined waters where there's land bases all the way around. So you have to. This is why the British have the route of armour as well. So, I think there's potential that the Yorktowns, especially, stay the better ones, and Lexingtons find themselves rapidly armoured.
You're right. Knight,
And what does the run? The US Navy just does a mild party because they got rid of Ranger onto someone.
Yeah.
Actually,
Ranger probably would make a decent one for Malta convoys. Just as a what's it called transport carrier, she would probably be okay.
So she's replacing Argus.
Argus or Eagle.
and Furious in that role.
Yeah.
Potentially.
You're right, Nate. The North Cals and South Dakotas are just as fast as KGV. That's right. Perfectly fine there. They're still not the fast fleet element, though.
No.
They're not. They're not 32, 33 knots.
They're 28 knots.
And considering your options now, yes, we've got KGVs and South Dakotas. Not KGVs, they've got North Cals and South Dakotas. That's good. That's nice to have. What other battleships do we have? Well, the fastest ship then beyond those is 21 knots.
Give me back Warspite, or we hurt you.
They're not. The whole point is they're not allowed to give them back. So
Yeah.
they can't do that. Like, the universe physically does not let them.
Admittedly, though, you do possibly end up with the scenario of a USS Warspite tracking down Yamato and Musashi and going, "So it's me versus you two." And then
Also, I think
going, "This will work. We're fine. You've got 15-inch guns." And Warspite going, "No, I have something better than better guns. I have plot armor."
I mean, I think the key issue would be that the Warspite gets a vote in this.
No, like it just Q
No.
like snaps fingers. It happens.
Yeah.
No. You tell Warspite that, and for that matter, Texas.
Yes.
Knowing
Well,
Q, he would do it.
in terms of Texas, she now gets to go and take on the entire Italian Navy. Which, seeing as I've met many Texans who've told me that they know how to cook Italian food better than the Italians do, I actually think would be a very interesting fight.
You're right, Knight. They do have better range, but that better range isn't that necessarily useful for the Royal Navy on average.
Yeah. It's does that fit with what the Royal Navy needs it to do, Knight? It has better range. Great. It's got a better stat on paper. That's wonderful. Is that what the Royal Navy wants to do with it?
Because, as I recall, to prove the point with this, it was either the rulers or the attackers basically one of the classes of escort carriers the Brits got, they removed a part of the fuel stores because we just don't need this. For what we need, this is excessive. We can use it for other things.
Yes, that's what they did. They used it for... What did they use it for? I think they used it for aviation fuel, and they just converted from ship fuel to aviation fuel and a few things like that.
So,
yeah,
the Brits are not happy.
no.
The Americans are laughing hysterically about a lot of this.
Because they can adjust the Brit ships to fit their needs at this point in the war, especially in 1914, better than the British can theirs.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The war the Brits are fighting in 1940 does not fit these systems.
Also, I'm just imagining what's it called, some of these unarmored carriers taking the 1,000 or 2,000 kilogram bombs in the Mediterranean. It's just going to be a good night.
Well, in that defense, you could actually have more fighters upon them, and I'm presuming their air groups come with them. But the trouble is, the American air groups in 1940
Doesn't say anything about that, so I'm a little hesitant to say that. They might get the planes that are currently on board, but also since it doesn't mention crew, I'm assuming their crews stay with the nations, because otherwise that would be very weird. But
yeah, okay. Yeah. They don't get the F4 free Wildcat till February 1940. That could be a problem. That could be a problem. But no, things will be... But also, imagine the US Navy's approach to getting the swordfish.
oh, so that's how they do it. Looking at the torpedo mechanism.
Yes, and going, oh, bastards! Excuse the French.
No, I will not excuse the French. What have they done this time?
Linguistics.
Ah, you've been hit by the Academy Française. Or was it Francois? I can't remember which was which.
I've had many debates with the Académie Française. They are a fun academy to have an argument with.
Oh, pray tell.
Oh, I trying to get access to a French archive at one point.
Oh? No, you
You
can't
say
just say
no.
that.
And basically it was a whole debate, and ended up realizing that the archive I was trying to get access to was not the archive they thought I was trying to get access to, and so they were completely misunderstanding which archive I was after. And I would normally say this is down to my bad French, but I specifically got someone involved who actually is French, and understood the linguistics. And they were arguing with them, and it was a case of, but I don't want that. And I went, yeah, I know. But this is what people can be like sometimes.
Here's a quick question.
Yes?
Do the Cornish have, like, naval folk music?
Oh, they do have folk music, yes. There is quite a lot of
I've just been,
fishing
I've
music
just
down
been
here.
listening to a lot of the Soviet-era folk music.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
You like the music?
I like my folk music.
Okay.
Like, believe it or not, the Russians do actually have some decent music.
They put out some banging tunes sometimes.
I say what I say to fleet. Don't have issues with Russians. Have issues with the Russian government.
No, their music tends to be very, very depressing.
Oh,
Except when
Ramon,
it involves artillery.
do not ask that kind of question. That is a loaded question. I've seen what's in the tube coming from Rawl. That is a loaded question. Okay, yeah. What would it have taken for an Aegis sail breech loader to be developed and deployed? A better understanding of metallurgy, and you need to come up with probably a screw mechanism for their technology and metallurgy at the time. You can do it theoretically, but it's going to be. Let's put it this way: you need to first refine the quality of iron they're getting to a higher level of purity, to a higher sort of the refine the metallurgy of the iron, and probably make it far. How do I put this politely? You're going to have to make the iron closer to steel to make it work. Pretty much. And you're then going to have to develop from that point onwards.
So,
and you could do it. If you did achieve it, though, you would probably be at a point of level of you would be one of the richest people in the world very quickly. And you would be making your navy virtually unstoppable because A, all the misfirings from guns still being loaded and all those things wouldn't happen, and B, you would have the ability, guns wouldn't have to be run in to be reloaded. So you could make actually the cannon longer, and that would enable them to engage at longer ranges with more accuracy.
You'd have greater freeboard as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's perhaps a little bit cheating, but it's literally right at the very edge of it. But because it's the one we mentioned the other day of the 110 pounder,
yeah,
it's the probably closest you're going to get to that. But as I said, that is literally at the turning point of the era.
But if you can do that, you can also build pretty much. If you're doing all that, you can also pretty much have the technology to build HMS Warrior. So if you could get all that put together, you could be churning out HMS Warrior earlier in the Age of Sail. And Lord help anyone if Warrior came into existence, or a version of Warrior came into existence in like 1790, which is the earliest you could probably do it, because they have the initial facilities and processes that if you were there and you knew your chemistry, you knew your metallurgy, you could persuade them, and you had the money to do it, you could do it.
Maybe meant to laugh evilly at the thought of Nelson with a squadron of
HMS Warriors. Yes. Probably 2-deckers, all loaded with 110 pounder guns. Breech loading.
This kind of feels like, what was it, in Shogun 2?
Frightening.
Where if you side with the British and all of a sudden you get Black Prince, like, yeah, this is just not comparable. Good luck to anyone fighting you.
Doesn't Fleet claim that there is a ship which can take on Black Prince in that in that game?
He probably does.
I think he's.
I don't know if that one's actually Fleet. I know we've definitely talked to someone who did say that, but I don't know if it was Fleet.
I thought it was Fleet claimed Fleet claimed the French one could actually fight the Black Prince equally.
Okay, no, so if the French gets you access to early torpedo boats, and if you have a stack of 20 of those and you auto-resolve it, there's like a 5% chance Black Prince just explodes.
Like, the whole, as I recall from talking with someone else who does it, it's like, well, what's your strategy for defeating the AI if they get Black Prince? Well, either I hope I've got my own Black Prince, or I have multiple 20 stacks of torpedo boats and prey.
I see Japanese torpedo boats.
Yeah. Okay. So, Rune von Bismarck.
Now let's sing depressing songs.
Did the US consider supporting separatist movements in post-war Axis countries, the Bavarian nationalists in Germany or the Okinawa independence movement, Sardinian nationalism? Not really. They wanted the countries to stay together because that was basically their plan for the Cold War, and also because most separatist movements they saw what they felt were being funded by the communists. Basically, most Americans post-war took the idea that separatist movements were mostly commie plots.
Which were they wrong?
Not particularly. They weren't particularly wrong. Now, Ramal, why did the JMSFDF, one of the fewest navies that operates flying boats for their patrol aircraft, why do they still operate them? Because for their needs it makes sense, and also I would argue that for a lot of other nations' needs it makes sense. When you've got a number of islands and other things which the JMSDF are responsible for, flying boats give you logistical capability, give you some interesting capabilities that are really friggin' useful. It's just people have a habit of forgetting that, which is rather sad.
I mean, I'd happily have some. And
I know.
Kind of. Then again, I'm still campaigning for the return of the Swordfish, the Royal Navy active status.
I know. This is why yesterday I was raising money for the Heritage Flight, to make sure they have enough money to have the proper security requirements to stop you nicking it.
I'm only going to fly it.
I'm only going to build a Blackburn.
No, I'm High Priest of the Cult. I don't need to actually have it.
Papist heretic.
It's a bit like asking the Pope if he'd really like gods to suddenly appear in front of him.
Just
Like,
imagine the paperwork that would create.
Papist heretic. Blackburn Swordfish. Buccaneer.
No. The idea was, the money raising yesterday was to build a Blackburn. They've got a Swordfish.
No. And no. Nope. Nope.
Fortunately not.
Nope.
Dan is the High Priest of the cult of the Blackburn. He leads the Blackburn.
Bowman Boy.
No, I'll live with that.
Bowman Boy, how much harder was it for the various governments to privatise Crown versus government-owned businesses? Okay, they've never been able to privatise Crown-owned businesses because the Crown are owned by and administered by the Duchy of Lancaster. So they are not owned by the government. They're owned by the Duchy of Lancaster, which is an interesting organisation which is administered by the Crown and is there to provide income to offset the expenses of the Crown, and anything it doesn't reinvest and doesn't provide us towards the Crown expenses goes towards the national purse. So it's an interesting thing, but it means they've never privatised them, so they don't, because they're not administered by the government. Government-owned businesses they can sell off quite easily and they can privatise quite easily, but Crown, basically, as far as the government is concerned, the Crown-owned businesses are privately owned businesses. It's just they are privately owned by the Crown. If that makes sense. Knight 6831. As merchant ship, Canson are canon, thanks to Azure Lane Island Planner. How plausible is it that the ocean liner and cargo ship Canson, once served with their respective company, ends can get taken over by the Royal Navy? Huh?
Huh?
Well, at least we all agree.
Yeah, we're all... Knight, can you please provide clarification as to your question?
Let's write it out again.
Gets taken over by the... Once the respective service ends.
Paul Amos. if the boring but competent party were to decide to contest the next general election, what would need to be done to finance the party, produce a prospectus, and choose candidates? Would it be a doable endeavour, or would it be looking at election fear in the future? Depend how much money you could get. Basically, if I had enough money, yes, it could be done, but you're talking a lot of money. It's probably basically a couple of election cycles if you were actually going to do it. Probably it started as a think tank first for this first cycle while it builds up funding and connections, and then once it's reached the level of fundraising, and I would prefer to do it from fundraising from perspective of getting a lot of small donations rather than getting a few donations from a few very big donors. I want to make sure it's sort of an offset fundraising machine. But yeah, it is something I have toyed with occasionally, and I do think about occasionally. But yeah, at the moment, I don't think it can be more than a theory and a dream. But it's an idea. Night 681. How much does RMS Titanic's demise play into why her name has not been passed on to a successor? There's also the fact that she is RMS Titanic, not HMS Titanic. This is going to sound strange, but companies don't always pass ships on. Her demise does certainly add things on, but also there's the fact that you haven't got as many successors, and it's not really... If Titanic was a name which had also done something like won the Blue Ribbon, or something like that, across the Atlantic... maybe she'd have been the name would have been brought back, but it's not done that sort of thing.
It's like the others, Oceanic, Majestic, all of those ships of that time, which were very grandiose, very big, cutting edge for their time.
Mm-hmm.
That time passed, and you were neither going to be able to reproduce something with that level of prestige to justify the name.
In a way, they are symbols of what has been lost.
Night 681. Basically, when the merchant ship Canson, operated by civilian companies, no longer want them, how plausible is it that they get taken up from trade into the Royal Navy service?
Not very.
No.
At most, they will retire.
Probably. Like, if they volunteer for Royal Navy service, then they would probably be willing to consider it and accept it, but I don't think they get taken up into the Royal Navy service. Just like, alright, you finish this, you're now in our service.
Yeah. That seems interesting. Bone Boy. Which British World War II cruiser got the most torpedo hits?
That's a very good question.
Do you mean receive the most torpedo hits or deliver the most torpedo hits? Because they're different. They are slightly different questions, and they have actually disturbingly similar answers. But we'll leave it to one side.
I feel you also then have in the regards to took the most hits. Is that just took the most hits, or took the most hits and survived? Is a good caveat with that one. Delivered, Bone Meal Boy says.
Okay. So, realistically, most cruisers, if they get hit by more than 2 torpedoes in an engagement, are going to be sunk. There are a fair number which are sunk by 3 torpedoes, so basically that's what you have to leave with. Though 3 torpedoes is also usually enough to sink most battleships as well, or the older ones. However,
What about got the most torpedo hits and then managed to score the most hits on enemy vessels?
well,
'Cause that one seems like that would be very hard to find.
you see, the answer is to that is that the one who scored the most torpedo hits and who probably the one who survived the most torpedo hits, but this is unconfirmed and this is data compiled, but it's also estimates based on what we thought might hit and might not hit, would actually possibly be the same vessel. Belfast. Because she was in the most surface actions where she got to fire torpedoes at opponents.
Woo! Dong. Run,
And-
my fishes, run.
Yes, so yeah, it's probably Belfast, but there is actually contingent from at least 2 other town class cruisers. Because the town class cruisers seem to, despite having a lot of 6-inch guns, be quite obsessed with going, "Hello, meet my torpedo!" And it's sort of to the extent of going, "Okay, can you stop introducing me to your little friend? I don't need to see it." Actually is probably a legitimate point to make about them at certain points.
Well, that's slightly disturbing.
Yeah.
Who, yeah.
You mentioned being the
Oh.
Italian Navy.
Yeah, the Italian Navy. I mean, their first issue was their high command. The
Yes.
second issue was their allies. Their third issue was their fellow services. Their
Yes.
fourth issue was their senior officers.
Yeah.
All told, they did not have much luck.
No.
They were, which, considering that, certainly from the level of ship captains down, they were very good.
Yes. And even some of their later war Commodores and Admirals are pretty darn good. But, you know.
Let down by others.
Yeah.
You've let yourself down, and you've let everyone else down.
Chandler, Spain, after the Hispanias, decides to commit to building the Reina Victoria Eugenia class and 9.2-inch Hawkins class. How do the Big Five react? If they get them built before the end of World War I, that's going to define a lot of the treaty details. And possibly that might get them actually into the treaties, because if they've got 3 and 3, they've now got 6 dreadnoughts, which is the same as France and Italy. So Spain might end up somehow getting invited into the treaty system.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but also, with them having 9.2-inch Hawkins, the Royal Navy's probably not going to accept 8-inch.
No, it's going to be, in nicest way, the limit is probably going to be 10 inches, which is going to mean that the Royal Navy goes, woohoo!
Everyone else is going to be building 10-inch, and we can then laugh.
Yes, because the Royal Navy will go, yeah, but aren't you going to build? No, under no circumstances are we building that accursed 10-inch. We've operated 10-inch guns. We do not wish to go there again. We have done this in our past. We have experienced this pain. We have no desire, or intention to repeat it.
We would go so far as to actually purchase Vickers 14-inch guns to avoid having to get the 10-inch. And that is saying something, because that salesman is bloody annoying.
Yes, that salesman is a whole experience.
It's every time we try and do anything, it's like, would you like some 14-inch guns on that? It's like, we're procuring aeroplanes from Supermarine.
No,
Yes.
no, it gets worse.
14-inch guns.
Would you like a 14-inch recoilless rifle on that medium bomber you're buying?
It gets worse. It's a case of, so would you like 14-inch guns? No, I'm on holiday with my children. How did you find me here? Sir, you should know. We are complimentary service on every cruise ship. We just hang around on the balconies. Go away!
You see, I'm hiding from my wife.
You see, I can unfortunately believe both of these scenarios.
Yes.
There's just a
the
director of naval construction running, holding his children and pulling his wife, going, "Save me!" The 14-inch salesman.
We've now arrived in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Vickers salesman pops up. Oh, you're here too? No.
That's like the cartoon with the Snoopy type dog who is a Royal Canadian mounted policeman
Yes.
who's after a bad guy, and it doesn't matter where he goes over the whole of the continental United States. He gets there and thinks, "I've done it," and he goes, "Oh, there you are."
A lot of people are suggesting that France and Italy will go 9.4-inch, and Japan and America will go 10-inch.
These France would do something more curse than that. You're giving them way too much credit.
9.34-inch. It's going to be a 9.34-inch.
The French will do something weird and metric.
Yes. But yeah. Chandler, after the Turkish War of Independence, the British give the Turks the Air and Argent Corps. Treaties need not intervene. How does the Turkish Navy develop? With Erin Agincourt and Goban, aka Yusuf, they now have a huge amount of firepower to build their fleet round. And a huge millstone around their neck in terms of expenses. So the British are probably going, woohoo! They're gonna never be able to do anything because they're gonna be paying bills.
But no, to do with Yavuz. Honestly, they probably take relatively good care of them.
They would take...
if we don't, we're not getting a replacement.
No, they would take relatively good care of them. But the thing is, the amount of money that would take would mean they wouldn't be able to do anything else.
Yeah.
The other thing is you then can sell quite a lot to the Greeks.
Yes. Treaty compliant, but the Greeks will want to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Russians are probably actually having to... Because if Turkey has free dreadnoughts, then honestly, the Russians either have to put all 4 Ganguts down in the Black Sea, or they have to start building something.
Honestly, that would be a fun thing to see. A Gangut versus Agincourt.
Fight? Yeah.
Just how many guns open up from either side.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, it would cause problems.
It would cause entertainment.
The point is, though, the problems it would cause would have a lot of ricochets, because if it does cause the Soviets to actually have to build some battleships earlier, let's say they build the X-1s, then that's going to have effect on German rearmament, because if the Soviets have, let's say 8 battleships in service, 4 sitting in the Baltic and 4 sitting in the Black Sea, then suddenly the German fleet gets tied down in the Baltic if they want to go toward them.
It creates fun, and the Japanese are going to want more ships because they're not going to want the Russians to have such a naval strength versus them. So yeah, it's just going to be fun.
Well, the Royal Navy will need to keep a stronger Mediterranean fleet.
Hi, Leslie. Won't Greece see that as a betrayal? Greece will see that and might see it as betrayal, but Britain will go, well, you see, we're very sorry, Greece, but it was a treaty obligation, it was agreed. And, well, here's the Vickers and Armstrong brochure. Pick yourself something out nice and pretty. It'll be half on us, just our special treat to say sorry.
Then that has some very interesting conditions on what Greece might end up getting dreadnought-wise, if they do end up going that route.
Well, they could build.
The Turks have got them, and they'll want one.
They could order a couple of Nelrods. They could literally go, the British are building Nelrods. Okay, we'll just order that because it's treaty compliant.
That would be interesting. Greek Nelrods. Don't tell Wargaming about that.
All right.
Too late, I've already got... What's his name on the phone?
Killivan?
Yep.
Well, he has actually moved over to basically the historical research department.
He does. He basically runs that, but I like to give him my nightmares and occasionally send him on interesting chases. So I tell him stuff, and then he goes, now I have to tell the rest of my colleagues that.
That's because you're evil.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say,
I like the way you don't even bother denying that.
evil will do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd say evil's such a strong word for it, but no, evil. Because, I mean... Because then, with the Greeks getting more, the Italians are going to want more, then the French will want more.
Yeah, everyone will want more.
Germans will want more. And the British will want more.
Yeah.
And the Americans would like more, but Congress wouldn't give them any money.
No, so the Americans will demand more, but not actually allow any. But Congress won't vote through any money for more, and will then criticize the U.S. Navy for failing to be bigger than the others and fulfilling treaty requirements, whilst missing the fact that there is a single reason for that, and it is called Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Because politics. And the British Treasury will continue to be evil.
And water will continue to be wet.
Always. Yes.
I got a question here quickly.
Yes.
Does anyone else here really, really like the cold as well?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Does anyone else here really like the cold?
Not particularly, but I seem to have a better tolerance for it than some people.
I don't mind it. It's quite nice.
My grill's currently 5 degrees and I like it.
It's 11.9 in my living room at the moment. But I have put the heating on.
I don't like the cold. From the point of view that my lungs don't like the cold. That's my fault for smoking. But I love snow.
Um, I'm just,
Sorry. Just responding to Venom Geek Media apparently. Just went, where's part... did you send part 3 through? And I thought I did.
And had you?
Yes, I think I had, but I've resent it. It was so big it went via email via different systems, so I think that's why it's got lost. These things happen. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in September 1st, 1939, the entire German Navy become copies of SMS Sanction, the Ironclad, and the Japanese Navy becomes copies of IJN Mikasa? Well, World War II is going to not happen.
External screaming.
Royal Navy giggling.
Euro will be having the biggest temper tantrum that has been ever seen by mankind.
Yes.
Yep.
Which hopefully will result in an aneurysm and its demise.
That's the thing about Paul. He's always so genteel and polite. Yeah. Just straight to the aneurysm.
Yeah.
Poseidon, Paul is a little angel. Yes. By the way, if any admins are currently free, Jonathan Moon has been doing some admin stuff, and it would like it checked. So I would have checked on my phone, but the moment I went on my phone, I saw the message from Venom Greek Media. If I go back on my phone to check it again, who knows what I'll see this time. So I'm going to leave it to the other admins to please go and help Jonathan Moon out and check him. But my policy is I trust my admins. So if you've been dealing with a minor issue and you've dealt with it as best you can, then I am happy. Happy.
and if in doubt, ban Seneca Nero.
This is the entire reason why we have admins who rank in equivalent to you. To unban Seneca.
Oh, sort of.
Seneca delenda est.
Francois Delende.
So yeah, that's a very short World War II. Japanese probably panicking, and everyone panicking. YouTube Micro Watcher, should I be worried that another co-worker likes the Hosh? A
Yes.
second person, not the one I mentioned yesterday. Again, how are you working in a factory which has multiple copies of Fleet? Okay? I've told you before, stop going to a cloning facility, and for goodness sake, stop letting Fleet be employed at one. No, we do not need to start cloning Hosh lovers. It's bad enough there was one in the world, now you're telling me there's a second one.
We're going to have to conduct a cull. Don't worry, everyone. We will make sure it is suitably inhumane.
Oh, how this channel doesn't get banned sometimes, I will never know.
Redacted. Redacted hard. Redacted.
Oh, hey, caramba. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Right. So, with all that done, now I think it's time to do the work up here once that's all completed. So, 150,000 yen from Leslie. I'm not sure why Leslie is charging 150,000 yen for something, but okay. That is only That's only about 750. That's only about 750 pound though.
I think it's that I'm not free. I will cost loads of money.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and then Poseidon said, "How much?" I got food. Will this work, Leslie? 150,000 yen.
It's only 750 quid. Okay, so Knight 6841. Of the designs considered for Burn, were any of them better than what they got? Considering Burn's final design is a horrendous political compromise and all sorts of issues, yes, there are some designs which I would say are probably better than what Burn actually got made us. The Burn design where they left her engine room intact, so she had 2 sets of turbines rather than triple expansion and a triple expansion turbine triple expansion, would have been far better.
Taking her out and scuttling her would have been better.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Oh shit! I mean, she didn't deserve that.
No,
What?
he did.
No, the ship didn't do anything wrong. She can't help being made in France.
No, this is one of the things I have against some of the stuff they do. It sort of it's almost desecration of the ship.
The host committed the crime of being French, therefore there is no pity for the host.
I was talking about the Burn.
Oh, the burn. Even worse.
No, she was going to be a Normandy class battleship, which is bad enough. Okay? It's bad enough to be a Normandy. Then they decide to convert her into a carrier, and they do it by the worst way possible.
Okay, counterpoint. She's named after a region of France. So she, by law of the universe, had to be incredibly dysfunctional.
What was Hope named after?
A person.
General, wasn't it? He's a general, I think, Hosh. I seem to remember
He
he was a general.
died young. He died very young, and if only to annoy Fleet, I keep wanting to say he died from Venera. He may well not have done, but for the sake of annoying him, we'll say that.
You could just look it up. Then you'd be able to annoy him with what actually it was designed as. Okay, so here's the thing. If I use this to this, and I go to this form. Now, alright, turn the AI. That. So you can see it properly. Right then. So, there are designs which leave this with this engine space with 2 turbines. The turbines can drive, are the turbine sets which drive 2, that is, 2 shafts. So it has two of them. And there's even one which is where they're offset, where one's here, one's here. I believe that's one side. They're both here. Makes sense. That was where the turret space was going to be. And they've still kept the extra boilers. So they have the extra boilers, and so they'd have 3 boiler rooms, and they would have 2 turbine sets. That would probably make her very fast. We'd be talking about a 30-knot ship, probably. I know she's still got the hull issues, but she's got a tapered, as you can see, hull, so it's very sharp, and then rounds then, so it's nice and fish-like. She could be potentially quite fast. But they've taken away not half her boilers, but certainly a goodly chunk of her boilers. She's got 12 boilers left. Originally, she was going to have 21 boilers. So they've taken away over a third of her boilers. And they've put in vertical triple expansion engines because they had a deal with them. And so they took them out of another Normandy, which was being completed, because this is the traditional Normandy design. Burn, as designed, was originally going to have 2 turbines sets. And they instead what they did was they
took out one of the turbines, resighted the other one in the centre to deal with the two central shafts, and then they slotted in the vertical triple expansion engines from another ship. They carried protective coal bunkers and used this space as aviation stores. So your aviation stores. Then there's oil fuel tanks and the various shells they can carry for the 6-inch shells and all the things down below. But yeah, the one good thing was they did get rid of the forward torpedo room. That's a close run thing. They have casemate 6-inch guns because someone thought they should. So I'm not sure.
It really is the
She was carrying. Please don't.
Graph sector, isn't she?
Carrying coal as protection. She doesn't carry coal as fuel. She carries coal as protection.
That's an interesting idea.
And then we have the final design, the internals, and we have the hangar profile, the hangar deck. Yeah,
using coal as armor.
Yeah,
that's worse than using water as armor.
No, this has been done before, actually. Sorry, just remind me because we had to make a couple of others.
Using
St. Louis class protected cruisers.
Lots of ships use coal as armor.
Yeah.
It's a very well-respected thing, and you have to remember.
Yeah, when they burnt coal.
No, it's
not when they were oil burning.
Yeah, well, that's the more interesting thing. It still counts as fuel under the Washington Naval Treaty, so it still doesn't count towards the weight.
Because I can't remember the exact calculation, but a set amount of coal is equivalent to like an inch worth of hardened steel.
Yeah,
was the calculations done in a lot of instances. So I can understand it somewhat, especially with the idea this is fuel that's not meant to be used.
Well, we literally don't have the engines that can use it, so it's unlikely.
Yeah, but the Italians won't know that. If the Italians don't know, the Italians can't explain.
I mean, the Italians can complain full stop, but, and I'm sure they will, but I remain confused and moderately troubled by all of this.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
You've taken a not very good battleship design and you've decided to turn it into the world's worst aircraft carrier until the Germans come along and try and join the party.
No, honestly, for as bad as Graf Zeppelin is, I feel like I do have to give her more credit than Bern.
Doesn't have clamshells. Doesn't have clamshell lifts. If you're losing, if you're using your lifts, you're not going to be actively damaging aircraft on your flight deck.
And at least, she has the excuse of, we're not building this off a battleship.
Yeah, Bowman boy.
I suppose you're in the situation of which is the worst design, Bern or Hoche, or is it equal?
I think also I wouldn't be surprised. I seem to there's part of my brain going that some of her boilers were dual burners, so if necessary, she ran out of oil. She could get herself home based on her coal armor.
Okay, if that's the case, then that's not as bad as it sounds.
I can't remember if she was actually fitted with those boilers or if they just considered it, because those boilers were, I think, part of the Normandy plan, but I think they were in the third boiler room, which was deleted.
I stand corrected.
Fox was going, I was just about to say something nice about the French, and then I found out they still disappoint me.
I still don't understand why they didn't use 3 turbines rather than 1 turbine and 2 triple expansion.
politics and various deals that have been made between various factions. The only way I can describe it is politics. And basically people being people. Sadly enough.
French politicians doing what British politicians are trying to do now.
Oh no, French politicians succeeding. Not trying, succeeding. That's probably the difference.
I hope it is.
I don't think we've got anything on the card as bad as Bern.
No. Ajax tried, though. Right then. Next question, and this is a fun one for all of us, I think. I certainly feel it's a fun one. How are the various religious festivals, e.g. Diwali, Ramadan, Eid, accommodated for in the Royal Navy, and how's that developed? Basically, the Royal Navy has had a long policy of any chance to party, excuse to party, they will take. However, you also have to remember, Ramadan is about fasting, but under the rules of Ramadan, if you are on military operations, if you're away at the front, you're not supposed to fast. And so, as I understand it, whilst they do certain things to accommodate Ramadan, they don't have to do that much, because technically they don't have to, because it's of the structure of Ramadan, if that makes sense.
You probably set up an exercise especially for that time. You set up an exercise especially for that time. Then you're under military operations.
I'm sure they wouldn't. They probably would go that far, no, nor on Navy, but I don't think they've had to go that far. Yeah, I don't think they've had to go that far.
British forces are very tolerant of religions across the board, aren't they?
Yeah, and it works in their favour, because the amount of you very quickly realise that the people who are actually in the farm forces tend to be, I'm a Royal Navy first, and then they tell you what else they are. But the Royal Navy comes first, or the British Army comes first, and that's the locus of their identity.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's one of the advantages of being a volunteer military.
I do know that Diwali, which if I remember correctly is the Hindu one, usually does involve a curry competition. On every ship I've been on around that period has usually involved a curry competition. So I'm just going to give that as a heads up. If you're around Diwali and you really want to try about 30 different varieties of curry, that will range from traditional Indian, full of flavour, to I am going to incinerate your entire body from the inside out. Eat me if you dare. And then there's the Chief Petty Officers one, which no one should approach under any circumstances, because I swear that is weapons grade material. You can.
Look, I'm not saying that it's only approached by people with a certain kind of safety qualifications, using the same sort of things they do when a nuclear reactor decides to get frisky on one of the SSNs. But,
Yeah, if a Chief Petty Officer is saying, oh, this is just a little curry I put together, run. Run for your taste buds' lives.
Yeah.
Now, Knight 681. If the Invincible class had 3 for the British, 1 for the Australian, 2 for Chile, 2 for Germany, 2 for Portugal, and 1 for Japan, how much harder will be disposed of them in the 2010s? The thing is, if there are that many in service around the world, there's probably a whole lot of Sea Harriers in service around the world on other things. which is going to cause interesting scenarios. Also, that means there'll be a production line running for long enough that probably, considering I'm presuming the Australian one and probably the Chilean ones, and maybe even the Chilean and the Portuguese, maybe the Portuguese ones get built in Britain, probably HMS Ocean is also an invincible class, which means the British have about 4, with one being slightly modified towards amphibious warfare, which probably changes things quite dramatically in terms of their procurement. And there's a huge carrier alliance and sea harrier alliance, and it has probably provided the politicians of Britain with many opportunities to grandstand. So, yeah. Also, Japan will not have just got 1. And I don't think Australia will. I think Australia will have got 2, and I think Japan will have got 2. Because the minimum you can really have is 2, but realistically, if you want to have the capability, it's 3. And remember, they're being ordered in the height of the Cold War, so I wouldn't be surprised if more equals more, and the British might even buy more themselves. Also, that means they possibly have many people buying Sea Dart, which might make Sea Dart VLS more of a thing, because you now have options to sell Sea Dart VLS to people. Poseidon 7307. Suppose Byrne was packaged for packed to the gills with lyddite and sailed into the Kiel Canal at the start of the war and set off. Does this contribute usefully to the war and solve the Byrne issue? It does solve the Byrne issue. Does it block the Kiel Canal? That's the question. Kiel Canal is quite heavily rock, isn't it? It's not got any locks and things.
I don't really mind.
I think you actually
anyway.
I think you just widen the Kiel Canal. I'm not sure that really helps.
Make a dent in it.
Yeah.
But more importantly, you've blown up the Byrne.
If it happened to be sitting in a German harbour and went off, i.e. between something like Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, that'd be very helpful.
You think we could arrange it?
It would be interesting. Romuald, do you think the Byrne is a better aircraft carrier than the Ranger or the Langley? It's not hard to be a better aircraft carrier than Langley. Langley is a first-generation converted oil tanker.
But Langley was a lot older.
Ranger... Ooh... As much as Ranger likes to twist in a heavy sea, and as much as Ranger has her issues, I'd say she's more useful than Byrne. But it is a judgment call.
No, she's definitely more useful than Byrne.
Yes.
I mean, you could say that you can't compare Langley with Byrne, because that'd be like saying comparing the first Ark Royal.
No, Argus.
It's a different class of ship, type of ship.
Yeah.
The whole concept was being developed then, it wasn't established. By the time you get to Byrne, they should know what they're doing.
In theory.
In theory.
In theory, they should. Like I said, Langley was a collier. I'm sure I said she was a collier, not an oiler, did I? Or did I say oiler?
Might have said oiler.
Sorry, I do apologise. Collier. I was trying to think of what I was working out. Rommel, why didn't they design and construct a Saipan class light carrier instead of the Independence CVLs from start, since Saipan has a better and larger hull? Basically, the Independence ones are take what we're already building and adapt so we can get into water as quickly as possible. Saipan is add a little bit more thought and construction time. So basically, what is we got available now, the other one's what we got available with a bit of time thinking. What would you recommend as a good book on Imperial Japanese air power? I know I have a book.
Army or Navy?
Yeah. I have a book somewhere called Sunburst, which is all about the rise of Japanese naval air power. It's a fun book. It's £24 in hardback. No, paperback. £19 in hardback and about £22 in Kindle. And it is worth a read. It's called Sunburst. And I think I have it sitting in my Japanese book section, so I'll go hunt it for a second. Hello. I'm off. At least I thought I had it sitting in here.
I'm the band to fill the dead space.
I mean, the Shattered Sword's pretty good for the Navy. Good for a lot of the background. I'm trying to think.
Where is it?
There must be a version for the Imperial Japanese Army because they built completely different aircraft.
Yeah, but it's just a question of whether anyone's actually written it.
It's written by Mark Peaty. This was written by Mark Peaty, and as said, I had it for a long time, but I can't find it right now. But there's about 4 different books missing from the Japanese section of my thing around there. So I'm presuming I've taken them and put them somewhere, which is a possibility, and I've forgotten where, or someone's borrowed them. Which is also a possibility, because I have a mother who's currently holed up doing some interesting stuff. Apparently, according to her. So, probably interesting knowing her. But yeah, Sunburst by Mark Peaty.
Is there a Japanese Army version, Alex?
I don't think so. And I'll check and see if my other sources.
Possibly something to Leslie-san to do.
I don't know, because the thing is, like, Basil Collier wrote some good books, but they're about 40 years old, and so I don't want to recommend them. Because there should be newer books out. I like the Basil Collier books, but I know they're out of date, if that makes sense.
Your camera's off again.
There's also Kaigan, which has quite a lot of stuff in it, but again, most people have a copy of Kaigan, and most people who study American, Japanese stuff will have a copy of Kaigan. I might do a whole collection on the Japanese key books for Japanese study, because that could be a fun thing to do, put together. I'll put the books together in a pack and do them. But yeah, that there's Malaya and the Dutch East Indies, which is all about that. Ralph Wetham's got a book about the first 10 months of the war in the Pacific, and how that involved air power, called the Early Air War in the Pacific, which is supposed to be quite good. No.
Leslie Sound says that he doesn't think the IJA air power is overlooked. Or he thinks it is overlooked, should I say.
It is overlooked. It is massively overlooked.
He'll be writing a book next. Well, he can't answer.
Bugger. He's French.
Congratulations, Leslie Son. You have been volunteered.
No thanks. I've got enough of the naval stuff.
No, Leslie Son has been volunteered, not you.
Oh, good. Well,
Leslie
yeah.
Son.
Apparently they're too busy brewing rum.
Oh, so that's where the rum's gone.
Leslie's brewing it all, yes.
Where's all the rum? No, I.
Well, before he can brew it, he first needs to sample it, so he has a proper understanding of what he's creating.
Well, first he has to grow the sugar, and he has to turn the sugar into molasses, and now he's turning the molasses into rum, and he can go and distill the rum onto high quality, exceptional, first rate, and
The
puzzles.
line.
And Alex, your camera looking at the lamp is
Yeah, it
not
likes
the most
it finds
wonderful thing to
it
see.
finds the sun wonderful. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that reminds me. I need to. I need to sort that out. One of my insurances has lapsed. They were supposed to call me at a certain point, and they didn't call me. And now they're sending me emails going, "It's lapsed," and I'm going, "No, you're supposed to call me." Luckily, I don't need it for at least another 4 weeks, so I'm okay. I'm doing no work the next couple of weeks, which requires it, so I'm okay. But I'll basically go, you guys, I told you specifically to call me. You then don't call me when I specifically tell you to call me. And then you complain to me and go, but you... No, it's not my fault. I was quite happy.
Can't get the quality of staff any longer.
You can get all sorts of things, but yeah. I'm currently having fun sorting all this stuff out. Hey. Right, that reminds me, I've also got to send the Belfast article to Britain at War. That's a good magazine. That'll be something coming up. Yeah, that'll be fun.
You competing with another Alex?
With another Alex? No. With myself and about 3 other Alexes. Because Alex is a very common name in history, apparently. Now, so that's that one. Ramol, if the US hates the LCS so much, why are they still building and commissioning LCS? Contracts. And the cost to cancel contracts. And the fact that they haven't got anything else far enough along in production to fill the gap, so they need something, and they're taking something, because something's better than nothing. Knights of Granite, if Byrne was built to a sensible design, where she is all turbine, does she have a better career? Yes, because she'll be faster and more mobile. And probably someone will get hold of her and go, well, I'm going to fix I'm going to fix your lifts. How are you going to fix my lifts? Just watch me.
Oh, please, don't put me out of my misery.
If she's all turbine, she will not be in misery. She'll have turbines. She'll be happy.
I'm sure she'll be French, but
Yeah, but she'll be French. She'll be decent, useful carrier.
Ripping the camshell casing off would be painful.
Bowman boy, Monsieur Clarke, could a vertical triple expansion engine be in the place of a low power turbine in combination with a high power turbine? Could this further the glory of France? No. Okay, what you have to remember about vertical triple expansion works by having the steam come in to a high pressure cylinder, and then vertically working it down. And this is why we sometimes call it triple expansion, because it usually call it vertical triple expansion because it's triple expansion, but it can have 4 chambers, it can have 5 chambers. I'm using triple expansion as the phrase, so you all know what I'm saying, but technically, I think Burns' ones were quadruple expansion. So you can't you can't do that as you have a low power and high power turbine on that system. You can do that, in different scenarios, but you can't on that option.
Quadruple expansion, I remember correctly, was pretty common amongst cruise liners.
Yeah, it was.
4 or 5 level expansion,
It was.
where you're at high RPM for very long periods of time. It's really energy efficient. And the Swedish submarines still use it. I'm thinking of a different system.
They use whatchamacallit engines.
Electric.
No, the expanding and contracting. Oh,
Venkel?
no, it's the external heat one.
Oh, the combustion engine, they don't have any combustion going on.
Something like that. What is it called? It's named for somebody.
Stirling. AIP. Air independent propulsion, yes. They use Cockham's Stirling built AIP.
Thank you.
I don't often read these Stirling engines.
They also have diesel engines, though. They have diesel and they have Stirlings.
Oh,
Hmm.
why don't more people use Stirling engines if they're pretty good?
Kind of neat.
Niche, they are complicated and difficult to maintain. You have to have very, very proficient staff. Once you have them and you have it all set up, they're great to get into, but getting into them is expensive. Getting into them is very expensive.
The initial startup is huge, isn't it?
Yeah, I might have just bought a second copy of Sunburst, so I have 2 copies of Sunburst. I feel bad.
Well, if you find the first one, I'll have it. I'll buy it off you.
I'll happily loan it to you, but I think I probably, if they're gonna keep getting nicked, I probably need a second copy here for most of the time, just in case. Because when I'm doing, I do actually use these books. That's the thing. As I'm looking at the Japanese section, going, that's not in that's my Japanese section. I've got my Japanese shelf. Where is my Japanese stuff gone? Chandler, and questions should be open. Yeah, questions are open. For the Minecraft players in the panel, have you tried Serene Seasons and the expansion Real Serene Seasons? And if so, what do you think of these mods?
Never heard of them.
Pray to God you've got a good GPU.
Hmm?
Pray to the Lord that you have a good GPU. Because they are very GPU intensive mods. With a lot of particle effects.
Life is fun.
Is it? I thought it was pain.
Oh, it's
Bit
all
of
those
both.
things. We still haven't got any questions then. So how's everyone doing today? How has your day been?
I got pimped out to a different ward for the morning.
You got
Just
pimped
fun.
out.
Mm.
Damn, I guess NHS must be low on funding.
Well, you
It's not
know,
that.
I wasn't going to say that. I didn't say that.
I mean, to be fair, they were phasing me out from my brain rather than my body, but, you know.
So, was it a similar type of ward or a different
Same,
type?
elderly medicine.
Same. So it's, yeah, okay.
It's just meeting a whole load of new patients and going, what have they been doing?
So,
Going on?
so basically, you were sent in to fix what someone else had created.
No, they were just short of staff.
But you did fix things that other people had created.
I tried to understand things and make them easier for other people to understand, following after me.
You fixed them. We know your language.
I tried. Or in some cases recognize that they were unfixable.
Yes, once you get to the age range that you are dealing with, then unfortunately there are times where there is very little you can do other than make life comfortable as possible.
Yeah. So you try and do that, and do your best.
I have been there, done it
Mm.
with the skills. Especially when you have administrators who are more concerned with how much money you're spending carrying out basic care and
I'm quite lucky. I don't get bothered by that one.
oh god, as nursing staff we used to. I mean, you'd be in a situation where you'd be ordering Inco pads and they'd be going, but you had 2 boxes last week. It's like, yeah, we've used them all, but they should last this long. Well, yes, they would last that long unless somebody is incontinent. Then you have to change them. You can't just leave them in it for the desired number of hours which it says on the box that they will work for.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've all dealt with bosses like that. I once had a conversation with others, not about humans at all, but about a computer, which was along the lines of, but these ink cartridges are supposed to last every member of staff at least 6 months. Yes, but the member of staff we're talking about is the head of school's secretary, who does all his printing, her printing, and every staff meeting's printings, and quite often when the other printers go wrong, the printing for everyone else as well. I do love it how it doesn't matter the situation, the bosses don't change.
They do sometimes.
The boss is changing would mean they would have to admit a fault.
They'd have to admit there was something called common sense and they needed to apply it.
That they were under extreme duress.
Oh, good lord. That would be very extreme duress to get them to admit common sense existed.
Well, to get somebody to sign off on something that they had point blank refused to do so for a month and a half, they succeeded in 10 minutes.
How did you hurt them?
I didn't actually hurt them. It wasn't actual. There was no pain. It was just that if they moved, they would be in so much pain that life would have been. And as there were no witnesses and no marks, it was his word against mine. Having done judo for the number of years and also knowing lots of pressure points, it's amazing what one can do just by moving one's fingers in a couple of directions.
Yes, I should probably not be encouraging this, but I consider that, considering the circumstances, I think it's I think the angels would turn a blind eye.
I thought it was justifiable.
Yes.
And, the fact that I got what was required and we didn't have any problem with it afterwards was fine. And if it had meant I lost my job, then fine, I would have lost my job. Because at the end of the day, my job didn't matter. It was the people I was caring for that mattered.
Bowman Boy, what tribal scored the most torpedo hits in World War II? I think the argument is going to be between Seek and her second at the Battle of Cape Bon, because they both basically scored an entire salvo straight hit on their Italian counterparts.
What about Narvik?
At Narvik, there weren't really many torpedo hits on their counterparts. It was mostly guns.
Oh, okay.
The Royal Navy was engaging at such close range, they were worried their torpedoes wouldn't arm before they actually hit the opponent. So whereas the Germans were trying and did occasionally succeed in when they managed to break away in firing their torpedoes, the British were aiming to... Well, I don't think whites of their eyes come into it. I think there's more... We want to be able to inspect them, their internal organs, for liver temperature and colour.
Indeed.
We're not so much closing to torpedo range or gun range as depth charge range.
No, depth charges are still projectile you can fire. It's get me closer.
Well,
I want to hit them with my nail clippers.
Drop it off the side.
Here's a fun one for you all, and while I'm doing it, I'm going to go see if the food which I can smell is being cooked, is if any is coming my way. How much traffic would the pub posted in a cyclic requested texting get for being right outside a Royal Navy base?
Yes. It would get much traffic.
Welcome, Runon.
Welcome.
I'm going to let this question be answered, and then I'm going to tell you to listen very closely for a specific sound.
Runon, we would like to remind you here at Boxer HR that you are not allowed to turn into a sentient Beyblade while driving down the interstate.
Technically, I'm not on the interstate, so nyeh.
Should
Driving
remind
full
you
stop.
that. It should remind you that Historiophon Incorporated LLC is not responsible for any actions you commit after turning into a sentient Beyblade that rotates at more than 300 rotations per second.
I'm afraid he's not here at the moment, Runon.
Okay, well, good. Then I'll wait for him to get, and he can get back and answer the question about the pub.
Essentially, pub
The
near.
Mongoloids on night shift tore the jacket on the 50,000 volt cable to the point where they ruptured the shield in the middle of the cable. All I can say is, thank God, whoever ordered the cable for the customer didn't order 110%, they ordered 150%.
How many extra weeks is that going to take you to do?
We've got the cable replaced, but it's put us another day behind. Well, we've cut out the bad section and pulled the cable to its termination points because thankfully we had enough left on the extra.
So what was the question again? Sorry.
And how has this left you feeling, Runon?
Well, I woke up this morning tired, grumpy, and late. When the night shift foreman came on, now granted, I know this night shift foreman, so I can get away with it. I told him from the bottom of my heart, and then gave him a minimalistic salute.
What you mean from the heart of your bottom?
I think
Either way, continue.
single digit was used.
Yes, that's why it was a minimalistic salute. So yeah, there's now about enough new retail, as far as this customer buys anything retail, copper that has been cut into chunks and thrown in a dumpster to buy a pretty decent brand new car. Figure the cables vaguely $200 to $300 a foot. Threw out about 100. No, it'd be more than that. It'd be about 150 to 200 feet. Math.
So when are you getting your new car?
I ain't getting a dime of that. I got my little 4-inch chunk for my memento mori, and that's all I get out of that. But yes, if there is a pub directly outside of the gates of a Royal Navy establishment, the only people who won't be there are the people who hate pubs.
Understand that feeling.
That's because you work
So
in them.
Well, I don't currently, but
Even
Take the
people
popu-
who don't like pubs, if they go into a pub which is near a naval dockyard, will be astounded at the diversity of events going on there in the best possible behaviour that you can imagine. Unless there's Americans in there.
Are you saying that sailors are well behaved in a pub?
they usually have
British
to be.
sailors are. British
Otherwise they
sailors
get
are,
kicked
if it's in their own home port.
Interestingly, when we were in Yokosuka, there were some nice guys from a couple of the different destroyers around, and they really don't like it when the carrier comes to town.
Because they take up all the accommodation ashore. You suddenly have 5,000 people depending on a space which doesn't normally have to accommodate them. And all the cars get hired, all the bars get maxed out, and it's just a case of, yeah. We like having you at sea, we don't like you having you here.
So, Doc, two things. One, why did you make Foxo an officer of the company?
Which company?
He's not just the HR, Historiophon.llc. Apparently.
She's important.
And two, were you wearing your headphones when I told you what night shift did last
No,
night?
I wasn't. I was getting some food organised.
He was lucky.
Mongoloids tore a hole through the shield in the cable.
Didn't they just have like 5% of the cable to pull?
In the middle of the cable. It had less than 100 feet to go.
So you're really liking the night people. So you've had to pull the cable out and restart everything again.
Not quite, because thankfully whoever ordered the cable ordered 150% of what they thought they would need.
Oh, I'm glad that was someone who actually operated on some level of intelligence.
Yes. So we had enough cable. Not as much as we were hoping to have. We have enough cable.
As long as night shift doesn't mess up again.
And it's not like they tore it in a place where nobody could see it. They tore it on a protruding bolt on the puller.
Okay.
I would also like to point out
So
that I have stripped this cable. That outer jacket is tough.
I would like to ask a small question. This is just a small question. Are you sure night shift is not part of a psychological experiment to torture you?
I don't know. But the jacket on this cable is actually fairly tough. So somebody wasn't paying attention. Also, it's funny. When you put lube by the gallon into the pipe with the wire, the pulling tension on that particular section goes from in excess of 2,000 pounds to roughly 1,000 pounds.
Yes.
So yeah, there's now if you were to buy it new, there is enough wire that has been turned into scrap. I think if you converted it to British pounds, it would be more than Dr. Clarke has ever spent on any vehicle.
How many
That's not
kilograms
saying
is it
very
roughly?
And possibly multiple vehicles combined. I'm estimating that wire runs anywhere between $200 and $300 a foot, and they wrecked out over. These runs are about 800 foot.
How heavy would you say it is?
I would like to point out that both Stafford and Knight are agreeing that the conspiracy theory of this is just the process is all being designed to drive see how insane you can drive Rune on is actually gathering support and credence.
I have a 6-inch chunk in my backpack. It's about 5 to 10 pounds. So you're looking, well, it's about 5 to 7 pounds. I would say you're looking at anywhere between 7 and 10 pounds a foot for the cable.
And how many foot did you say?
You're looking at, let's just say in nice round numbers, about 200 to 250 feet total.
We'll say 225 then to be generous. So that at the current rate of copper value.
You can't just go off of copper value because this is
copper.
Yeah, I'm just going off the current value because there's a minor thing in the UK. Rune, like might be worth that. People like stealing copper and just selling it for copper scrap value. They don't care how good it is. They just copper is copper.
No, actually, they will specifically go after wiring because wiring gains a higher price when stripped.
Actually, so
because
to be fair, Rune, at current rate, that's about £12,500.
Yes. Now, I will remind the court that this cable cost our customer anywhere between $200 and $300 per foot. You do the math.
We'll put it this way: the UK currently it currently goes for around £6 per pound, give or take.
Yeah. If anybody wants to look up the going rate for 1500 MCM 15 kV cable and see what that's going for a foot, that might give you an idea of how many cars are now in a dumpster in terms of value of copper.
Oh yeah, it could be quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's either the night shift are making a lot of money on the side, or they are really doing a psychological
They're in a
experiment
lot
on
of
Runon.
trouble.
All of that money is is the customer's going to scrap it, and they're going to recover the scrap value of the copper.
And I still suspect the night team is getting in quite severe trouble.
Because the scrap value does not pertain to its real value.
In the words of the general foreman, and he said this somewhat cheerfully, but I don't know if it was the happy-go-lucky cheeriness or the malicious cheeriness. Night shift is going to get their destroyer escorts slapped.
So,
and honestly, I don't blame him.
No, Timu, Runon did not have to be fleeted because another of the night shift pulled another fastball. That does not excuse fleeting Runon. And for night, Runon, are you upset you weren't here earlier when Dr. Clarke finally expended the last of his question backlog? No, I think Runon's probably more upset on the grounds that would have been a good moment to be here because it would have been a happy time and could have offset some of the trauma of the day. But boy, how did each
I would also like to point out that in 2 shifts, we've done more work than night shift has done in 4.
Don't they get paid extra for being in a night shift?
10% more.
I think you should offer
It's
to
either 10 or
transfer to the night shift. You get paid more and have to do less.
Doc, you know how much social life I have right now, right?
Yeah.
You realize that all of that social life occurs in the nighttime on the East Coast, right?
Okay, yeah, I can see why you've not gone to night shift. You'd have no social life and no Warhammer. Okay.
Runon would be socially isolated.
Again, more so than I already am.
Runon would also have a problem that she is conscientious, so would not just sit there and do diddly.
I'm also not exactly looking forward to working with 2 alt-right, hyper-right-wing, verging to the point of fascisti conspiracy theorists. So,
okay.
Yeah.
It's never fun. It's never fun. The trouble,
killed anyone.
The main trouble I find with most conspiracy theorists is they don't understand that these things require actual organisation to work. And have they met the people involved? They're not able to do that.
Yeah. I think it's more so that you expect the politicians to keep their mouths shut for their entire lives.
Plus, also, the fun stuff about Mountbatten organising conspiracy theory, you sit there and go, if you've read any of his staff work during the Second World War, and any of the stuff he does when he's actually in charge of things, you would never believe him capable of running a conspiracy theory.
No.
He couldn't do anything solo. He would need a staff of about 100, just to tell him which way is up.
Oh, and to directly answer Knight's question, Knight, Powder Monkey exists because of you. And it, when YouTube API allows it, works pretty dang well.
Yep.
That's my satisfaction.
Okay.
Powder Monkey exists because of spite.
Yes, and Bowman Boy, how did each panel member come up with their usernames? Well, with mine, I literally just typed in my name, and I decided to put... let's put it this way. There's 2 reasons I have Doctor in front of my name. 1, it was to differentiate me from the other Alex Clarks, and 2, it was to make it simple to go with the Twitter name. The reason I have Doctor in my Twitter name is very simple. Kept noticing female colleagues of mine, if they were celebrating their PhD or something, would get snarky comments from men on the internet. So I've been doing a long-running experiment on those same men on the internet of, so you are going to be rude about a woman with doctor on their title or talk about a PhD, but you never once come and talk to me. And so far, I'm running a 100% success rate of them blocking me because they don't want to engage.
Doc, you're assuming that
They will quite happily pick an argument with a female academic over her having her PhD in her title or being a doctor. But I go and say, well, hello, do you want to have this conversation with me? They block me every single time. And I'm polite about it. I literally go, oh, why don't we have that conversation instead of you having that conversation with this person? I'm quite happy to have this chat. Do you want to come sit down with me? Do you want to have the chat by phone? Do you want to have the chat in person by megaphone? You tell me. I'll be there. I'll have it. They never want to have the chat with me. Isn't that cruel, chat? To the Brewstorians and all of you watching, isn't that cruel? They never want to have the conversation with me. Isn't it? I just feel so lonely because of this.
Doc,
maybe if you changed your picture to a redhead without a beard and nice makeup, then maybe they would have that conversation with you, and then you could rip them one.
It's just,
Doc, you have made a fundamental error in your baseline assumption here. You're assuming that misogynistic men on the internet have balls.
It's just so sad of them. They just never let me have my fun time conversation. It's kind of like Jehovah's Witnesses, who apparently have now, according to the local the people who were passing us the other day, our house is now on a no visit list.
Hey,
Who did
you got
terrorize?
you got blacklisted by Jehovah's Witnesses,
Yes.
and you weren't a member of them? Is it possible to learn this power?
All I did was sit them down for a few hours with the various King James Bible and 3 other Bibles which I happen to have in my library and go through the full passages with them.
You did this to them for 3 hours?
They left at that point. They wouldn't say they would. I couldn't keep them in any longer.
My God, man, that's bordering on cruel and unusual punishment.
I gave them tea,
Remember,
coffee, and I gave
only
them tea,
against your
coffee, and offered them iron brew. I was generous. I gave them biscuits.
Yes, but Iron Brew has caffeine in it, and if I remember correctly, Jehovah's Witnesses don't do the caffeine.
No, they don't.
They're like Mormons, which I find to be
But don't worry, then I offered them milk, warm milk and water, and I was fine.
When in university, did something on a Saturday, on a Friday night, having a knock at the door just as we were going out by the Jehovah's, and said, right, okay, can't do it now, but if you'd like to come back tomorrow, please do so, any time after about 11 o'clock, and we'll sit down and have a chat with you.
someone's smoking weed.
Oh, we didn't smoke anything.
I'm saying it wrong, which means I'm going to have a for a while.
Oh, sorry. It was the cakes which had been made with cannabis resin that did the trick. After an hour, they were so off their faces that they didn't know who they were. They didn't come back. I'm.
That's very cruel. Effective, but cruel. I love it.
I'm sort of, I felt guilty for about a week.
Really?
I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean, You
That's
shouldn't
45
waste,
years ago, so, you know.
you shouldn't waste good quality cannabis resin on people who won't appreciate it. That's an appropriate thing to feel guilty.
It's a little bit rude to stealth drug people. Not gonna lie. It's a little bit of a.
Yeah, it's also a bit wrong to try and induct people into your cult. So, you know.
Yeah, but drugging people without telling them's a little bit.
But, I mean, the giveaway was that there was a 6-foot bloody cannabis plant in the front room. You couldn't miss it.
They
Even
should have at least asked.
a blind
should have
person would have known what it was.
And I thought, you can't miss it. Have you seen the aiming on some squaddies? I'm pretty sure they could.
Anyway,
Yeah. All right. So, how did each panel member come up with their usernames? How did you come up with them?
who's next?
Mine's my name. And I think that's the same answer for Runon.
No, yes, no, no, yes, no. It's more complicated than that.
Oh,
Hey, Lions.
Mine literally.
So does
just came
the...
Done?
No, finish out, Dragon.
I was gonna say mine literally just comes from. I think at the time it was about. I was starting to play Star Maid, needed a name. My father just offhand recommended the name Dragon, and I then just went with the year of my birth. So.
Oh, you baby!
Well, of course I am Runon, versus someone who's lived through 3 universes already.
Baby!
Have you managed to deliver that package on time yet?
I have a package to deliver.
I don't think
Yeah.
Runon gets it.
It's probably a Hitchhiker's reference.
It is Hitchhikers. I've never read it personally, but I know, but basically, mailman who missed his
It's a
delivery, so waited for the next universe, missed it again, so waited again. After the 3rd time, he finally was able to deliver this package on time. You just had to wait through the heat death of the universe like 3 separate times over.
Well, you might well, You're getting paid overtime.
I was at university when you were born.
Probably. Believe it or not, there are such things as young people.
Yeah.
We're not
shock.
commit, no matter what.
Horror. It's shock and horror to most, people who are over 30, but they do exist.
Oh, good lord! Don't get me. No.
You're not young. You're
You'll
Anyway.
you should still be in primary school.
Okay. So back to the question. Ronan, do you want to go where your name comes from? Then I'll do mine.
Okay, so if you're on Steam, Furries Trans My Gender. True story. Explains itself. My actual Discord username, my user ID is Shermanator213. I'll give you one guess as to what the 213 stands for. The Shermanator comes from when I was in Scouts. I would wear a knit stocking cap over a baseball cap and had large hands for the rest of my size. This led to one or both of my Scoutmasters saying that he looks like a friend, or at the time that would be correct, named Sherman, so I got called Shermanator as a result. Runon is a misspelt / accented name from a book series that I read growing up as a kid. I used it as a D&D character, and then when I figured out that I was transgender and needed a name, I picked that one. Ta-da!
Healthy food. I've got some lovely healthy food. Healthy food. Yes, this is healthy food. This is chicken with cheese and barbecue sauce. It is healthy.
Uh-huh. Go on, Foxer.
It is a mixture of protein, dairy, carbohydrates, and barbecue sauce.
Sure.
Which I believe counts as a vegetable.
Protein, dairy, carbohydrates, and sugar.
Yes, but I believe barbecue sauce will then once contain does count as vegetable, as I'm sure some of it was once a vegetable.
Third time's the charm, maybe, Foxo?
Wonder how many times you can talk over us? Just like the fourth in like a period of 2 minutes.
Go,
Uh,
Nella.
So my username comes from a spelling mistake. It was meant to be called Desert Fox, not Desert Fox. For those of you that don't know,
That's a sweet story.
back about 8 to 9 years ago, as a kid in high school, I was an Erwin Rommel fangirl.
Yes.
So,
Was?
you can find it, my original Facebook profile, an Instagram profile. Because I thought I was being cool and edgy, I used the Erwin Rommel's nickname. Well, tried to. A lot has changed since.
Well, you know, we all go through those phases before we realise logistics exists.
Like, well, I had just read, what was it, Panzer Leader.
Yeah.
And so I got this idea that he was the best person ever to have existed. Wasn't in hindsight, but...
See,
Have you
We
read
might
his
find-
ever book on infantry tactics? Because it is quite an interesting read. And you just sort of wish he'd stayed with infantry, because he could have done okay then.
Yeah.
is it? See, Fox, I think we had very different books at about the age of 12 then. Because I'm pretty sure mine was Destiny in the Desert. Which is, you know, the opposite perspective.
Dragon, you know what that one side of my family's like, right?
Yes, in fact, actually, here,
I got it from that side of the family.
Yes, because I've actually got Panzer Leader next to Destiny in the Desert and also the Tank War. And both Destiny in the Desert and Tank War were quite fun reads, actually.
Mm.
I think actually somewhere I do have, like, some of... Where is it? Is it over here? I think so.
Reading the unit diaries in the National Archives are a pretty fun read for that one. This shows you how much time I've spent in the National Archives. I have literally got out archive documents for fun when I've been waiting long times for other archive documents.
That's one that...
So, for those of you who are in the Discord and who would like to see what the Mongoloids did,
Actually, one of the
check
books...
something.
We'll do in a sec. I actually have a book from H.W. Schmidt with Rommel in the Desert. He was one of the people who served with him as his, I think, one of his staff members.
Mm-hmm.
Been meaning to give that one a read.
It's interesting read from memory.
One of the older ones I
Okay.
have in the collection.
Mm-hmm.
On a side tangent, what's the difference between a warp and a quay?
A key, you mean? It's
Yeah.
pronounced key.
Key.
Okay.
Usually one
I
is
feel like this is a
Usually the difference is that a wharf is going to have warehouses directly on it, and you're going to be able to go directly into warehouses, whereas key could be anything which is used for offloading ships. However, after a certain while, they kind of got people just interchangeably use them, and so they lose their meaning.
Okay, but in the 14th century, that'd still be two separate things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, Youch Runon, that is impressive.
Where did
Cyclic. And yes, Lions, as I said, we are yet to begin purging in the name of the Emperor.
We are yet to, mainly because I finally got some food, so I'm quickly having that, and then we're finishing off doing some questions, and then we're going to start purging in the name of the Emperor, because we're going to start with Space Marine 2, and try doing that.
Like him?
The Emperor approves of sustenance. Have your corpse starch today.
Excuse me, I'm a space marine. I'm getting chicken, and real chicken. With,
Well, I guess you are a space wolf, so you probably have hunted it down personally and are cooking it over an open fire.
Yes.
Don't deployed space marines usually just kind of eat a nutrient paste?
Yes. Unless they're space wolves. Then they usually hunt something. Unless they have no time to hunt.
I think in the situation I'm referring to, they would not have time to hunt.
And others.
No, we
just
can always
drink
roast our enemies. Towel tastes perfectly nice.
I was about to say, others just drink the blood of their enemies, and I'm not joking about that. Like, this is a genuine known thing by certain Blood Angel successors.
And in nicest ways, space wolves have been known to cook their enemies over an open fire. Orc meat is good, but remember, orcs are basically tofu.
Well, it's like, what is it? The lion mane mushrooms.
Yeah.
Apparently are quite a popular one to turn into sort of steak equivalent. Orcs are just big mushrooms.
Yes.
Yes.
Mushroom.
Yeah.
Mushroom?
Mushroom.
Imagine
Mushroom.
Mushroom.
mushroom,
Mushroom.
mushroom, mushroom,
Mm-hmm.
mushroom,
Mushroom.
mushroom,
People who do not know
Mushroom.
what that is are going to get so confused.
mushroom.
I
No,
agree.
no one explain.
I agree with.
If any of you explain it, I will kick you from this voice call.
I agree
Yes,
with.
yes, mushroom. Now
I
get back
agree
to
with.
work.
I agree with the love of mushrooms. What in 19?
Mushroom.
Okay, Bowman boy. What in 1925 would have been placed in the warehouse shown, same channel as before, and what ships be using the small center basin?
Mushrooms.
Right.
No, Renan.
Mushroom.
Where
No.
is it?
Advrunon.
Placed in warehouses shown same channel as Oh, is this the Minecraft stuff, possibly?
I'm trying to work out.
I know they've been posting a number of stuff in the channel, which is like Minecraft building, so I'm wondering if
yeah.
that might be it.
Is it a mushroom?
That would just be where the ships come to offload. If you've got that many warehouses around you, that's where the ships just offload straight into the warehouses. So normally you'd have cranes sticking out of the warehouse windows and they'd be taking the stuff in on up levels. So, not mushrooms. Mushrooms were rarely transported by sea because, honestly, you can grow enough locally.
Mushroom.
The quote, yes, yes, mushrooms. Now get back to work.
Yes.
Mushroom. But I wanted a mushroom. You have awoken the stem of the autist.
Well, if I need to put it
Beer.
back,
The voice
Well,
of my people. Mushroom.
if I need to put it back to sleep, I can just start talking about Dark Angels.
Oddest comment received this week so far: mushroom.
Understandable, haven't you?
Timu,
Not
what is the
mushroom.
local NF team? Timu, what is the local NFL team for our dear Runon that she is supporting, not supporting?
NFL?
Mm-hmm.
Usually I default to the New York teams, just cause. Virginia technically doesn't have a team. If you ask me who I'm supporting in college ball, the answer is always United States Naval Academy, even though they suck and routinely get beaten by the Air Force.
Yeah.
Which
That's-
is embarrassing.
Is embarrassing. Okay, Chandler. How would the immediate post-Versailles period go in Emperor Tiger Star's viewers' redraw of the post-World War I map?
Mushroom.
We get it with mushrooms, Ronan. We
Uh,
understand.
Okay, does
I know.
serious question, does anyone know what Emperor Tiger Star is?
Yes, it's a channel that does alternate history. It's good.
Okay.
Never heard of them, I'm afraid, so.
Next question.
And in my
Does
defense,
Anyway,
next question, does anyone know what a map looks like?
The map, no.
in my defense, go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, but it may well not be completely monkey poop.
They use a very. I'm going to put it in Cyclic. They use a very early internet mapping style.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh, they use the sort of same thing as Historius Civilis.
Okay.
So
In
I
my
want that
defense,
about 2 decades too young for the people here.
in my defense, I have had a somewhat neurodivergently stressful week.
You need to blow off some steam, understandable.
It's understandable. We accept this. So basically, the question is, how does this affect Versailles? If Austria is that big and running that much, Breslau, Prussia.
Well, they've broken up Germany.
Yes.
So Kaiser will be annoyed.
Oh no!
I presume
The Kaiser might be dead.
presume unification comes after that, and it shows the development of unification on that map. That's their map, and their post Versailles. It would probably presume, if it's post Versailles, it probably takes place as much as it did historically, because let's be honest, after the Franco-Prussian War, it's very quick to have unification, because basically France has been forced out the way. Without France there, the amount of stuff that Austria can do is limited, and Austria tries, but they're limited.
I must remove.
Ramon,
German unification is coming, whether they want it or not.
Yeah. Or rather, unification is coming. Germany can never actually be unified at this point. Even the Holy Roman Empire was really not a unification of Germany. It was more a conglomeration of Germany. What is your opinion?
Must restore them.
What is your opinion on the RIM 7 Sea Sparrow? Do you think it's not a good idea, sea-based missile system derived from the air-to-air missile and low hit probability? It's also outdated for 2000. The Sea Sparrow and the enhanced Sea Sparrow has been upgraded multiple times. It's a very good and very reliable missile, as I understand it. And realistically, the launch facility is just a case of launching it. It's one of those things of there are lots of people who do the same thing of having missiles which are across multiple platforms, and usually what that means is we've got the same seeker head. We've got the same computer bitty that hunts down target. We've just got slightly different bodies which launch us from different things. And that really doesn't affect things. And Sea Sparrow has always been a fairly good air-to-air missile, and it's a fairly good surface-to-air missile. I think it's a slightly better surface-to-air missile than air-to-air missile now, because they keep putting more funding into it.
What? No. Are you telling me that putting funding into stuff makes it better?
Yeah, it does. It's amazing.
Certainly, yes. I know this is a shock to some of you. It was a shock to me too when I learned it.
Right. Ramol, do you think the USN is the most self-sustaining Navy in World War II on Earth after 1943? Like having sustained logistical train from far from home and preventing ships. They're certainly the most sustaining now. And they are the largest, so they probably have for most of that period, so they're probably the most for a while. But there were other navies which were capable of equivalency for a short time after World War II. In slightly different methodologies, but they were capable of equivalency. Stafford, are the Royal Marines similar as the US Marine Corps in terms of deployment when the PM can just send them without needing royal assent or the House of Lords of agreement? The British government don't need anyone to agree to send troops out to places. Don't take us the wrong way, but there are no limitations on their powers. Declaration of war is technically has by precedent now traditionally had a requirement of parliamentary assent, but it's not technically required still, as I understand it. There are people who claim it's now required because its assent's been sought multiple times, but as I understand it, technically the government can force it through because, of course, the government has a majority. So it's kind of a case of as long as the government can whip their vote, they will always get agreement. So it's a kind of a pro forma thing. Yeah. As for that, the forces None of the forces need permission of anyone else to deploy. If the government wants to send them there, the government can send them there.
Yeah, the UK doesn't really have separation of powers like the US does.
No, we actually have an effective separation of powers by not having to have it written down what's separated from what.
That, and you have some extremely effective safety valves that the US does not.
Yeah.
As the armed forces are sworn to the monarch, if the monarch was to say, I disagree with this endeavour, apart from the constitutional crisis it would probably cause, presumably the government couldn't actually force the Army, Navy, Air Force or Marines to do anything.
It's a complicated enough question that often informing the monarch and briefing the monarch is considered one of the priorities of government, and why when certain prime ministers have lied to the monarch, that has caused them more trouble than lying to the public. Lying to the monarch lying to the public causes you problems in the opinion polls. Lying to the monarch causes you to have to go to a meeting with no biscuits, no tea, and I'm going to rip you a new one for the next 4 hours.
And you will stand there and take it because technically and practically, I outrank you.
Mm-hmm.
People actually surprisingly underestimate the power of the monarchy, especially over the government. They just choose not to exert it most of the time.
That's the thing. They choose not to use it.
It's the advantage that we have over republics or the states and stuff, that you have got effectively a leader who is there in being and seen to be, but doesn't really do an awful lot apart from advise ministers, the Prime Minister, etc., etc. But they're not politically involved. So you don't have any voting for a new president every 4 years or 5 years or whatever your democracy says. You have the monarch, and when the monarch dies, it's the son or daughter of the monarch who becomes the next monarch, and it basically just goes on like that, and it's continuity.
Yep.
Also, I mean, that's going to jump, but I have a rebuttal for Knight once that question gets into.
Okay.
4.
How much have we raised this evening so far? I have no idea. I'll check. So far, most evenings we've raised roughly... I was doing the maths, and I think last night's taken down the average to 40 quid per evening, roughly for each one.
Check your PayPal.
Mm-hmm.
We did.
What would have happened if someone just gave you a giant block donation?
If it was received on the charity nights, it would go to the charity it was for. If received tomorrow night or during the summer months, it goes towards the channel stuff, and the channel stuff is going to have various things for it and come out from it. So basically, and that's the thing. Actually, for infantry, but the channel one tomorrow has been split into 4 parts now, each of 9 hours, because I've noticed YouTube keeps lopping off the last few minutes because they don't like to have them be more than a certain size or more than 12 hours. So despite the fact that we have done more than 12 hours every single time, they have the videos on the system are actually just shorter than 12 hours.
If you make the donation via Dr. Clarke's PayPal rather than through YouTube, you don't pay the 30% tax to YouTube for the pleasure of using their facility. And you can specify in directions where you would like the block donation to go. So
Yes, you can do.
say, well, I'd like £10 to go to each of the charities and £50 to go to the Alex,
yeah,
or whatever it is this year, or however you want to split it up.
The Historiophon this year is primarily about. It's honestly, I'm deciding because I might rewrite the entire funding tomorrow, whether it's still about books or whether it's about doing the tour of the UK. It depends on whether Dan would really like to do the tour of the UK, because if he would, then I'll make the funding about that, and then we will work it out together. Because
when would you be
doing sort of the tour of the UK, doing the naval history tour of the UK a bit?
When would you be planning to do this tour? Ow.
When you're working.
I'm always working, Paul. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
It would probably be somewhere around about, considering the building that's going on in our house, probably some point around February, March next year.
Ooh. Oh, to save Dan the social issues of answering on the spot, if anybody cares to see the cable that I'm removing, the cable that I'm installing, and a unpainted or non-completely painted Space Marine, there have been pictures provided in Cyclic.
And Dan doesn't need to answer on the spot. It's something for him to think about. And
of course, it was a beaky. So
I was going to send him a WhatsApp message later with the details on and go, so what do you think? And they're just, if you're interested, because I do know such a trip would primarily be him and me. Because
I'd definitely be up for it.
Yeah.
Sounds sorry, I'm stopped by the visual dad joke Poseidon 7307 has posted.
Okay, that happens.
I'm also offended that somebody has risked wasting cheese by doing that.
Is someone cheese to meet you?
Someone wasted cheese in your presence?
That's awful.
That's
on.
a bit cheesy.
Jesus.
Is some of that cable aluminium cable as well as copper cable?
Did you mean aluminum? Yes,
aluminium.
I thought I said aluminium.
Yes, aluminum.
You can't speak. That you can't speak properly is a minor point.
I know you Brits have.
Hello, Anna Dawson.
I know you.
We invented the language, my boy. A girl.
Didn't you?
Whatever. Sorry, that came out totally wrong.
Isn't aluminum a borrow word from the French?
No.
No,
Anyway,
it's a mugged word from the French.
Yeah.
Well, okay, no. Okay, because it's bastardization, and I use that in its correct term, phraseology, of the word alum, which is a type of dye that was the same colour as raw bauxite. So aluminium, alum metal.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, the Americans actually say it right.
Yeah, I know.
Nah, we don't accept that.
No,
because
no,
it
because
turns out
the correct name is aluminium used, and that is my understanding is that is literally what is used everywhere else in the world except for the USA.
Yes.
Primarily, actually, though, Fox. So it's more really about to say it's actually German.
Okay, so
It comes from Greek, like you said, but the Germans were the first to actually come about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so to answer Paul's original question, then ask Dan a clarifying question about what he was saying there. Yes, the conductor chunk that's my left, on the left is aluminum with a copper shield. The copper chunk, the conductor chunk on the right is copper with copper shield. The purpose of the shield is so that if the copper is struck by something which damages it, the shield will hopefully reach out and touch the core conductor and cause a short, which will cause whatever upstream overcurrent protection that is there to blow and create a tremendous bang.
Which is still safer than what happens if it doesn't.
Yeah, because if it doesn't short out, these conductors have enough voltage going into them that they'll seep into the surrounding area, and that can blow stuff up. If they're buried, it can actually go into the ground and not short out into the ground. To Dan's statement, were you talking about the wire or the word?
The word.
Okay.
My understanding is that that's kind of the ISO one. Yeah. I still don't quite know how it ended up with two things, except it wasn't one of those things where America was just that there were the Americans going around trying to do anything to be different from the English or British at one point early on in the country's existence, just to be awkward.
Well, you know, being awkward's fun. Ramol.
We can blame Noah Webster because he seems to be the origins of it when the Americans' attempts for English spelling reform.
Yeah.
To make English spelling actually make sense.
English spelling will never make sense. Why would you want to?
Like, one I will always find annoying and confusing is lieutenant versus lieutenant. I'll be honest, I have to say they're probably right in it's lieutenant, but...
Yes, it is obviously lieutenant. I don't know where you Brits are getting lieutenant from.
It's quite simple.
All your
if you're in the
liberal.
Yeah, it's the army.
History.
Yeah.
It's a lieutenant because a lieutenant is someone who stands over and is watching the lieutenants.
No, the reason they called no, it's quite simple actually. The originally the lieutenant was the rank, but the lieutenant was the person who stood on the left of the captain because they were the senior lieutenant.
Senior lieutenant.
So they had the left one, the one on the left.
The senior lieutenant, as in the senior subordinate.
Yes, and the senior NCO would stand on your right. Hence your strong right hand, your senior NCO, and your lieutenant.
Your weak left hand.
I need to go put chicken in the oven.
If you don't cover it with cheese and barbecue sauce, you're missing out.
Does chicken know that you're going to do that to it?
Although apparently, I don't know if Huggy, my foreman, is actually going to follow through on this. Night shift will be banned from pulling cable through the building. So they will pull cable to the building and then stop.
But what will
they'll do even less work.
Yeah. This doesn't sound like a bad thing for them.
They won't. Oh yeah, I can't say that word here.
Oh.
They won't set us further back.
Right. What is your opinion of the failed LOSAT missile, dude? Do you think the KTHM is quite good? I think the LOSAT failed as just didn't last in service for that long. It was an interesting system. It was just, honestly, as well, the problem is for the LOSAT missile, and I think for a lot of these early anti-tank guided missiles, is that they are competing with artillery, and what are you using for? And in the LOSAT's case, it was using it came from the hypervelocity missile project as well, and various other things. So it had a few things going for it, but it was cancelled. It was, yeah. But they built 435 missiles first.
And
Walter
then-
Brodos, to answer your question, you are watching Dr. Clarke play with his beavers.
Yes, I'm watching Timborn. I've got Timborn going on the background while we're answering questions before we go to probably Space Marine 2. And just while the various people who might end up playing Space Marine 2 are getting chicken and food, I'm basically going, right then, I'll have this going and I'll chat to everyone while I'm doing it. Because you can see the questions, you've got me, you've also got the, it annoys me slightly, but OBS does not have the ability to, thanks to the stream, thanks to the Discord export kit, doesn't have the ability to display who's in the chat on a stage for some reason. Have no idea why. Find it rather annoying. And can for regular chat, can't for a stage.
We'll need to get you rigged up for reactive, and that will solve that problem.
Yeah, but that'll be a little while, man.
The other thing you left out there, Dr. Clarke, was that you find Timberborn very relaxing when you're talking about things.
Yes, I do. I find it quite fun because they're just wandering around. It's often something which I have going on in the background.
He just likes to play with his beavers.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with that.
A
a little concerning that he's publicly, but you know.
A lot to be said about beavers.
Yeah.
Very industrious.
And very fun when wet. They like to go swimming in this game.
Moist.
Yeah.
When they're moist.
In this game we call it wet.
Sopping wet, even.
Right, Ramal, what? We'll answer that one. It's and also the thing is also they're dealing with at that period is artillery, and artillery is still very much, and is still to this day the king of the battlefield. Everyone keeps trying to sort of predict its demise, and artillery just goes, "Hey, roll up a few more tubes and let's just keep firing. Eventually they'll realise it." Why? Well, they'll either realise it or they'll be dead. Knights, do we get Runon to watch videos of cats knocking over model trains at a cat cafe in Osaka, Japan, to calm her down?
Why do you think that would calm me down?
Also,
that would probably rile her up.
In a way.
Yes.
Yes. So what time is that? No,
Stop. Let's just stop. Fuck no. Right.
Yeah.
And
That would
that would calm down Dr. Dan. That wouldn't calm down Runon.
Runon would be calmed down by big trains knocking cats over.
No, I not like cat.
Runon will probably
I'm
calm
excited.
down by watching a video of my poodle managing to climb up a wall. Again.
Have you got that video?
Yeah.
No, cats are not cute and adorable. Cats are evil, vicious demons in a fursuit
Yes.
Stafford.
that sometimes give you kibbles.
Yes. Stafford, not sure if you can say, theoretically, how much power free play does the control the MI5 have, and do they really put the CIA to shame? Let's put it this way. The British Secret Services have, within their jurisdictions, a much more simplified chain of reporting than their American counterparts, due to the realities of the British constitutional makeup.
I would also point out that the CIA's remit is outward-looking, not inward-looking.
Yes, so MI6
So
is your comparison one, and
yeah, if you would want something like NSA or FBI.
yeah.
There's another cyber agency that I'm trying to think of right now.
British or American?
American, it's internal facing. Not NSA. I don't think NSA is the right one. I think NSA is also externally facing. One of the alphabet soup agencies is.
Yeah. NSA is interesting. It's supposed to be outward facing, but has also turned into other things.
Yes.
I will remind people that or Americans, that just because the Fourth Amendment protects you against unreasonable search and seizure, which vaguely translates to unwarranted search and seizure, there is nothing which prohibits the government from just buying the information they want from third parties who collected it.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Homeland Security is not really an. It's an agency in the same way the DoD is. Homeland doesn't do a lot. Homeland subordinate agencies do a lot.
Homeland is more
It's
a
more of a-
coordination and basically an added layer of bureaucracy. Because the politicians don't want to actually have to be responsible for doing the job themselves, so they've made an agency which they can blame and fire the director of if things go wrong. Lord Chandler, out of three antagonists of the Count of Monte Cristo, Danglars, Fernand, and Villefort, who do you despise the most?
Redacted hard, redacted.
Honestly,
Can I run Space Marine too?
to despise someone, I need to first respect them. If they are that level of cretinous, I tend to just reserve them for the thing of, oh God, why do you exist? I should probably help the world by making sure that ceases to happen. Yeah.
Complete non sequitur, but can Glenn stop killing the love interest of his characters? That would be nice.
Which series does this pertain to? So I know to be ready.
Look, I actually no. Before you just issue
late
spoilers, no
now.
spoilers. But I will also say, in the defense of Glyn, I know what causes those scenes to happen when they happen in his books, and basically, it's therapy. We'll leave it to that one. Okay, carry on. Lord Chandler. On September the 1st, 1939, all Royal Navy carriers in commission and construction are transformed into implacable class carriers, and the Dominions get one implacable each and a KGV each. How does this change World War II? Woohoo!
Fleet Air Arm throwing a small party and then realizing, wait, we're going to have to put planes on these.
No.
Yeah, but I feel like
and that's why they
I
go to
feel like
America
if-
and pay a check. It's basically that's
Yeah.
easy. That's an easy one.
Yeah, I feel like if the Fleet Air Arm has that many hangar slots, they are going. They're essentially going to get a bunch. If the Treasury is not forthcoming with the money, who was it that held the sailor overboard by his neck?
Admiral
Was
Duncan.
that Cunningham? Duncan. They're essentially just going to Admiral Duncan the Treasury until the Treasury barfs up the money.
No, if they've got that many aircraft, that many carriers, they're producing a lot of swordfish. So a lot of them, especially the ones in secondary theaters, will probably have swordfish for quite a while as their primary aircraft for search and strike. So don't expect them to be getting newer aircraft anytime soon in the secondary theaters. But also, they now have arguments for ordering more skewers, which are fairly decent dive bombers because they have the space for them, and they can produce those without too much trouble. And they can produce an improved skewer because there is a better version of it, and they can order fighters from America, and they will do. And
if we're very lucky, they'll order the F4 rather than the F2.
I think that's what they would do historically. They probably will order the Corsair as well.
I mean, when they get time. The only problem is they can't. Can they fit the Corsair?
You can on Unimplacable, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't think you could because I thought it had the 14-foot.
Corsairs have folding wings, though, don't they?
Yeah.
But they go up. The advantage of the Grumman ones is they do the fold back.
Yeah, but I want to say they still fit in the hangar, but I could be mistaken
Because by the time you can get Corsairs, you can almost get Hellcats. And the trick might be to just get somebody to get a license for the Hellcat.
Isn't British production capacity maxed out?
No.
Their heights were Oh,
Ah.
they didn't. They couldn't have the. They couldn't have the Corsair. They could only have the Wildcat. They were both 14 foot. I'm sure one was
Yeah.
slightly. Oh yeah, now I know. I'm looking at the plans. No, you couldn't get more than a 14 foot height in there and out of there. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, ostensibly, is there any reason why the Corsair could not be modified with a Grumman style folding wing if you were ordering N plus one of them?
Because
Or
of the
gull
way,
wing.
because of the gull wing,
Development
it's very
time.
difficult to get it to fold back. Very difficult to get it to fold back. But you could potentially, and this is one thing which they did look at but decided not to go on because they didn't need to because they had other things to do with it. You could have gone folds like an Egyptian, so done that.
Why are
But
you
it-
saying FSR? Peter does not. Okay, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Limits 50. Good.
We have the Inquisition for
All right.
that. Alright, next question. Yeah, basically, in the nicest way, Taranto is very, very bad for the Italians, and honestly, if the Royal Navy has that many on September 1st, 1939, I think I think the Germans might cry. There's also the fact that with there being brand new ships, etc., and their torpedo defenses on the Implacables, it may be that the hits which take out Courageous don't take out the Implacable.
Also, Force Z is going to be.
There's also the fact that you have now gained 5 KGVs in service and 5 more Implacables in service, because there's one with each Dominion and 1 KGV with each Dominion.
And I would also say that Force Z is going to be beefy because the Dominions are probably going to want to keep their stuff in the Eastern Med.
Well, I can guarantee the Australian carrier and possibly the Indian carrier will be with Force Z. Probably with a Royal Navy carrier as well. So Force Z could be made up of 4 King George V's, Repulse, possibly Renown as well, and 3 Implacables. In which case, Force Z suddenly becomes a case of we need the whole Keto Battalion to take this on.
Otar Kabir would be a different situation as well.
Yeah. You've basically given the Royal Navy carriers which are armoured to the level of the Illustrious class and have the air groups of Ark Royal.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but India isn't a Dominion at this point in time.
It
New
kind of
Ze-
is.
It is classified as one for naval services, basically, at this point. So it's
Right.
New Zealand, Australia, Dominion, India, South Africa, and Canada.
Yeah, I
It's-
guess.
Because India doesn't have a lot of the rights of the Dominions.
'Cause I remember
They
being-
don't. They've got a very restricted civil service, but they are allowed their own Dominion. They're allowed their own armed forces, like the Dominion stuff.
Yeah, they are. As far as armed forces are concerned, India is a Dominion.
Also,
But
Which is why you have
India
both
has
the
it.
British Indian Army and the Indian Army in World War II.
One of the
just-
problems with India is the caste system makes it difficult to do what Britain would like to have done with the development, because you've got so many people who are unequal.
Yeah, there were
Right.
issues.
so I'm just trying to think, are we sure that they couldn't use Corsairs? The Implacables, because there's a lot of photos of Corsairs being operated from a number of carriers. So I know.
On the-
I think it's mostly the illustrious, admittedly, but
Yeah, I think
what's
it's,
the
it's,
difference
it's,
in the hanger size?
it's the hanger size on the Implacables. They had the short hangers. They had a 14-foot hanger. That's the trouble. They had the 14-foot
You've got-
hanger.
Implacable and Indefectible both have the 4.3 meter hangers, so I'm not sure if that's tall enough for the Corsairs, but
Yeah, that's the problem with them.
Oh, there is a bad flood, but it's not going to affect my beavers because I have protections in place, so it won't affect them. It'll just power them.
Are you saying that your beavers use protection?
Oh, from bad floods, yes. From bad water, they are well protected.
Yes.
This doesn't get any better the more the conversation keeps going, does it?
No, Ramon, in terms of the Kid class DDGs, do you think it's a blessing in disguise that USN didn't give the ships to the Iranians and found out they're actually good destroyers? I think it was very good for the US Navy. They really liked their destroyers. They were useful. They were they were cute and useful for diplomacy, and very useful in the Middle East for operations. Stafford, why is the trunk called a boot? A boot. Bonnet for the hood makes more sense as it's as a different word for the same thing, a cover. Although, is the roof still the roof? Okay. So, the trunk is called the boot because it's the back of the car, and it's also where you store your boots. Your muddy boots would go in there, your clean shoes would come out. Okay? Basically, you have to remember a lot of the English car history starts off with the aristocracy. You have to make things very straightforward sometimes for the aristocracy, so they know what to do. After all, they were the ones who accepted getting titles and lands, and therefore made themselves targets willingly for power. Sensible families took the money, refused the titles, and managed to survive longer and were happier. And didn't get attacked for money and power because no one knew where they were because they weren't on a list of fancy knobs.
There is passive aggression in the air.
Not passive aggression. Just my family was practical and about life. And Ramol, why didn't the Virginia class and the California class have a hangar for a helicopter accommodation? Granted, they only had a landing pad, but that's about it. At the time, the Americans were still obsessed with the idea of everything should be run through the carrier, and it saved money. It was not probably the most sensible thing, because both of the California class and the Virginia class are late enough in terms of cruiser design, they probably should have had them. If they had them, it would have been interesting, but at that point it was said. It was very much it was not the escorting ships' jobs to have a helicopter aboard them. I didn't make a dirty joke. Nobles, the other things you talk about, because they have coronets which are not, they have coronets with knobs on, which is why you call them knobs. Because they have little crowns with little knobs on them. That's it. And the little knobs are little round nodules, which sort of look like that.
I am pleased to report that Space Marine 2 does actually run on this computer. I'm now going to see if it runs better on my Steam Deck.
Glorious.
That's good. And
You've got friends now, Space Marine.
And with that said, I'm going to see if I can get my Space Marine 2 running in a second.
So, chat, is Foxo a Sister of Battle, a Marine, or an Orc?
No, she's
Answer the
Custodes.
postcard.
She's
She's a
Custodes.
Necron I'd have said she's a Necron that's managed to survive the fires of biotransference.
Me survive? Well, I'm sickly enough to be a necromancer, actually.
Like think of it. You're sickly enough to be one. You're done with life enough to be a Necron, but forced to keep going. You have the typical Necron worldview of everything's awful, but we still exist. And then also I'm not here to make the world better, I'm here to make your world worse. View to a lot of people.
Honestly, she's starting to sound like Trazyn more than the average Necron.
That's why I say she's basically just a Necron that survived the fires of biotransference.
Look, how can you make dirty jokes about my industrious little beavers? Look at them all working away. Look, that one's even hungry, and it's still working. How it's hungry when I have blooming thousands of tons of food for them to eat, I do not know.
So Foxo is the Necron Tomb Lord that is drawing the pictures of Trazen and Orican sloppy kissing. And also, she's not a Necron. She actually practices personal hygiene. Or not a
But they're
Necron.
Necrons!
Why would you do that, Bruno?
You've met Foxo, right?
Yeah, but why would she spend time doing that when there are other things which she could get far more pleasure out of?
For the
Hey,
meme.
I could be slaying the Elgi though.
And you mean the French?
Need Space Marine.
Okay.
Give me Space
Okay,
Marine.
who's where? The French or the Eldar?
Aren't the Eldar just the space French?
No, not quite.
So, the French, for all of their faults, have not murder frigated a god into existence.
No, but they
have.
did.
But yeah, go on. Sorry.
But they did murder frigate into existence the French League of Protestants.
And they,
And perhaps more
they
importantly,
also made Napoleon into a French god, so doesn't that count?
Wasn't that Robespierre, not Napoleon?
It was the French, though.
And they invented the guillotine.
To be fair, and this is in defence of the guillotine, the people who really made it efficient were the English when they eventually adopted it for our prisons. But we'll leave that to one side.
I should look to Germans actually, but there you go.
To be fair, it was an Englishman in a German prison, but we'll leave that to one side.
Okay, fine.
As the story I understand it from a guy who was far too pleased to say, and yes, the person who worked on this was a graduate of our school.
I suppose take your victories where you can get them.
Yeah. I was going to go, well,
that is a school which does not have a high rate of people going to medical school, Oxford, Cambridge.
They're taking victories where they can get them. However they can get them.
It sort of
Hey,
gives
Dan?
me York University vibes, not gonna lie.
Just remember,
Oh
Dan.
god, how many people would
Somebody-
actually get that joke?
Dan, somebody has got to be the coroners, so you know. And the coroners need employment.
So coroners are totally different in the UK, and it's also slightly weird that you have coroners in the US, but that's a different thing based on where the name comes from, because they're the oldest judicial role in the country, in Britain, I think.
That's one of the reasons why they are in the US, because the US basically took Britain in from the in a nicest way.
British common law, wasn't it?
Yeah, they took Britain in the Tudor period, and they moved from there. So basically, American law starts to diverge from British law in the Tudor period.
Yeah, and they go back, I think, to pre-Norman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the coroners have their beginning as a part of the clergy. They're
No,
the ones
that's
who
just
did the final rites of the dead.
No, the coroners were there to establish the cause of death, whether it
Jimkin.
was a natural cause or was a unnatural cause by another person or through the fault of the individual who died.
Mm-hmm.
So that they could decide whether they were going to be buried in the churchyard or whether they were buried outside of the churchyard, as far as I understood it.
Yep. Because the moment you have churchyards and you have to decide whether someone has to be buried in them or not, if you make those rules, you suddenly have to have someone who's in charge of enforcing those rules.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to accidentally bury a heretic next to the good Christians, would you?
No.
But if somebody self-deleted, then they would not get buried within a churchyard in consecrated ground. In the same way as a criminal, because it was considered to be criminal. Attempted suicide was a very long time was a capital offence.
Yep. Very ironic, that one, but yeah. And just on this channel, if you want to see
if you
suicide
failed
or
in your attempt, you at least got some help in a second one.
Yeah.
Dark, but yeah.
But, yeah, well, they didn't understand that there was the cry for help aspect of attempted self-deletion. Where
I'll just say suicide. Don't do the TikTok censorship.
No.
I wasn't. It was YouTube, because YouTube have been on certain channels have been very, very striking if people use words that they decided they don't like anymore.
They're gonna do that anyway.
And in nicest way, the amount of stuff I do on my channel, if they are going to do that to me, they'd have done it already. If they come for me in a bit, I'll deal with them.
I mean, how many times have we said Nazi on this live stream?
Yeah. And fascist.
Yeah, but they're historical characters. You're not actually calling somebody a...
No, those are words which they do actually go for. If you say certain words, including that, in the first 3 minutes of a live stream or a video, you can get it to go automatically reviewed. Those are on the list. It's fun.
Well, the world is becoming a sadder place by the day.
Yeah.
And one could argue it wasn't exactly all swings and roundabouts and roses beforehand.
No.
Edinburgh's a very good place for a castle.
It'd be fun. Right.
I need a browser.
Space Marine 2 in a second. Just sorting this out and making sure this is done. Also, I'm sort of watching the hour thing and going, if I play for another 2 minutes on this, then by the time I set up Space Marine 2, it will be 10-hour mark. In which case, it'll be a very easy thing for me to type into the thing, or Space Marine 2 begins then.
I need.
If it's the 10-hour mark, you could take a break.
Nah.
Before you streamed it. Nah. And then you won't worry about losing any extended time.
Nah. I don't worry on this one. This one's going to be the last of the 12-hour ones, and then in future, what I've already worked out the next generation of this will be possibly me eventually trying to do 18 hours a day for 5 days, and then doing 36 hours. Maybe. I'm going to decide, whether it's worth it, whether I think I can make enough money for charity and those things.
Okay, so just a question while we're here.
Yeah?
If anyone here could own a castle from any time period, where would you put it in the UK?
Own a castle from any time period, and where would I put it in the UK?
Yeah, to own and live in.
Ooh.
From any time period in the UK.
They have a choice of two.
Does it have to have existed yet?
No.
But they don't
That
have to
doesn't
have
help me.
existed.
That doesn't help me as much as I would have thought it would have. I'm going to take okay, proper fortified castle, or just something called a castle, or relative, or generally considered to be a castle.
A proper fortified castle that could
Correct.
withstand a siege of 1,000 angry Welshmen.
I'll take the tower, present day.
I'm going to completely butcher this name, but Neuschwanstein. The one,
Neuschwanstein.
the one that's basically located on top of the mountain.
It's not a proper castle.
I'm taking.
It's fortified. It
No,
has a
no,
main
it's not.
gatehouse. Yeah,
It's,
it is.
It's
You
not.
try.
It was a monastery, wasn't it?
No. It was
It's a late 19th century
Prince's,
fantasy.
Prince's dream, basically.
You
a
try
folly.
sieging it on top of a mountain.
It's Mad King Louis. Well, in that case, Maiden Castle is. Which should be a damn sight better.
I'm going to take Beaumaris, but I would like to move it from. I would like to complete it, and I would like you to move it to the land which is currently occupied by St Michael's Mount, and concentrate it all around St Michael's Mount.
The one in Normandy or the one in Scotland?
The one in Cornwall.
The one in
Cornwall.
The one in Cornwall.
The one
There's
which
one in Cornwall as well.
There's a St Michael's Mount in Cornwall, and it's lovely, and it's a little island. It's actually on the there's a line of stone which leads from the one in Normandy to the one in Cornwall, and it's part of the processional walk. Yeah, it's a lovely one to go around.
I'll take the Tower of London, and I think it would look quite good pretty much where I'm living. You know, my little neck of the woods.
There's no extra defensive benefit from being in your neck of woods, other than it has one of the world's most annoyingly difficult to get to, sometimes tube stations, because the trains suddenly decide they're not going there.
No, more than they normally do go to.
They
Because
normally
it's-
go to, but they don't tell you they're going to it sometimes.
Not
I
a
would
normally.
agree,
It's not
I would
normally a
agree with
problem.
Alex for Beaumaris Castle, because it is
It's
the
gorgeous.
nicest of the world castles. And even though the Maris is just across the water from where I am, I wouldn't want to have it there. I think St Michael's Mount actually isn't a bad place to put it. But the castle that I've always loved is Leeds Castle.
Leeds.
Leeds Castle in Surrey. I think it's Surrey.
I've been to Surrey. There's no castles there.
Okay, because
It's
you got
it's got a great big moat
There-
around it.
There is a castle.
I mean,
There's a castle. Sorry.
I talk about the one in Canterbury, because there's a Leeds Castle in Canterbury that's got a massive moat around it.
Oh, is it in Kent? Sorry, my apologies.
There is a castle in Surrey, though.
There's also right. To confirm, what are we actually classing as a castle here?
No, this is a proper castle.
No, this is more just for clarification on my thing. Oh.
A fortification that could keep out 1,000 angry Welshmen.
So technically, the Neuschwanstein one would work in it as well, but because another fun one would be Fort Saint Angelo,
Oh,
which it's the one in Malta,
Yeah, it's a good
the
one.
one on the Grand Harbour. Technically
Oh.
speaking, though, it is no longer classed as a castle. It's now classed as a fort, which is why I'm saying, what is the definition of castle we're going off here? Because by the description, most castles aren't classed as castles.
Yeah, I mean, if it just has to hold off 1,000 angry Welshmen, I
Welshmen.
mean, Buckingham
Oh,
Palace would probably do quite well.
To be fair, Farnham Castle would probably do, because I wouldn't find it. Because apparently,
Oh, with,
that's in Surrey.
Olive Withland Castle would do.
I mean,
There-
I've got a really soft spot for Grosmont Castle, which is in the Welsh borders, and has the added bonus of being specifically designed to repel thousands of Welshmen, and it's small and cute.
Yeah, but that was South Welshman, not proper Welshman.
They were proper Welshmen when it was built to oppress them.
Some others from the chat. Poseidon says Crac de Chevalier in its prime. Penafel Castle in its prime. The castle is boat-shaped. That one's by Chandelord. Hazegrate saying Castle Anthrax. I don't even know if that's a real one, but fair. Fair. Fantasy around. Miraz
Mention of it might be a real play.
To be fair, right, if I'm allowed to bring in anime, I'd bring in the Imperial Palace from Code Geass. Because good luck sieging that.
Weeb.
Yes, but that's why I didn't go with it, Foxo. Knight says, give me the Azure Lane Camelot Castle, which is another decent one.
Weeb.
I would say if you could go back to a castle that is a ruin, back to a time when it was still a castle, Vintagel would be quite an interesting castle to hold.
I mean, provided I could get the outer walls repaired, given that they are a ruin at this point, I would want to do York's Castle in the middle of the city of York, provided that the outer walls get repaired and an entire street of banks get obliterated because they're built on part of the wall.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think about all the different ships that are named after castles and wondering which one of them I can get.
All I know is I will not be choosing the castle for Newcastle.
Why not?
Because I have been to the current castle and... No.
That's not the Newcastle.
It is, technically.
It's
Well, at least
it's
one of
it's
them...
not.
It's the old castle, isn't it?
Right, what are we classing as the new castle?
You'd have to ask Leslie.
Because the one that's outside the train station is what's left of the new castle.
And that one's a nightmare to go around. I'm just going to grab some milk before we start doing the joy of things.
The reason why I say which one are we classing as the new castle, because we've got the old castle, as in the original castle from the Roman era. We've got the castle. We've got some of the castle that was established in around the 900s.
Yeah.
You've then got the next one, which established was a wooden castle in 1080 by William the Conqueror. Where
Yes.
it then gets the name Novum Castellum, or New Castle. Finally, in 1087, that was rebuilt to stone. But then that castle's also changed a lot over time. So, which one would
You mean
if Leslie's
Leslie?
here,
Yes.
yep.
Yeah.
Leslie just done so. Well, I'm not arguing. I'm just genuinely curious which one.
Your first problem, of course, is the railway. The northern railway line goes right through the middle of the new Newcastle.
Yeah.
You're right. There was an old Newcastle, and then there was an old Newcastle. There was 7 castles.
Something like that. Yeah. It's what I'm saying. That
It's
one
horrible when you see it. I mean, the other one, of course, is after that one, which you can see down by the cathedral on the railway station. There was another castle. Well, they castellated the town of Newcastle.
Yeah.
So they put the town walls on. So is that the new Newcastle, or is that just the Newcastle of Newcastle?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Anyway,
Yeah.
the best one in the northeast in Northumbria is Wolfpacks Castle.
Now,
Let me remember.
here I have to say one thing. This is my account which I don't play with my family with, so I haven't logged into this particular Space Marine in quite a while. I do apologise for that, everyone. So I have no idea what level it's at or what it is we're doing. Because the thing is, I have an account I play with my family, but that's like all of us do. We have accounts for family because, and you all know, realise this, in a nice way, some of us are semi-profile figures, semi-public figures, and I do say that, and there are little kids, which sometimes, because of the whole cousins play, and we do family gaming nights, etc. And I don't want anyone being able to basically jump from my profile to one of their profiles, so I can be completely separate. I know a lot of theory which says that shouldn't theoretically be possible if you've got the settings right, but I also know I don't trust the theory of settings, so I just have 2 separate accounts. Which I think that's my view. I don't mind if others find that a bit weird or a bit not weird, but that's what I do. So whenever you see my login, you'll see it's usually ADCF51, which is my one for doing public gaming and other things like that. But it does mean that I've played a lot, and then I go, hang on, where's all my kit? And then I go, oh, it's in the other account.
Well, that just serves you right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Aaron Delson.
The best castle in Northumbria is Warcliffe.
Okay.
I mean, Bamber is classic looking, but is basically a folly. Dunstanburgh Castle would probably be the best castle if you rebuilt it, because it's in a gorgeous position.
Bamber is a gorgeous.
Right. To answer,
it's Armstrong's vision. He basically rebuilt it, so it's a Gothic castle.
Yeah.
Victorian Gothic castle. There's a couple of castles, and I can't remember their names, up on the River Tweed, which are quite nice as well, but they're just literally not much left of them.
Yeah.
But like I said, my favourite castle in Northumbria is Warcliffe.
Mm-hmm. It is a good castle. So Anna Dells, Karen.
When you go and stand up at the top, you have a beautiful view of the river going right round Warcliffe itself. So the River Crooked?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? Yeah. What was it there? And it's on a promontory of the Crooked, so you've got a natural board, and then you got the moat they put around as well. There's like 2 moats around it.
Right. Anna Dellison. What's the difference between a captain and a commander in the first half of the 19th century? Very easy. In that period and quite a lot of periods before it, you could be made a if you weren't a 4-ring captain, but you were in command of a ship, you'd be referred to as its commander. And you'd often be the master and commander of it, because you might be its sailing master as well as its commander and its senior officer. You'd have the rank of lieutenant, but you'd wear the epaulets of commander. You'd be given sort of brevet promotion to commander. But if you weren't aboard the ship, you could find yourself demoted to lieutenant. And this is why you'll have people go, oh, they were commander of this vessel, and then they go off and become first lieutenant of a bigger vessel. Okay? I'm reading on that sounded painful.
Right. What? What the heck?
I didn't know you were a wolf.
Ow.
What is your invite code over there, Dr. Clarke?
He hasn't hit play yet, Runon.
I have to go to new game, don't I?
No, you hit continue.
Continue.
I hit continue on where?
On
Remind
the
me.
main
Where it
screen,
says
you got continue, new game, settings, credits.
Okay.
You don't-
If you started a new game, you would start a new game, and it's probably not what you want.
Okay. No. I have no idea where this one is, though, so...
It's okay. We'll show you how to use grenades.
Did somebody say grenades?
I know how to use
So I have
grenades.
good news and I have bad news.
What?
What is your good news?
I've decided against acquiring an RV.
That's probably sensible.
Good. What's the bad news?
Bad news is I may have to acquire additional furniture.
Okay.
I'm getting an apartment up here because it's cheaper than a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Bear.
I am all that you got.
You must construct additional pylons.
Okay. Knights Crusade 3-1. Foxo, where did this hatred of France start? I think in the womb. I know I'm answering for her, but I feel this is where
In
she
the
come
womb?
Mm-hmm.
I think you mean the fallopian tube.
I've got an entire speech for the kids, so just give me a second to
Okay.
get this backstory written up.
Oh god, she has prepared lore for this.
She has wrote more lore for this than she has of her actual 40k fanfic.
Oh, by the way,
Foxo, you confuse and frighten me.
here's something I want to share with all of you. Glyn may have written an entire 40k...
On the crew deck at once.
Hello, yeah.
As you wish, Chaplain. Ensure brothers Chiron and Gadriel are in attendance.
Okay, I need you to hit Y.
Yeah, I know.
Why would he do that?
Why are you like this?
And invite two friends to invite. Well,
and then invite menu.
Yeah, I know. I've invited Dragon, and I need to invite you as well. I'm not sure if I have you as friends on Steam. I don't have you as a friend on Steam yet. I should probably go add you as a friend on Steam. Friends. Add friend. Copied. Okay. Quickly making the Discord, the window capture disappear. Going to Runon. And hang on. Yeah, I'll just edit. I'll just send it in this group. So basically, there should have been a message turn up in a long chat, which is about Runon's coming to various travels, and you should have found a link in there. That's basically to allow you all to add my. Because in that, I'm looking in that group, there's no one in that group who... Yeah. Yeah, there's no one. There we go. Yes, for the Emperor, I know. For the Emperor, that's a lot of fun. It's very good you say one. Anyway, Runon, have you got it? I'm muted. I don't know why I'd be muted. I shouldn't be muted. Oh, let me check. Has it disconnected itself again? Hello? Oh, yeah. Alright. So, for some reason, am I muted on I'm not muted on YouTube. Okay. Yes, that's good. That's all sorted. So now let's get that down. I'm going to do what I had to do the other day. Completely leave Discord. And then restart Discord, because Discord has decided to shut itself down. And now I can get back into Discord chat, and I can actually chat with my colleagues while doing this. And I'm now worried about you both.
Muted himself.
He's trying to figure out how to do so. Because basically...
What's
he's having
in-game
to-
chat?
Oh. He's figured out that he's muted, but...
I hadn't muted. Discord disconnects me.
Right.
It did this to me yesterday as well, the same thing. And the only way I can get it back is I have to turn Discord off, leave it, completely disconnect it, and then restart it. Because basically, it's decided I've been talking for so long, I've been in it too long. And it's
Okay,
usually about the same time.
So that's a book currently Discord currently that according to Discord support, because I've been getting it, is caused by your computer running out of available RAM. For a split second, Discord will go, "There's no RAM on the computer, therefore I must commit seppuku."
Yeah, but
I have Dishonored my ancestors.
I have 128 gigabytes of RAM on my computer.
Yeah?
There is literally no way I am running
Some of
out
it-
of RAM.
There is.
Some of it dishonored its ancestors, and you know, it just.
Jokes aside, when you start a game like Section 2, you do spike your RAM
Hello.
usage to near maximum as the game loads. So just be that.
So,
Lift Foxo, we know your opinion on
Oh.
the French people.
we're going to be waiting for Runon the entire time, aren't we, Dragon?
I have played Space Marine with Ruin.
Oh, good.
It's not bad.
I now
Usually I'm ahead of you all and dying.
That's because you're normally playing a melee class. If we're doing the campaign, then
Yes,
you have to worry
because
about
you
that.
always want the heavy bolter.
You disapprove.
On
the
heavy
contrary,
bolters
it
are
is
good. There's a
inspired
reason I
thinking.
play the heavy
I
class.
reluctantly second that. Why
Yeah, that's
reluctantly?
because you got the right reaction
Because it will
time
go
for
to your
slug.
head.
Why do I need reaction
helpfully,
times if I fill the
Restream,
screen with lead?
Restream has also decided to exit its chat, or the chat details, so I'm just sorting that out. That's happy. That's
Foxo, I
sorted.
just want you to know that I'm in your boyfriend right now.
Okay.
Redacted, redacted, hard. Redacted, redacted. Redacted.
So, Foxo, you've done your spiel about the joys that is France and why you hate them.
Well, you cut off right as you were saying that Glenn has written 40k fiction.
Oh yeah,
But you haven't.
Glenn has written it, but
you haven't-
refuses to publish it, and I've told him he needs to submit it to the Black Library.
Okay.
Titus,
He really should, but although
by a report I
so far
received from
everything
the
I've read of his has been
Astrotelepathica,
somewhat noble bright,
accusation of heresy. Her voice was puppeted by
which may not work very
Lieutenant will
well.
answer.
Oh.
Psycho was possessed. Your sergeant believed otherwise.
This is grim dark.
I was
This is
mistaken.
really dark. He's written.
You attempted to incapacitate your lieutenant.
Thank
the Emperor, I failed. And now, the only individual capable of reaching Lord Kelgar is dead. By your hands. I will be watching all of you. Should I suspect even a flicker of corruption, I will not hesitate.
Okay, what
as you
everyone
did.
here's opinion on France?
You are dismissed.
It would be substantially improved if it didn't have the French.
They get between the value and the virus bomb.
Brother,
So which one do we do?
I rate them slightly higher Then I do Leandros.
Time to go.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is where we're. Is this the battle barge one?
Yeah.
Where we ignite its
Yes,
engines. Yeah.
They literally said we are going to ram a battle barge into a thing.
I'm just trying to remember based on
Data state.
annoying.
Apparently, data state repository is what we've got.
Ah, right. No, that's just right. So that's where you currently are. So, since this is the campaign, that's basically the only place you can go to look at stuff. Beyond that, you have to walk there all manually. If you then, whereas the other ones pop up in the multiplayer campaigns.
Yeah.
The main campaign itself is multiplayer, but there's also then a second campaign, which is multiplayer only.
Is there a reason why Space Marines don't armor their prosthetics?
Some do. It seems to be a personal choice thing.
Of course, the prosthetics are pretty replaceable.
Yeah, but it still doesn't mean you want to have to replace it.
And most of them are made out of like adamantine anyway. It's like
I currently
already
feel
on.
very sorry for Dragon here, because do you not stop moving?
They play the melee class. No, they can't not move. It's all that ADHD and coffee energy.
Okay. Alright, so, is Ghost Foxer a walking meme?
Yes. Yes, she is.
Yujimaru, what is your opinion on a Francofied warspite? Either Hosh or Jean Bart? Heresy.
simple. Have you ever wanted to be locked in a cage with 1,000 starving rats whilst left head to toe in cranberry sauce?
Since the burning of Prospero, they will suffer.
Yeah, this
However,
is
with
not
regards
supposed
to
to
the
enjoy
Foxo,
How else are you
with
supposed
regard-
to enjoy your weekend?
For the glory of Ultramar.
I need to balance my audio here. Audio
And here we
is not
see-
audioing well.
And see, here
Yeah.
we see a 2,000 point army. Give or take.
I would like to, in reference to the is Foxo a walking meme question, I have had enough conversations with Foxo that despite her protestations to the otherwise, she is actually quite intelligent, lucid, and capable of a high level of thought and conversation. So she's not just a walking meme.
Trust only your brothers.
I would like to have everyone on Exodus for Heresy.
And lay waste to our
Thank you.
enemies. For the Emperor.
Foxo, there's only one worthless person in this voice call, and it isn't you.
All of its trails. If you go to that terminal, you can enter the multiplayer. The other multiplayer.
Anytime you think you're worthless, just check out the black market prices for organs.
That implies that you can easily look up the black market prices for
You can.
organs, and that has me quite concerned.
You
So
can.
then, just one issue with that is black market organ suppliers only want organs that work, which kind of makes mine invalid.
They don't care about that.
It's the black market. What are you going to do? Sue them?
Yes.
I wonder, can you sue somebody for providing shoddy illicit services?
Okay.
Yes.
Question
Yeah.
we just had.
If you go to sell somebody drugs,
Have you ever done this
and you
before?
actually sell them a fake,
You may jump through an
you
active
can get done
combat
for
zone,
fraud.
dodging flak, enemy ships and burning wreckage on the way down.
Now,
Is my
Doc,
understanding.
It tells
have
you
you
to
gotten
dodge.
the
Don't dodge. Hit every piece of debris you can.
Why?
Yes,
There is a special achievement
there's an
for
achievement, and I don't remember if I've gotten it or not.
it. My face is my
Oh.
shield.
Yes, my face is my shield.
Alright.
Also,
All right.
I would like to point out that I rate France only slightly higher than I do Leandros.
Okay. So, Walter Brodus, UK Intel stopping on sharing with USA. Do you think do they think illegal orders are going on? Illegal by American rules or British rules? And are the UK Intel not really sharing with USA, or are they not? Are they? I would be very careful about public pronouncements on these things. 5As and all these stuff, they're, waiting to see what happens. Lots of people make lots of noises.
They are opaque by design.
I would also point out that all of the articles I've seen have been, they are stopping the sharing of narcotics trade intelligence. It's a very specific sector.
That's probably police rather than necessarily other sections, and that's yeah.
I'm sure their intel vis-a-vis Beijing, or their intel vis-a-vis
cannot keep up with all this debris. We must navigate by sight.
Vis-a-vis Russia.
We will make it. Now focus.
Terrorism hotspots in
Those are a bit big for me to hit.
the Middle East and Africa.
Be careful.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't have the achievement. Okay.
Also, for the battle barge you're on is a battle barge Mark II. For those curious.
Electric Boogaloo. But yes, Foxo, stop putting yourself down. I'm the only person here allowed to put myself down. I haven't written everything.
I'm legally not allowed to put people down, but
Yeah, they took the medical. They have to be careful with the medical license for that.
Emperor bless you, Meridian.
Yeah, I from the rumour mill around Dan, one of his patients, when they woke up, they found their skeleton missing, and Dan nowhere to be found.
Yeah. Rummel, do you think the AUKUS submarine design, the Australians are going to go with the UK sub design since it's better? No. In that way, the AUKUS design was always going to be a fusion, and the Australians are going with the idea was it was going to be a standardized design hull with sections being able to be produced elsewhere. Basically, it was going to have the British version would have the British command and control systems and British weapons, and the British built reactor. The Americans would have the American reactor and the American command and control systems, and the Australians are going to have the British built reactors, because the British have spare production in their reactor design, and the American command and control systems inserted in an Australian built hull. That's what it is. I'm not sure if I achieved the achievement. I did hit a lot of things though.
Then, good enough probably. Either way.
Anyway, why did they immediately take off their blooming helmets?
Because you have the option toggled off, and on pre-rendered cutscenes they're
Clear a path. We shall make short work of these traitors.
Not that. That's not what I was looking for.
Yes! Yeah!
And here we see a very different set of reactions.
Brunon, you're scaring me.
Are you scaring me? I'm Boxer. How are you?
Crap.
No, Foxo, you're actually proving to be less scary to listen to at the moment.
I will admit I forgot that it's technically meant to be Q, but oh well.
Remind me, what was the jump button again?
Q.
Q.
It's not shift in this one.
I press shift. Frigate.
Shakalaka. Listen, Doc, the antipsychotics are clearly not necessary, and if they were necessary, they clearly aren't working.
Who said I got antipsychotics?
The other Doc.
Reloading weapon.
Sorry.
In the nicest way, the other doc didn't tell me I didn't need them.
No.
This is fine.
No, that was the voices in your head.
I was trying to press Q and
shot.
spacebar then. Oh.
What a lion.
Changing magazine.
I'm gonna pop some tags.
The heretic.
Right then.
The mutant.
Jump pack engaged.
I love popping termies.
Punch a hole in that terminal.
Get out of your can, dusty boy.
How many of you are here? Hey. E, I want ammo, ammo, ammo. Oh, more of you! Oh, hello!
Our path is blocked. The heretics give this barrier life. It will die with
Laurie Kabukiel Johnson. More better say.
I'm now imagining a caked up Lionel Johnson.
I think cover fire.
The way is clear. Make haste.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Watching for our targeting signal.
I've been enjoying killing things.
Provides the land. Talassa,
I'll
we're on
take
the ground and moving. Report
Ooh,
status.
Melta. Ooh, Snipper. Ooh, Chainsword.
You're ahead of us. Make contact once
I
the
want to
Atrius is
smash
ready to
things.
launch.
Actually, wait, chainsword? I actually think. Rather, you want the chainsword?
You can take it.
I'm not a fan of power hammers, personally. Or thunder hammers.
Ooh, hey, more chainswords. Yeah, chainswords are very junk.
Let us get to work.
I do really enjoy the heavy bolt rifle, but I have to embrace my inner dark angel here.
I forget, is this game drop mag?
No, yeah, you can reload and you're fine.
I'm keeping my heavy bolt rifle, I think.
Heavy bolt rifles are really fun.
They taste like chicken.
They haven't got the thing I prefer.
Foul sorcery. Fueling their barriers, no doubt.
You want one now?
I like the grenade launcher.
Yeah, that's not in this one.
I like the potato cans.
Oh, which one are you actually firing, by the way? Oh, hello.
I hear him.
Redeploy.
Oh no, I have converted this individual from news to history.
Sorcerer. I shall end his accursed rituals.
Oh, that's annoying.
Engaging thrusters.
I keep forgetting that these thrusters are terrible. They don't give you the range you need.
Wait,
how many?
When you're in the air.
Yeah, you have to hold down whatever your melee button is.
Reload.
I would like to squeeze an eyeball until it pops. Also, who's shooting? I would like to file a complaint.
That was me, and I promise it was not on purpose.
Repositioning.
I wish.
I was not specifically targeting Runon, was I, anyone?
You were just targeting my zip code.
Resupplying.
It's a heavy bolter. It's the advantage. It targets zip codes.
Heretic sorcerer. Reloading weapon.
I should be able to pop this eyeball. Pop this eyeball.
Because the sorcerer is still alive. Well, was still alive.
Why is the sorcerer still alive?
Because Dragon has failed to kill them yet.
Literally just executed them.
Well, I don't have the interact to pop the eyeball. Oh, now I do.
Anything nice here? No, no. Okay.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yes.
that's ammo. That's what I was.
Up there. The impact will destroy this whole area.
Cool.
It is slowing down. Heretic sorcery. No doubt. But it will
Pop
get us to our objective.
the eyeball.
It is probably a trap.
Oh.
Time is limited. We must take the risk. Move on to the cathedral. Proceed with caution.
Okay, well, where is caution?
We're almost there.
Where
What
is
is your
battle?
status?
Where is Battle Brother Caution?
Hold for our signal.
It's fun.
You know, as much
It's
as
fun.
I hate Mechanicum-built warships, I will admit they do have excellent durability.
Oh, but he's French.
Brothers, are you hearing this?
French? French? French?
Is Siege French?
Ah, that's what's the button I would press. It's a mouse click.
Yes. Another plasma incinerator. Another plasma incinerator. More frag grenades.
Oh, I hate this
Is
sometimes.
Siege French, or are the French the Siechian cultists?
There's Siege.
What do I ping again? Is it...
How is it every time this blooming thing? I hate this system. Random, where are they?
Oh shit! I didn't
That
want
out.
to do that.
Wedding.
Oh, sorry.
Restocking.
No, G is grenade.
It's not T.
Very good.
Yeah, I think chainsaw now. I think that chain's going to suit me better.
Towards.
Oh, that's worrying.
Towards our.
Redeploying.
Hello. That was painful for you, someone. Okay. This
It's
way, I guess.
okay.
Yes, it is. It's just tap T.
Well, boy, howdy! Don't I feel stupid?
We made it.
Jump pack engaged.
I cannot say that here.
Thalassa,
Definitely
transmitting
can't say
targeting
that
signal
here.
now.
Your signal barely registers, but I read it.
Your data is clouded, Lieutenant. Maintain close proximity to target.
Gravity is a lie told by chaos to hold the indomitable human spirit down.
We will not yield a single step.
They will not deprive us of seeing that monstrosity fall.
Gonna pop some.
We will find no respite until that
Zango.
tower falls.
Oh, you got a chainsaw.
You war-tainted bastards, and die!
So, for hardware that's like coming up on 10 years old, this game
Watch
runs
as your
fairly
false
well.
idols come crumbling down.
I really hate having the Q next to the W because
The traitors pour from their bastion.
if you mispress it, you actually end up, instead of going forward, you end up going everywhere. Oh,
I'm gonna love you all and leave you.
okay.
You didn't even buy me dinner first, Dan. Jeez.
Yeah, that's a bit cruel.
Systems. Numerous errors detected due to signal interference.
I mean, I barely bought myself dinner. To be fair, I got a reduced to clear baguette.
French.
Yep, French detected, opinion rejected.
Okay, long thin bread.
It is acceptable.
For some reason, at one point... Oh! I'm going to have to have a conversation with these letters and make them put them further apart from each other.
Munitions
It's a
secure.
QWERTY keyboard for a reason.
Yeah.
This is going much better than when me and Runon normally play multiplayer. That could be because we play on stupidly high difficulty settings these days.
No, you play on stupidly high difficulty settings and take me as a hostage.
You actively choose to join us.
Thalassa.
Yes, do you understand how starved I am for non-employment interaction?
Come on, brother.
Where are my brothers? Oh, there they are.
Urging everything.
Yeah, but the nice way, you keep going away without me. And I have specifically left the hammer behind because the hammer's annoying me.
The sword of Atreus lives up to its namesake.
Yes.
That will buy us time, but we must move swiftly. While the enemy control Aurora, the odds are not in our favor.
Yes.
Okay.
Waste of a battle barge Mark
Yes.
II.
Titus, we are detecting a massive energy surge from within the Aurora facility.
Oh, can I take advantage of this?
He must be trying to use the device.
No,
Someone else.
unfortunately we cannot use the Hammerfell bunker.
That's just terrible.
Sanctioned by the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Stalker bolt rifle.
Yes, Captain.
Melter bolt rifle. Plasma incinerator. I know what I want.
Take it. It's your show.
Yeah.
It's your party, and you can cry if you want to.
I prefer to use my Stalker bolt rifle to just do long-range engagements with people not annoying me. Oh. Someone trying to kill me from up there? How sad. Or is that just... I don't know. Runon's ability to aim.
Just because you're right doesn't mean you're nice.
We will soon find you in the flesh and remove you from it.
You may keep it as a parting gift.
I will admit, certain bits of this game they do get the feel right, like this. Others I still have issues with. Like the first
Listen,
one.
whoever did the sound design needs a medal.
Blood gives me no pleasure. Rest easy.
You wanna amp up the experience? Listen to Afghanistan era war music.
How do I actually power sword again?
Oh god. Imagine a 40k Afghanistan conflict.
I think that's called ranks.
Yeah, no. I think that's called Talarn. It's got sand and it's got large sweeping engagements with light forces.
Yeah, but it wasn't a counterinsurgency.
True.
You don't really get insurgency in 40k. You get war and
Have you not read any of the tales though? When they take an Imperial planet too easily, you know, some of the commands are like, this was too easy to take. And it turns out...
Hey Doc, you want a 3-round burst?
Enemy seem determined to destroy Aurora.
I need to I need to probably...
That it could weaken them.
Yeah.
Perhaps they seek only the power source.
I need to get some ammunition.
I do not
I've
know,
used it
nor do
all.
I wish to speculate.
I was just
We are here to
going a
end
bit
this
more.
folly,
Yeah.
and so we shall. This way.
There's also a full ammo refill here.
Where?
Yeah.
Up there.
No, other side of the rock, behind it.
Oh.
Like, yeah.
So they had little ammo in front of the rock and then full ammo behind
And
the
then
rock.
full ammo here. Yep.
Yeah, that's just evil.
Resupplying.
technically they had the full ammo in the building.
Okay.
Pop the eye. Yes. With the
Show yourself, betrayer.
So does the Doom Marine get classed as a heretic or a living saint?
And I will
him.
To whom do you speak?
He's a demon of cult. Well, he's a demon on a line. But it's like, you know what, I'm just gonna mess up con stuff repeatedly.
Yeah, but he hates demons.
He's actually a recognized character in official canon, so yeah, he's definitely a approved character.
Die, heretic.
Yes.
Hey, deploy terminating against me. Better.
This ceramite cannot shield them from my ring.
Thank you, Paradox. Oh my god, the Irish are now useful.
This does not
Yeah.
bode well.
The one trouble with Space Marine 2 is I'm forgetting the questions in the chat. So, for the panel, if you're Harry Potter universe and you're going to school in Hogwarts, which house would you choose and why?
Gryffindor or Ravenclaw?
Hufflepuff have best
Hufflepuff.
access to the kitchen.
I love how Doc and I had the exact same brain cell there. Because, like, one has access to the kitchen, the other one you access through the bathroom, and the other one you have impossibly high delusions of grandeur and inadequacy.
Which is why I'm a member of Slytherin.
She'll poison you.
Access your
She'll
house
put
through the bathroom.
no, she'll put laxatives in all the drinks.
The fact that the food at Hogwarts is not automatically warded against such
This is
shenaniganry.
not the site of a Mechanicus macro
We got a
weapon.
heavy bolt rifle, a plasma incinerator, a bolt
Indeed.
rifle with grenade launcher,
Our path
and
leads
something
down.
that you're not getting because I want it first.
Smoke, yeah.
Ooh, this is fun.
Power sword? Yeah, I've also got a power sword.
Mechanicus dig site, requesting relevant cartography.
Follow the doctor.
Hmm?
We should endeavour to keep him alive.
This is Lieutenant Titus.
He's a big boy.
Request
He can deal with it
authorized.
himself.
You trying to keep me alive?
Got a multi-melt.
Aurora seal required. Identify yourself.
This is infuriating.
Melt with my kin.
Ooh. No, I think I'll take frag bugs. You are obsessed with a melter.
Heretics.
We are on the right.
Melt is great on the tabletop. It's a thing that exists on this
Oh yeah,
game.
I never told you how I was called my game. Did I or not?
No, you didn't. I've
you
once
lost
again
seven
failed to
Marines.
be included in something. Huh?
Out of my entire army, we lost 7 Marines. The orcs and the Grey Knights lost a lot more.
Yes, well, you know, Malcador's.
It really does. They really do love the sword.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, that's the metaphor for Space Marines in general, if you think about it.
Yeah, they love the sword.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of mad on swords. You wish to dropkick me like a common ruffian? I'm going to rip your arms off and beat you to death. And this one I'm going to split in half like an apple.
Yeah.
Stocking up on rounds.
Caution is like common sense. Yeah, nobody needs it.
Where is the sorcerer being annoying from?
I'm about to terminate this whole day.
I don't like crack grenades.
Yeah, you know who else doesn't like crack grenades?
The CIA.
Oh, that's the status effect. It's been a while since I played this game. And I
Yeah.
haven't died
The last
yet.
of them. Just their rear guard, no doubt.
That's
Stay
fun.
vigilant.
A fragment of the Dark God's power.
The chainsaw
So
does have
said
an
the
ergonomic
traitor
handle. I do
Nemrod.
agree. For a mining
believe
tool,
it?
it's a very effective
He
killing weapon.
certainly did.
You said it was destroyed.
I hate
Apparently
chainswords.
not
I
well
hate
enough.
chainswords. I hate
That
chainswords.
damn
They're great,
Lord
but I hate
Magos.
them.
If it truly is
Right,
Oh
tainted
yeah,
with
that's right. My
corruption,
W key is sticky
then
on
we
this
must
machine.
destroy it.
Why didn't you play a more calm game,
Agreed.
CPAT? Because it isn't a calm game, and because I start having a long discussion with the actual quality of it.
Okay, so you know how I have a discussion about my co-workers.
And does my Space
Night
Marine
shift?
have? What does your Space Marine have against gravity? He doesn't feel it's necessary.
Scanning.
No, I did not misindex my fingers on my keyboard. Why do you ask?
Barely a sign of life on this world.
It is a burial world, brother. Reserved for the dead.
There are 10, not enough pressure, I should say.
Honestly, that's kind of the waste of a planet.
Chainsaws are balanced of wood coming, and hence almost useless weapon. Yes, they are terrible. Caution is like common sense, Runon.
Yes, but...
Yeah. Look, I think I've been doing a fairly good job quietly popping along. While you two are going off and doing fancy things, I've just been working and like killing my way through everyone.
We need to bring Dr. Clarke through the multiplayer campaign at some point, Runon.
Yes, we should, but I think he might actually ask Leslie to eliminate us.
No, I might ask Leslie to train you.
You think Leslie would be an eliminator?
Microbial index reduced to 0.01%.
What class do you think? What type of Marine do you think Leslie would be?
Reaver.
Safe. Interesting choice of words.
Like Reaver as written, not Reaver as
duty is ours.
Now I shall have the melter rifle.
Okay. I will let you have the melter rifle. Yeah.
Would you like the melter rifle?
No.
Because I will swap out for it.
No,
one of those
you have
consistent things in 40k.
Yeah, you have the melter rifle.
Ruins. A cover for their research, perhaps.
I can't tell if you're being. No, it's fine with me right now.
The figures in these carvings are
unusual. When Foxer does that, it's always horrifying.
Marks of the ruinous powers.
Who wants that?
Etched by fools.
Give it to the VIP.
No, I took it because I thought I'm probably going to kill myself at some point.
That's why we let you take it.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, this is full of ammo.
I really hope we get anti-Necron DLC.
A fine gift from
I just like more stuff, more content in general. But we do know Space Marine 3 is in development currently. And we've got one more year.
They better make the opening scene the one in the hive, because if they don't, and those two only ever die,
the arch enemy have penetrated deep into these
off screen.
Perhaps all the way to the Aurora device.
Okay, it would be funny as hell. So please do that, GW.
Yes, I love to burst my enemies' heads with my own skull forts. They seek to penetrate my skull fort. Instead, my skull fort shall penetrate theirs. That was too far away. Dang it. Okay, to be fair, Melta in this game is obnoxiously short-ranged. It's like a shotgun.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Melt is one of the most inconsistent things in 40k. Sometimes they're close range, sometimes they're long range, sometimes they're a beam, sometimes they're a pulse, sometimes they're a spiral. Like, by 40k standards, the Melter is one of the most inconsistent things. Which says something.
I was just looking for some ammunition. Oh well. Not heavy bolt rifle. No.
Restocking.
There is ammo over here if you want. If you still got the sniper.
Yeah.
The Mars adepts have in old stone.
We know not what secrets this old stone holds.
I only ask that it hold our weight.
Why is it that every time in the Imperium things go milk production glands up,
fully operable.
it's usually the admin.
Changing magazine.
No, actually, that's a good way of doing it, Petch, because I actually can see if people ping me directly on Discord in game. Different patterns? Yeah, okay, I could believe that. Like, I am more than willing to work with that. But it's still annoying.
Wait, do you have the full text window open in game?
I've got Discord overlay, yeah. I don't have the full text window, but any messages that are either DM'd to me on specific servers or at me in particular, I can see in game. It's how when I'm playing games like
I see the like push notice come up, but
oh no, I get the actual like full message usually, unless it's a really long message.
Dusty boy, it's time for your cleaning! Also, for like the one half of somebody who may not even be human, who doesn't know what I'm talking about, Rubric Marines are no longer flesh and blood. They are quite literally returned to the dust from whence they came.
Yeah.
Yes!
But they still work to headshots.
Yes.
Yeah,
You know
mainly because I think
nothing
that's
of
because the
brotherhood.
dust all leaks out when
Lieutenant,
containment is breached.
More cheap tricks.
It's a mixture of that and the fact that their simulators are what they once were, and a headshot killed a Space Marine. Except when it doesn't.
Yes. Blood for the Emperor! Dolls for the globe!
Oh, last usually.
Crap.
Neat.
The golden throne!
Munitions secure.
Do you want a laser sniper rifle or a standard sniper rifle?
Magazine.
I prefer the standard sniper rifle, but the laser sniper rifle does tend to have more rounds, so I'm tempted by the laser for the moment, but I will keep it with standard for as long as I can.
Shotgun!
Stop trying to kill my friends from long range. I will kill you first.
Shotgun! Stop trying to kill my friends from long range. If you wait long enough, one of them will make it short range.
Yes.
I feel like how they unironically gave us the actual colour scheme for Dark Angel's weapon. Without even meaning to.
I'm gonna pull your arms off and then beat you with them.
I'll take this, thank you.
Hey, Doc, there's a grenade right beside you.
Different patterns have different specialist models and systems. Yeah, I agree. Your logic does make sense, and I agree with it, but it's still irksome.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that 40k in general is not good about having consistent patterns and making them distinct enough to be recognized easily. You pretty much have to be told that this weapon is this pattern, which has this variation, which has this special characteristics.
They do have fun.
End this desecration.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, the Brits have already been doing that. It's called the
British
Royal
Museum.
Navy Destroyer Squadron.
It's been too long since I actually played this properly.
Oh, I was going the wrong way.
Purging with
We're not Black Templars, but good enough, I guess.
We are purging heretics.
No, Dragon, you're loyalist.
Okay, Foxo, who's more boring, Ultramarines or Dark Angels?
Hey, everyone's more boring than my wolf boys.
You know, Doc, you can't just admit that you're
Ultramarines have Caldor goddamn day drain.
No, they don't.
Belch your heresy. There is no damnation
Drago's
dark enough for these
Drago's Grey Knights.
Have faith, brother.
Is it Grey Knights?
We will
No,
send
it's
them
not.
to
You
one
don't mean
fate.
Drago. Do you mean Magnus Calgar?
Yeah, they've got Calgar.
What is
That's
it?
awesome.
Oh.
There's a
And
power
as much as I
sword.
despise
This
them,
will serve me well.
Oh. I like these when I get these.
Another false idol toppled.
I got a power sword now. I'm happy. Something which actually has a cutting
Coming up
edge.
there, Runan?
You were looking for a power sword. I feel bad.
Boy,
Why?
spare your ammunition for
They've
the
got both me and
real
Runan
thing.
have power swords.
I tire of chasing this
No worries.
bastard's phantom.
Why install a
I'm
roller
happy
deep
when I
within
get
these
one.
ruins?
I don't go
Perhaps it
looking
was
for it.
already here.
My main policy with this is to make sure I have the biggest weapon I feel like having for the right time.
They will no doubt
That's why I think you would enjoy the multiplayer campaign more, because they actually have 6 set classes with set weapons that you can pick and choose from.
Ooh, tempting.
Different abilities.
I probably would enjoy it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need ammo.
Let's start purging with our kin.
I'm going to back to the marksman bolt scope thing because I think it's necessary. I think I need the rate of fire.
Yeah, you're gonna need the rate of fire. I should be okay for ad clear. Not great, but also not terrible.
In case of emergency, deploy plasma.
In case of emergency, deploy gladiators.
I actually might need to pick one of those up at some point. Or a proper actual Tulsa model.
What is the British Parliament tomorrow started charting skulls for the skull thrown blood for the blood god? We'd all wonder how popular 40k was in the UK. Actually, no.
Well, also
we don't know
too,
how popular 40k was in the UK.
Friendly reminder that Games Workshop makes a larger portion of the UK industry, its economy, than the UK fishing industry.
Yes, I am single-handedly supporting the UK economy. I just
you're
spent
supporting
$500 on more plastic crack.
You're supporting the US part of it.
Everybody keeps talking about that pure Colombian powder, but they really ought to be talking about that pure British grey
I'm
powder.
curious, what did you spend $500 on of Warhammer?
The Tau and
Outplayed
Wait, those are $250?
yes, they're 250 apiece.
They're like 130 quid.
Yes, El Cheeto decided to make America great again and worsen the exchange rate between the pound and the dollar.
I said it was like 1 to 150, not like 1 to 165.
Yes, they have gone up by 30%. I think I paid $210 last year. Warhammer in general has gone up by 20% across the board.
The trouble is, sometimes I've typed in multiple commands and then it executes them even after it's killed the thing. So they go, yeah.
Almost here, with enemy reinforcements on all specs. Prepare a fitting welcome.
Dr. Clarke has you asked Dr. Clarke, Engineering Edition, her opinion on wooden hull pressure vessels. On pressure-treated wooden foundations for relatively light structures on unevenly marshy terrain, how long do you expect the thing to last? If it's anything in excess of 10 years, the answer is no.
They need really to send. They need to start deploying larger reinforcements. This is getting penny packets. This is why what you do is you deploy. You don't deploy in packs of 3. If you know you're facing 3, you send in 12. You send in 20. You don't send in 3 to fight 3.
I'm just kind of surprised.
Pressure-treated wooden foundations for relatively light structures on unevenly marshy terrain. I wouldn't if I was you. I'd try something slightly better because that's gonna depends how long you want it to last for. 2 years, 5 years, you could be okay. If you want it to last for 20 years, go for concrete.
From such a place.
Anything under 10.
This place should have been obliterated upon
You're
discovery.
okay.
I crush your pathetic man machine. That fool Gilliman believed he could hide this place from us. But we have eyes and ears.
Yeah, I still find it unlikely that Gilliman signed off on this.
Every crack in the galaxy.
Maybe Paul. Paul, I could believe.
I used doubting Sir Cole of the Mechanicals.
How he prattles on.
Steve Stafford, a box of infantry is usually about $60
from our purpose.
Standard Space Marine Squadron Canada is now $45.
The enemy is well ahead of us.
This trail will lead us to them.
Give me a moment.
The sorcerer will elude us no longer.
Now, I don't know
Move on the
what that
obelisk.
necessarily translates to. Is that Canadian dollars, US dollars?
Yes, that's going to be Canadian dollar dues that smell like maple syrup.
Considering that's fine.
Doc, you are advancing alone right now.
Confident way to beat him.
Like, a standard squad of interceptors is like 40 quid, so that's not actually bad.
Oh, they've brought Alfaris region as well.
I still love the fact that Tau players are being memed out by that.
What's the problem?
Are you aware of the new Tau models going on? Like the brother and sister?
Oh, I'm not actually.
So you know how Farsight's now like public enemy number 1 for the Imperials? Who's also like, one of their most important figures. Well, they finally found something to replace him, which is a brother and sister who matches on his type of attack. In particular, though, they are a pair of brother and sister who are always together, who are roughly the same height, who wear blue stuff, and can do perfect strategies while together. So, of course, the community has said they are Alfarians.
The sticker price for a box of assault intercessors in the United States on the Games Workshop website is $65.
In the UK, it's £40.
Yes,
What
we
will
have
you do with the
succeeded in
artifact
making
once you have
America
it?
great again.
Crush it to dust. If it has no
A
effect
question,
on
actually.
you,
Assault
why not use
intercessors,
it?
you said.
You dare suggest
Yes.
heresy, Sergeant? I said nothing.
Assault
Oh, no, actually,
intercessors.
they are now.
Degenerate clouds are mine.
Oh no, sorry, I thought you
Reaver
jumped
squad
back
is
in
$65.
Yeah.
An infiltrator squad is $65.
Yeah, it looks like all of ours are
standard
just 40,
intercessor
yours is
squad
65.
Yeah, a box of 10 line infantry is $65. We have succeeded in making America great again.
Chaos abominations.
And yes, a year ago they were $50.
Shouldn't he be here chucking grenades?
Yes, I'm about to start chucking grenades.
Regularly.
Usually when I pull out my big gun,
Considering that, you know, Dark Angels would share their Primarch come back not too long ago, a few times.
More minions. Lurking in dank holes like the
pause
filth they are.
that, so this way I
Back
no
in.
longer shoot video.
Why is there as soon as you bring up that character, I get up.
This is not good.
Yeah, because it means I can bypass story time for the evening by making you fall asleep to Dark Angels lore.
All of this was just lying under our feet all the time. And centuries longer still. Eons, brother. If the archives are
To be fair, usually you're the one who asks me about Dark Angels lore for your fanfic.
wish to discover.
No, she's asking about it because she wants to go to sleep.
One is unearthed and burned to cinders.
Close this, let's go here, we're gonna close that. Keep that open because that's needed. Alright, have I helped? Good, I've helped. Apparently my connection is middling.
Okay.
I guess I can pull Discord up on that monitor. Now that I've broken my computer. Yep, there we go. I just broke my
Hey!
computer. Yes.
You broke your
Windows.
computer again?
Stop being in my computer's defense, it's like 10 years old.
When are you getting Space Marine 2 Boxer? You said you wanted to. Says the girl who has spent like 50 quid on the U5.
Yeah.
If you remember, I also literally offered it at one point.
I have a melt-a-bomb, so if you see something really big, let me know.
Bruno, go down to your local Walmart, something really big there.
Unfortunately, I don't think a melter bomb works that way. Grenade.
It's annoying. Oh, stop running, you little thing. Okay, I'll just stab you. How is it, you know, Space Marines are supposed to be really accurate. I'm pointing the dot right at the target and it doesn't hit. Excuse me. Have they gone?
You
to
should
the,
have seen-
Have they gone to the blooming Star Wars School of Shooting?
That's the Stormtrooper School of Shooting.
No Star Wars. Full stop.
Were these things not destroyed?
Friendly reminder.
Where
Stormtroopers
the
are
good
actually
guys
awesome,
aren't
actually.
even pointing in the right direction and they hit first time, first serve, and the bad guys are pointing in the correct direction and they never hit.
Danger snakes. Yeah.
Living with my kin.
Oh, there's a data slate up here.
Oh, cute.
Is there a slated date? Oh, I already have it.
Yeah, so do I.
I'm operating on the policy of kill everything I find and then I'll get the information later. Once they're all dead.
That's not how it
So
works.
shoot
but okay.
first, shoot first, X questions never? Cool, got it.
Why do I want to bother to ask questions? They're all dead. They
Might
can't.
be able to avoid shooting people.
But I'm a space marine. I like shooting people.
No, you like upholding the Imperium.
You forget. Naturally, I'm a space wolf. I like shooting people.
Whoa! Hello, buddy boy. Melt it to the face. Melt it to the face.
No.
You thought you were invincible? A veteran of the Long War?
I really do feel picking Scarab Terminators up and then dropping them should not kill them, but
Priests pick over the Xenos dead like vultures. All with the Martian cult sanction, no doubt.
I do not think they were alone in that.
To be fair, if Cole said, yeah, I might have a way to restore the Black Gate, Acadia, I think Gulliman would have jumped at that.
ideally when he was looking at the project, and if he then saw, oh yes, this resulted in one of my loyal sons being accused of treason. Not so happy.
Yeah, but it wouldn't done really worth missing off the entirety of the mechanics.
Yes. With Gilliman, yes.
Yeah.
He's done it before.
I mean, Gilliman has told Call in no uncertain terms to go to hell. On at least one occasion. Well, no. He's told a facsimile AI of Call, which is definitely not an AI. Because that would be in violation of treaty rules.
You are bested heretic.
Come on,
But
we all know Mars has betrayed that treaty long ago.
Mars never adhered to that treaty.
We shall follow it to its source.
I would agree with you, but at times they're actually not.
No. Machine spirits are basically confirmed to not be AI.
Apart from the times
Except for
they
a
are.
few times where the machine spirits are AI pretending to be machine spirits.
There's a
Looking
number of
at you,
times.
Phalanx.
3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Why don't allow me to interact?
Running around.
Oh, it's
Because Dragon is holding everybody back.
Oh.
I need more ammo.
No, you don't. You have a sword. Why do you need ammo? You have a sword.
And there's ammo here. There's ammo here.
It lays waste to
Literally,
the heretics.
massive ammo
Where
box
is Imura?
here.
The traitors are taking a thrashing down there.
Let us add to it.
And this is where he
No, you weren't, but still, careful.
I caught it. Barely. But I caught it.
Mm-hmm.
Blind to all.
Blind blinding people.
Thankfully, his diligence has not made him faster.
I have shifted out of work mode and into
Relaxation mode?
gaming with friends mode.
That's good.
Not brew ships mode. I'm just dreading to see what night shift will have.
Lieutenant Titus,
Mongoloid eyes
praise the
tonight.
Omnissiah. In just a few minutes, you will bear witness to...
You must stop this!
For the record, I have
Sire,
no idea
please.
what's going on in
I
chat
know you
because I
have
had to close those
concerns,
tabs.
but look, this is merely a taste of what the device is
Oh
capable
god, I feel
of.
so old
And
now.
I have seen the worst.
Serious
of what
question
it can do.
for the millennials.
My
My
lord,
older cousin
you-
said she
you
used to
must trust
burn
me.
CDs for her
This
crush.
has been my
Like,
quest for
with
knowledge.
fire?
My life's work.
Was that a ritual?
Shut it
Did it
down.
work? You guys were literally
Now.
practicing witchcraft just to get a text back. I'm scared of y'all.
I will not.
I feel old now.
Oh, so Ronan, you might be old enough to remember this.
Time.
Well, why do you have to click on a vending machine to save a file?
You tiny grains of sand, rattling as you
With the hatred of 1,000 suns.
But alas, I must finish this slice.
You know you love me.
As a friend, yes. As a girlfriend, you're taken.
Your malignant energies are useless.
Bring him down.
Oh, great.
Help.
Guess what I have, gents?
An ultimate.
Yes. Use it.
Blood for the Emperor, skulls for the Skull Throat. Crap, I was pushed out of the window. Here! Come on, come to me.
Hey,
Why is it me and Dragon are doing most of the fighting and you have the
No,
melter?
come over here, damn it.
But I can just keep shooting him in the face.
Or you could kite him my way.
Power and blind rage. We will not be petrified in Clapp's relic.
I can see how much damage my plasma incinerator does. It's a lot.
No, bad help. Come this way. Where's the help? Hellbrute is teleporting. That was useless.
I thought you carried this whole melter bomb to do this job and then, you know, don't do that.
I forgot there was a Hellbrute here. And also, you guys literally kited him away from my melter.
typical Americans blaming everyone except themselves.
Yeah. And here's the Brits are actually doing the fighting here. I'm getting Mullen doing it, but doing it.
Most useful American ally.
I dumped like 4 melted subs.
I literally dumped my entire mag of plasma fluid into it. And it did glorious damage.
Regardless, that still only counts as 1.
It technically would count as 2.
No, because the helper still only got 1 guy.
No, it's got 2, because it's got the guy and the demon.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, would Rudon be surprised if she found out the night shift are worshipping the Nurgle?
I know who's on that ship. No, it wouldn't surprise me in the least.
We will see.
This is just the beginning.
I could tell some stories here, but I don't even think an X rating would be sufficient. Sufficient content warning.
No, see, it was going fine. Until he did that.
From which ocean did you gather these pearls of wisdom? Is it not the dream of every scientist to discover the birthplace of all
tale as old as time.
Yeah, because Mechanicus could actually do something useful for the Imperium.
Imra was always Thousand Suns, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't join the Thousand Suns. Not anymore.
So how have the Thousand Suns not run out of 1,000 suns by this point? Because I feel like we killed
They
at least
are.
1,000 suns.
They are, rapidly.
They are.
Like, it is a known issue that they are running. Like, they've been able to recycle themselves over and over and over, but they are genuinely running out of people.
Good. Magnus did nothing wrong. He had one job, do nothing, and he failed at it. Magnus did nothing wrong.
Yes.
No, I'm right.
Unfortunately, we wolves didn't do the job right.
Titus to Acheran. Do you read me?
Yeah, it's like your paradox of space wolves. Space wolves were actually useful. 0% of the time.
Damn it. How could that fool lose not have known? He took the whisperings of that sorcerer to be his own inspiration. Luz was merely a pawn. They killed Nozick.
And my
Led us
last
to believe they would
day.
do the same to Luz.
They're the only
So
good
we would
space
deliver
marine
him
chapter.
precisely where they wanted him. And that spectacle in the catacombs.
Deceit. To trick that puppet
Dark
Luz into
Templars.
finishing the work.
In Black Templars.
Black Templars.
Beaky boys are bestest boys.
The Eternal Crusade must continue.
Beaky boys are bestest boys.
Honestly,
For the Emperor! For Sigismund! Yeah. Bad words towards Rogaldon. All hail Sigismund, first worshipper of the Emperor.
I do find it slightly amusing that the most effective ways to get beaky helmets for 40k at the cheapest value is you buy a box of 20 Mark 6 Tactical Marines from 30k.
Yes.
Because it's cheaper than any of the other ways to buy helmets.
Or you become friends with a buddy of yours who... Or, you make friends with somebody who plays 30k.
Can we trust it?
And uses,
Mark it on all
upgrade
specs.
helmets.
Yes, brother.
Okay, I know that this is an unpopular opinion. I don't care. Ooh, hey, I got another Meltabot. But I like the Space Wolf helmets. We ready?
Well, those ones. Yeah, they were kind of unique.
Yeah, for this time I've picked up the heavy one.
I know a lot of people really dislike them, but I did find them rather unique and it felt right in the Space Wolf.
Yeah, it seems like something that they would do. The iron. Both the shoulder shot.
Back to the warp.
As you can see,
I almost feel like the mere mortals should be feeling like they're moving through molasses.
Honestly, I'd say they're doing pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, but like Space Marines are preternaturally fast.
Tremendously so. We need to clear.
do we go this way? Yeah, okay.
I think so. Yeah, there it is.
Sorry, Runon, I think I just kicked through you.
But you didn't take the cherries.
You're a Space Marine, I don't think you have any left.
Damn fool! How does this compare
We
to
still have them, they just don't work.
Oh, Instigator Bolt Rifle, and one of our colleagues has died down here.
The fleet will be preparing an orbital barrage.
And why do you keep dying?
No, I think that was probably Dan who died.
Ammo.
Bolt rifle with grenade launcher here, if anyone fancies it. And there's a Guardian Relic. Guardian Relic as well. I've already got one.
Brothers!
Take it with T.
Guardian Relic over here,
this
plus
way. Yep.
bolt rifle with grenade launcher, just in case you fancy it.
Birding with Mike in.
Restocking.
I feel like I should be able to rip the arms off a cataphract Terminator.
We were spared that fate.
The captain awaits you inside.
Like, in the nicest way.
Courage and honor. Courage and honor. Brothers, be mindful of the casualties.
No, I was gonna run right through them and turn them into chunky salsa.
Titus, report! What in the name of Holy Terror do you call this?
We failed to
A minor
stop
setback
Luz.
in a major
I
operation.
can see that. He was tainted. An unwitting puppet of the arch-enemy. We are now facing a warp rift the size of a small cruiser. 3 volleys from the Resilient and not a scratch on that pillar. If it has a weakness, I need to know what it is.
It is powered by the artifact from Graia. If we can destroy that...
Melter bomb there.
We do not know.
You call that a solution?
What is the alternative?
There is a field around the pillar, impenetrable to our ordnance. We have observed their forces passing through it on foot. We must get close enough to see if we can do the same. Proceed through those doors. We make our assault imminently.
Okay.
No, we make our assault after I open up this pint of Ben & Jerry's.
Oh, there's a melter.
Because
There's a melter rifle here as well.
I already
you wish
have
it?
a melter rifle.
Mm-hmm. Do I need
Dragon, why
ammo?
are you,
Oh god, it's him. Okay, let's move as fast as we can past the idiot.
Which idiot? There's a lot of idiots.
The one prophesizing there, also on my right.
Our forces are divided.
You've
in two.
completed this campaign,
I will lead
right?
the main assault
Yeah.
on the Temple of Aethor. I
So
sent
you
2
know
squads
who
to
that
move on
is,
the
right?
enemy's flank
I
of
still
the
don't like him, and I'm preferring to call him an idiot than his name. Because he is an idiot.
I just...
We will
I'll
retrieve it.
swap back to the heavy bolt rifle.
The discourse around Brother Snitch-a-Lot is interesting.
Located stim supply.
Oculus
Let us
carbine,
get to
sniper rifle, plasma. Plasma. Heavy bolt pistol. That's a whole lot of suboptimal.
This will serve me well.
I think I'm going to keep to the heavy bolter. Plasma incinerator is always
Yeah.
attractive, but you know, at some points you just need the heavy bolter.
Front is beyond this bridge.
Well, heavy bolt rifle, yeah.
What is that thing? Look out!
That is a Helldrake.
That is a 4th of July barbecue. It's like a 5th of July barbecue, only more freedom.
You will burn like your treacherous brethren on Nevingas.
Someone keep up with the captain, he's being an idiot. You're a captain, get back! This is what you let lieutenants and sergeants do. Preferably corporals.
Hey, hey, hey! Now we fought side by side with the word bearers, and then we set their home torch. But we don't like
That was the lion.
No, I'm fairly sure we did something nasty to the word bearers. We took their most special place and destroyed it, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Have you considered exterminatus?
This is a burial world, Titus. If we fail to defeat the enemy, then I will burn this place. But I would prefer to not disgrace these honored dead.
Can our scans locate the signature of the power source?
We are blinded by all the interference. It is out there, at the heart of that profane madness. Agreed. One way or another, we must reach that obelisk.
Then we
Let's assemble in here and let's get going.
What are we assembling? IKEA furniture?
Hey,
Don't get me started, I've got more that to do.
Do the DM.
What if France suddenly was suddenly replaced by the 1789 version of France? Britain suddenly has a small war on its hands and is winning it easily. And
That's blood in the water. We can do 100 years war to 100 years war 2. Electric Boogaloo. Traditional classic.
The Emperor protects. Good hunting, brother. Second company.
Yeah.
Make ready.
Last
havoc out there.
Start rationing ammunition.
We'll slow down our shots and they'll come crashing through our
Or, now hear me out.
I'm hearing you.
I cannot fathom that terrible.
No, I was just miming at the game. I think. I don't know. I'm tired. Multi-melta. Yes. Yes.
But they may be in need of support. Then we must move.
Where is your false god's power now?
He's right in my hand.
No victory.
Oh yeah!
Use the words I would normally use in this game
But
right
top.
now because of where I am.
Do you just like bashing up everything as you go through it, Runon?
See how
Yes.
Do you basically stop yourself behaving like Night Shift by just destroying everything you pass in this game?
We must hurry. Our brothers pay in blood for every second we
No,
delay.
I was doing this long before I had to deal with this night shift.
Also, it's when you realise that you're carrying same time Russia reverts to 1917. Oh, good lord! No one's having a good time then.
What are your orders? We fight! Brothers, assemble around the standard! Victory or death!
Clarke, would you like the standard?
Oh, yeah.
I think Clarke has to take the standard.
Yep. I've got it.
In the name of the primer!
That's what I'm doing, and now we are about to see the absolute best scene in this entire game.
Why have I been downgraded to a bolter?
Because that's
Yeah,
all you deserve.
Yeah, I've lost my heavy bolt rifle, which is a shame.
Ditto.
Wow! Such disrespect.
You need more than a heavy bolter to deal with treacherous scum like this. I have iron brew in one hand, a banner in another hand, and a heavy bolter in a third hand. I am good.
Oh,
I do not like I do not like the implication that he has a heavy bolter as his.
A frustration. And a brute. And
that man has some anger issues.
Yes. Possibly really needs to get laid. And I know that sounds a bit rude for this channel, but really does. Considering the anger issues, I think they probably do need to go and, Actually try dating rather than just sitting and looking at a computer screen all the time.
You know why I eat Skittles?
After a little bit of counselling to make sure they're actually a reasonable human being for being in a relationship.
Do you know why I eat Skittles?
Because you don't like counselling?
No, it's the only way I will ever get to taste the rainbow with how my dating life is going.
Oh, that is a cool scene. I have to say that is a cool scene. I did like it when Calgar rose.
Appears to be the source of their power. It's protected by an energy field.
It's like how all the Marines are generic tank Marine or intercessors. Basically, like you've got a few in Phobos, but all of them just use bolters.
Yeah.
In the catacombs, Lou said all it took was a transference of alignment. And then he inverted something. An object.
What of it?
It was identical to that obelisk.
You want to invert that?
Explain.
Your Aura device might have a weakness.
Might?
Chapter Master, we cannot stay here.
Lieutenant, you stand by Sergeant Gadriel's assessment.
I do.
Captain Akaran, muster your company.
Aye, Chapter Master.
Brothers! The heretics clamor for a taste of victory! But we will defy them this day! As we have
You know what does annoy me about the second company? There's no gladiators here. It's all, rhinos.
Repulsors, you mean?
No, there's rhinos in this portion.
Let these wretches
These are all repulsors that's surrounding us.
That you're looking at right now, yes.
Yeah.
There's also no repulsor executioners, which is...
Yeah, I would have thought at least one of these would be a repulsor execution. I think I need to talk to you about this when
Yeah.
we were playing it for the
It
first
is
time.
terrible! Where is the armor? Seriously, let my Iron Wolves come do this. We'll deal with this problem. We won't have any of these small children tanks. They're our recon units.
Hell, let my
Yeah, you see on the far left there, Dragon? Kind of in the background?
On the right. Oh no, we've got predators.
I didn't notice them on the right. But also, yeah, where's the ballistas?
Yeah, I meant.
Where's my decent tank unit?
Yeah, Rhino. What? Repulsors, rhinos, and predators.
Captain, form a defensive line here.
Like, the predators aren't bad, but...
Brother Titus, you will have only moments to execute your plans.
Yeah, but I always also thought like a gladiator.
What plans? We didn't have a planning session. We had a quick conversation.
Control unit. Do you understand any of this?
No.
Lieutenant, do we have a solution or not?
Stand by.
Yes.
There.
That could kill you.
We're out of options.
You get Chad.
Dragon, next time we're going to do it, remember Foxo hurts me if anything happens to you and you're the only one of us in a relationship. Let the ones who are single do the stupid stuff. Okay?
My lord.
How many more?
What?
It just means her righteous.
Dragon.
It just means her righteous anger will save the Imperium.
I'll get them moving. Bring them up with a box.
Yes, Captain. Viridian, Thalassa, have you received new orders from Akaran?
Melter rifle. Is it me or are they incredibly heavy weaponry going here?
You will need to rotate the small replica of the obelisk. But be warned, it will hurt.
Not as much as it will hurt the treacherous bastards out there.
How done?
Pain deepens devotion. I will gladly volunteer.
Go well, brothers.
Like a heavy bolt rifle.
Yeah, I just put it back there because I've taken the last one.
Yeah, I much prefer a heavy bolt rifle over auto bolt rifles.
I do too.
Sounds like heresy.
Titus, the heretics are seething. You just dealt them. They will be dealt 3 more.
Well, I'm sorry such a small-minded Phobos army use can't learn the concept of actually using firepower.
My own eyes to see.
Somebody just rocked up to Gilliman. Hi, I have the completely unmolested production reports of the Imperium for the last 30 years. They are 100% accurate.
Gilliman will be overjoyed.
30, you said. 30 years. Years? Gives them a small planet.
Our forces. What exactly are we doing with these obelisks? The Aurora device opens a rift to the Immaterium.
A gateway. These smaller obelisks appear to be the keys to that gate. We turn the keys and lock the gate.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Through this door, brothers.
Go!
Your treachery will be punished. Heretics! Cast them into the abyss.
I wonder when I'm getting my new laptop.
Seriously, it's curiously medieval combat style with Space Marines.
Yeah, the first game was much the same way.
What's that? That's actually by design.
When do we see Brother Decimus decking a fool?
See how it writhes in agony. 2 left. Talassa, report.
This is Straven. It is done.
May the Emperor bless you, Straven.
I am but a lightning rod for his will.
You may rejoin the main effort.
Drive the blade in deep, brother. Talassa out.
Draven, the God Emperor's most autistic Marine.
Watch their fire. They have the
Are you
advantage.
sure he's not an Imperial Fist?
Sergeant Ventiat's assault squad. Their close quarter skills
No, if you can make a coherent sentence, this is not an Imperial Fist.
Nice way. Their skills might be good, but
Now you shall know fear.
yeah.
They have not yet made a trip.
Oh, hi.
Where are we going? Down there? Order up. Where are we going exactly?
I have a route.
My ping.
I've lost
Go to
the
my
route.
ping.
I've lost the route. Oh, there it is.
I will be passive in my aggression and my pings.
Oh, don't worry. Be completely passive because it's a while since I've actually gone through this route.
Worthless without those that execute it.
I think my hearing is damaged. That sounded
Black,
like humility.
Petch.
Nothing else, Brunon?
Petch, the an Annihilator would be okay. I'd like a Lancer or an Executioner with the heavy
Laser Destroyer?
multi-bolter. Yes, yes, yes.
How many of us have now got heavy bolters? Just checking.
No one.
Only me.
No more.
No.
Yeah,
You don't
no
have.
more
You
than
don't, you don't have a heavy bolter.
I have a heavy something.
You have a you have
Heavy,
a heavy bolt
rifle. Yes. Okay.
but which is not a heavy bolt. Because
I know.
Hey. I'm not using heavy bolt rifles, but they're glorious.
Hi! 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 Aw, that was my guy.
This one's mine.
That felt
Overkill.
unexpected waste.
Listen, I don't tell you how to shoot your gun. You don't tell me how to
Yes,
shoot
you do.
mine.
Yes, you do regularly. You've been telling us how to shoot our guns every 5 minutes.
No, I've been telling you to use more grenades.
Yeah, and so far I haven't had to because you use them so often that frankly no one else needs to.
That was not the button I wanted to hit.
Basically with you, every response is grenade.
Hellbrute.
Yes. Hellbrute. Yes. Yes. Finally. Oh, hey, I have a present for you.
I have grenades.
See?
I have presents for it. It's called crack grenades.
I use my gun.
I think Runon just
And my
uses grenades. I think Runon doesn't actually know any other weapons.
Well, there are other weapons other than grenades and...
Yeah, this is trouble.
Heresy has infected my very eyes.
Listen, if the playstyle isn't going up to the enemy and sticking something in their sensitive bit, is it really a playstyle?
Excellent.
Hey Doc, there's a there's a med kit right there.
Where's the med kit?
Yeah.
Here.
Excellent. Make sure you guys take it.
You're not looking too hot, boss.
Yeah, I'll survive.
But the sight of that beast reeling is a fine tonic.
It is indeed.
Permission to join the front lines.
Granted. My thanks, brothers.
Emperor be
I
with
think
you.
this is a survivor, isn't he?
I'm supposed to be able to go through here now. Okay, yeah.
Why
Yeah,
would he be on the front lines?
Hmm.
Do you hear that?
Aha!
Oh, thank you. I like your work. Can we meet up with you, thank you, Varus? Thank you, Valkus.
Everywhere.
Thank you.
Brother,
Carry on.
join us, and you may sate your rage and aid our cause. Lead me to the slaughter.
Yes, happily. That way.
Onward.
I'll follow you to the slaughter. Thank you.
Vile sons of madness.
Hey Doc, we got sniper rifles over here.
I feel like that now, yeah.
At the moment, I am just concentrating on killing what's in front of me. Sniper rifle's good.
Yeah, I don't think I need to now, unfortunately.
That one knee worked quite well.
War gear prime.
Also, it's just amusing to think what other chapters might have done during this campaign.
Oh yeah, Wolves would have finished this campaign in seconds.
Well, Dark Angels probably would have deployed the death Ring because, no, we're not like anything, let us get out. Blood Angels, Dante would be probably dragged in.
And then suddenly not die.
The Imperial Fist would probably build a fortification.
How would the Raven Guard do on this one?
They would find that they would burn without worshipping it.
Probably not bad, you'd probably see a lot of lightning claws.
True, true.
Because the Raven Guard can actually do pretty well in these sort of warfare, it's just not what they prefer.
Iron Raven would have brought some actually decent armor.
most chapters of the book are decent armor.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Holy terror.
He doesn't even use his anti-aircraft weapon in the Icarus rocket pod.
This one's mine, brother.
Look at that Giga Chad. Barely broke a sweat.
His arm's mechanical.
And?
That's cheating.
Not cheating if it works.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. There was a little condescension in that look there. There was a little.
Yeah, I love how. I love how Chiron's just like, yeah, it's cheating, fam.
Yeah.
To be fair, hey, at least Chiron lives.
Yeah.
But Chiron isn't, you know, talking around like a 5-minute blog where he dies.
Oh, now we have to follow Calgar.
Calgar?
Yeah, let's just put the... yeah, you know. Here, why don't we have the general walk into the most hostile in existence place?
Yes. This is my main worry with Space Marines. Their actual military discipline is terrible.
It depends on the chapter.
You
So
say
what you're
depends on
saying
the
You
chapter.
say that like the Dark Angels aren't any better.
No,
Given how
I wasn't actually meaning Dark Angels for once. They're way worse.
Yeah, Dark Angels, they'll just send Lionel to go duel somebody.
When has that failed?
Just because it hasn't failed doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Where's Lord Calgar? It was a trap. Perhaps. It's this. The Hematerium.
If it is, we must move quickly.
To where?
We must find Calgar.
The Changeless will is inescapable.
Man, Second Company comes in light. Such lightweights.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are. What are they? I don't like company.